Instrumento de democracia. É um canal de expressão plural que permite a convivência de diferentes vozes, histórias e visões de mundo. E por isso a cultura, tal qual a democracia, deve ser defendida e fortalecida. Essa é a função da Lei Rouanet, a principal política pública de incentivo à cultura brasileira. Com ela, perseguimos a missão de assegurar o acesso democrático à produção e à difusão cultural. Ao longo de mais de 3 décadas, a Rouanet permitiu que inúmeras iniciativas culturais, antes inviáveis, ganhassem o mundo. Revelou histórias, preservou tradições e transformou vidas. Lei Rouanet, há 33 anos tornando a cultura brasileira mais plural, acessível e democrática.
Eu acho que eu vou ficar aqui com você antes de começar. Eu acho que eu vou ficar aqui contigo antes de começar. Uns 10 minutos. Tá. Ah, não, já começou a contagem regressiva.
There's something wrong in this place. Rumor has it that 13 years ago, a group of people went missing inside this building. Maybe it was a mistake, but we decided to really find out what happened here. It seems crazy, but history is repeating itself. We're trapped in here. We managed to find some keys and open some doors. But there are these puzzles made by a sick mind. It looks like he's playing with us. I feel like there's something in the dark, and it wants to get us. Run. If you find this message, stay away from this place. It's damned.
I'm coming in.
Destroy them all. Come on. You can do better than that.
A new world order.
Hurry up. Get rid of these idiots.
A powerful secret weapon.
You are my favorite.
Open fire.
Good boy.
Jump and run.
You're my little darling.
Avoid a dark fusion before it's too late.
precisa de alguma coisa? Se perdeu, foi? Ei, minha filha, tome cuidado com os caminhos que escolher, viu?
Ei, como você chegou até aqui?
Bom dia, Gamescom Latam! Maravilhosos! Nossa plateia, a galera tá entrando aqui, o evento está só começando. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos ao Omelete.
Are just getting started. Welcome to the Omelette Games Direct. Gamescom Latam is becoming a showcase for the biggest Brazilian games. What we've seen so far is a highlight, a small share of what we're gonna see. We have over 20 games. Omelette Games Direct is the successor of the Games Direct that we had here at Gamescom Latam last year, and we have so much more to share. I'm looking forward to showing all of this to you, and thanks to the developers, the publishers, and everyone here in the audience. I'm so happy to see so many familiar faces. We have Nintendo fans here. And thanks to everyone who's watching at home too. I have two things to ask of you. After we see a trailer, let's give them a round of applause, please, because they do deserve it. And if you're at home, please leave a message in the chat. We have the Omelette channels, the Omelette Z channels, the Coelho do Japão channel, and all of them are broadcasting these streaming. We have so many amazing things to share. And many of these games are available for wish listing at Steam. So go to Steam and write down these names, write down the names of your favorites to wishlist them either now or later. This is a very important metric for devs and for this industry. In addition to Brazilian games, we also have some very special messages from international guests. So get ready, get your notepad, Open the Steam app and the Omelette Games Direct stream is starting now.
the end of an era. Blood spilled for vengeance, ambition, to prove loyalty. Loyalty to who? Your cause? Your lord? No. In life you only served me. And now, in death, I summon you to entertain me. Step into my domain. Fight, die, rise again.
Isso aqui é a indústria brasileira de games, meus amigos. Maravilhoso.
Gaming industry is about. This is great. Look at the trailers. So many wonderful things. You can see a lot of different styles when it comes to art or gameplay. Sometimes people don't even realize the variety that we have. We have a machine gun of announcements here because the Brazilian industry is booming. Thank you so much for your support. We're so very proud of Brazilian devs. And in some of these games, we see Brazil even in the mechanic of a game or in its art. It addresses our folklore, our culture, and it helps us broadcast our culture to the rest of the world. Many of these games have this Brazilian flavor. They incorporate our culture into gameplay with our regions, our history, our folklore, our traditions, and even our tradition of fixing our sandals with a nail. We have a specific segment for this kind of theme. Brazilians are legendary. We are conquering the world, both in Brazil and abroad. This industry is filled with Brazilians, so let's give them a round of applause, and also a round of applause to our audience because they are awesome. We just started our day and people are joining us straight away. They're coming to this stage for this presentation. We're gonna see more games now. We have Changer 7 and we have Subversive Memories. They are both happening in Brazil. But get ready because we're gonna see special styles and special gameplays with a Brazilian flavor.
Eu vou trazer nosso conselheiro de volta, nem que eu tenha que descer até o quinto dos infernos.
chance de reescrever a história pelas mãos do povo. Voltar e voltar até que a nossa versão seja contada.
Escolha bem suas armas, porque nós caçaremos visagens. A foice causa dano constante, perfeita para eliminar tanto inimigos perseguidores como estacionários. A espada causa dano massivo em uma área curta. Excelente para aqueles momentos em que os inimigos apertam de todos os lados. O arco derrete os inimigos feito manteiga, até mesmo os mais distantes. As balanças podem não causar muito dano, mas são perfeitas para tirar você do sufoco. Nada como um bom roubo de vida. Escolha bem suas armas, meu amigo.
Um, dois, três, quatro.
Ajudem as crianças e idosos! A aldeia foi tomada pela escuridão!
Deixe-me guiá-lo, guerreiro. O caminho à frente é sombrio, mas a floresta ainda respira. E ela precisa de ti.
Daquilo são pessoas? O que está acontecendo aqui? Eles se transformaram em espíritos.
Ser um líder não é um fardo para que tu tenha que carregar sozinho. A floresta clama por ajuda e está disposta a oferecer poderosos aliados.
Agora vai ajudar Temiminó. Fique quieto. Feridas ainda abertas.
Aqui em cima! Será que poderia me dar uma mãozinha?
Que brilho seria este que ousa invadir o meu domínio? Sonhas em dissipar as trevas, ó pequena fagulha? Longe de ser brilhante, os sonhos também pertencem ao reino da noite.
Esta não é uma lenda que caiba te contar, demônio!
Os cordéis são nossa alma, são a voz do nosso chão. Contam guerra, contam calma do nosso amado sertão. Se atreveu, roubou toda a poesia e a cidade entristeceu. Mas o povo é resistente, nosso sangue tem bravura. Vou buscar o que é da gente nessa grande aventura. Cordéis e spells, adicione a lista de desejos.
Com o voo eu aprendi a crescer. E mesmo nos dias difíceis, o sertão me faz corajosa.
da cultura é incrível, galera. Isso que vocês acabam de ver.
Everything you just saw is the trailer of the sequence of the highly awarded Arida. Arida 2 is coming up. We have the Brazilian Zelda. We have Rhythm in Heaven from Brazil. And I wouldn't be surprised if in a few years our favorite international RPGs started to use some of our amazing folklore characters. We have a lot of amazing stuff, right? Here's a round of applause to our Brazilian devs. Many of these devs started to fall in love with games way back when, in the 80s, the 90s, even in the 70s, right? They started to create that passion, they developed their games, and they were so inspired by great masters. Our next block is going to go into this retro theme. We have a very special surprise. We have amazing messages coming up. And these messages inspire us. You know, we who lived that era that we see through retro games and that are taking those retro games to the future with current platforms and platforms that have yet to come. So I hope you have your notepads ready to go because we have more amazing Brazilian games coming up for you. Here we go.
ゲームズコムラタムの皆様、こんにちは。小城雄三です。私が昔手掛けた忍びやベアナックルなどのゲーム音楽をご存知でしょうか。昔からブラジルのゲームファンの間ではメガドライブが一番大好きなハードということをよく聞いて、私も大変嬉しく思っています。今私のゲーム制作会社エンシャントではアーションという 2D シューティングゲームを作っています。アーションは実際のメガドライブでも遊ぶことができます。もちろん私の最新の音楽もメガドライブの音で聴くことができます。そしてブラジルのファンに嬉しいお知らせがあります。アーションはブラジルを含めラテンアメリカでも発売することが決定しました。なんとアーションは英語と日本語に加えてポルトガル語でも遊ぶことができます。アーションはただいま鋭意制作中ですが、ほぼ完成に近づいています。今年発売しますので、皆さんぜひお楽しみにお待ちください。それではよろしくお願いします。オブリガード。
everyone, this is Thierry from Sabotage Studio. As you may know, we are just about to release our new free DLC for Sea of Stars. It's called Throes of the Watchmaker. To thank our Brazilian fans for the continued love and support since the initial game released, we're happy to share with you this gameplay sneak peek today. We hope you enjoy, and we'll see you on May 20th.
Leon City, o ápice da humanidade. Se orgulham de suas conquistas, de sua tecnologia avançada. Eu vou tirar tudo de vocês, até que reste apenas medo.
Fumando charuto, coque samurai e um braço de metal. Que maneiro!
Você escolheu o lado errado, herói.
Isso é o que vamos ver. Pronto, Blue?
Eu vou te mostrar com quantas mordidas se corta o rabo do macaco.
Ih, qual é, Blue?
Olá!ファイナルファンタジー7リバースディレクターの浜口直樹です。いつも熱狂的な応援をしてくださるブラジルの皆さんにこうしてメッセージを届けることができ本当に嬉しく思います。FF7 リバースではローカライズチームの尽力もあり没入感のあるブラジル・ポルトガル語字幕をお届けすることができました。ブラジルをはじめ非常に多くのメディアやプレイヤーの皆さんから受賞や好評の声をいただいており感謝の気持ちでいっぱいです。今年はリバースの PC 版が1月に発売され、また1作目と追加エピソードがセットになったリメイクインターグレードがスイッチ2で発売されることが先日発表になりました。これからも FF7 リメイクシリーズを開発一同精一杯取り組んでまいりますので、皆様からの変わらぬご支援をどうぞよろしくお願いします。Obrigado.
Whatever happens, I'm here for you.
皆さんこんにちは。ファイナルファンタジー16プロデューサーの吉田です。以前ですね、ブラジルにお招きいただいた時にはですね、たくさんのファンの皆さん、プレイヤーの皆さん、ゲーマーの皆さんに本当に温かいご声援、お声掛けをいただいてですね、大変思い出に残っております。ファイナルファンタジー16はですね、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズ最新作として、ブラジルのね、皆さんにも楽しんでいただけるように、ブラジル、ポルトガル語対応させていただいております。ファイナルファンタジー16は、現在のところ、プレイステーション5と、PC でプレイ可能となっておりますので、ぜひぜひ、まだまだ、これからプレイするよという方も、すでにプレイしているよという方も、引き続き、ファイナルファンタジー16、楽しんでいただけると嬉しいです。引き続きですね、我々スクエアニックス、そして、クリエイティブスタジオ3は、皆さんに楽しんでいただけるたくさんのゲーム作ってまいりますので、まずは16の方楽しんでいただけると助かります。オブリガード。
Galera, vocês têm noção disso? Peraí, deixa eu me sentar aqui pouquinho com vocês.
Okay, let me just sit down for a second. Omelette here at Games Direct is bringing all kinds of new stuff. You saw the first full trailer for Neptune. On Sunday, we're going to be talking about it a lot more. Okay, our industry is young. It is just a baby compared to the things that inspired us from when we were so little. And now we have these Japanese legends here with us, you know, talking about Final Fantasy, amazing people. They created games for Sega Genesis, which for us is, you know, Mega Drive. And in Japan, they play Mega Drive. And now talking to us directly. We have these people. I am just besides myself. This is so cool. We have a lot of amazing devs here. And Blue, come on, Blue, come on, come on, come on. I wanna have Blue with me. There we go, there we go. Look at this. This is so cool. This is Brazil, you guys. You saw the amazing animation behind it. Omelette Games Direct is coming to an end, unfortunately. I hope you really enjoyed all the videos we showed. I want to thank all the amazing partners for the trailers they sent us, for this partnership of giving everything to us firsthand, for Gamescom Latam, for participating with us, and showing everything that the teams in Japan is producing with Omelette Games Direct. So thank you so much. I want to remind everybody to please make sure you wish list all those games on Steam. right after the transmission. We are going to leave this available to you in the description, in the Omelette channel, Gamescom channel. Every channel that is streaming this will have the links available with information and for you to wishlist everything. If you have a news fan site, if you have a channel, if you have a blog, record a react, divulge all of these amazing games, because we want to make more and more, being inspired by these Japanese legends that are part of the history of video games, and so that we can become the inspiration for other devs, right? Those that are still coming. For 2026, we will have even more games to show you. Next year, we'll have another Omelette Games Direct, which will be bigger, will be better. But as you know, of course, we're going to have new games, new surprises. And I just want to wrap this up with one more trailer, and I think you will love it. All right, here we go. All right, a round of applause for this, please. This was wonderful. Thank you so much. I want you all to make a lot of noise. Raise your hands. Clap. Omelette Direct is reaching its end. Thank you so much for everybody who's joined so far. Thank you to everyone who's home. Thank you, Gamescom Latam. Please, wish list everything. Now, let's wrap up. Here's a hug to all of you, and I will see you at the next Omelette Games Direct. Okay, all right, raise your hand for good luck. Here's a high five.
Vem cá. Levanta a mão, galera.
Tudo isso é possível, exclusivamente no console Nintendo Switch.
Quer trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutspro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase.
Let's party.
Chegou o Seara Air Fryer, uma novidade de cair o queixo. Seara Air Fryer. Finalmente a primeira linha perfeita para Air Fryer. É prática, é a primeira, é Seara.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocard tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocard, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Num mundo onde os preços nunca caíam, surgiu um evento que é um verdadeiro milagre, Mega Maio Kabum. Com grandes descontos, vem grandes compras. Mega Maio do Kabum, aproveite antes que acabe.
Quer trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutspro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase.
Everyone, good afternoon. How are you doing, guys? If you're happy, you should make some noise. We are so very happy to be here with you on this beautiful Saturday for Gamescom Latam. My name is Anna XD and I am a content creator. I'll be here with you this morning and we have somebody who is a pro on this stage, right, Coelho? Yes, I'm Coelho do Japão, and we started with wonderful panels. We have a beautiful program ahead of us. Yes, I'll be here this morning, but I can guarantee you that we're gonna have amazing pieces of content for you throughout the day. And we have many amazing news. We had many of them in our first panel, but we have much more to see. Right on. Now we're gonna hear from Level Infinite, who is here at Gamescom to talk about our next global plans for PUBG Mobile, one of the most amazing, most popular games in the world. Yes, we'll see news about collaborations, the future, new resources, and some updates on esports. That's right. And if you're a fan, you can expect amazing news for Honor of Kings, the most widely played MOBA in the world. Yeah. To share more news, we have the head of communication for LATAM from Level Infinite, Fabio Santana. Please come on stage, Fabio. I love Fabio, Anna. I'm his fan. Yeah. Everyone's his fan. Welcome, Fabio. Please take it away. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Coelho. It is amazing to feel this energy and to come to Gamescom with so many amazing people. It's great to hear what everyone's announcing because we have lots of cool things. I'm happy to see you're enjoying Gamescom. We're going to have some news from Level Infinite, our global gaming CEO for Tencent. We're going to be talking about PUBG and Honor of Kings Mobile. My name is Fabio Santana. I am the head of communications for LATAM at Level Infinite. So let's talk about PUBG Mobile. We have news here and we have a vibrant community. This game has been around for a while, but it's been doing great. We have news, we're going to see them today. Before we get started, let's talk about what PUBG Mobile is about. This is a Battle Royale, its first original mobile. We've had 1 billion downloads. It is available in over 200 countries and regions all over the planet, and we have over 50 million fans who play every single day. This is our active daily users. PUBG Mobile is always revisiting itself. Even though we've been around for 7 years, we're always renovating things, we're always changing it up, we're always bringing new things to our audience with new mechanics and new themes. This is just a bit of what we had in the last updates. To your left, you see the Cold Frontier. Here we saw the Winter Dragon and the theme of winter. It's not only about military ops. You're not going to be dropped in a map with another 100 players trying to survive military operations, because with PUBG Mobile, we're always renewing things. Then we also had the Sacred Quartet. This is what we see in the middle. So in our gameplay, we added different elements. We could use the power of nature in our favor for new mobility options in the map. We're always revisiting ourselves, we're always introducing novelty. And with the last update, the Golden Dynasty, we got the ability of going back in time. We could use the magic power of sand. We can see a camel here. This is a type of mount that we were able to introduce with this update. So this game has been around for 7 years, but we are always bringing you new things, always bringing you novelty and exciting options. Now, PUBG Mobile is not only localized. Not only is it available in Brazilian Portuguese and Spanish if you are a Latin American player, but it also brings you lots of thematic content. We truly cherish local content. Here you can see a few examples. We had in-game events for the Day of the Dead, the Dia de los Muertos. We got inspired by this special festivity in Latin American culture. We also have Brazilian culture here, and you can see a few examples of the things that we've been doing to celebrate these dates. This is how PUBG Mobile can be more localized and can offer more interesting things for a local audience. And as I was saying, we are always revisiting ourselves, we are always bringing a novelty, we are never idle. It's always new, it's always exciting for players. But now let's talk about what's ahead of us. We can see a small example of recent updates as we did in the previous slides, but now we're going to talk about update 3.8. We're almost there. It's going to be dropped on the 8th of May. We're going to have so many new things, and we're going to hear about them today. First, we have this big collaboration. In May, still in May, we're gonna make anime fans happy. If you love manga and anime, we're gonna have a thematic content in PUBG based on Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan is a big IP, widely known, and we're gonna have big news and big changes for PUBG Mobile maps. Stay tuned. Follow our social media for PUBG Mobile Brazil, and you're going to see what we're going to be offering. This is also going to have an impact on gameplay for PUBG Mobile. We were also talking about the theme in our recent updates. Whenever we have a new version, we have a new theme. Gameplay changes, we have new items, we have new locations on our maps. Now, this is a teaser for the new gameplay and the new theme that we have with version 3.8.
Então a gente viu aí que trem é o centro.
As you could see, we're going to be focusing on steam locomotives. This is what we call the steampunk frontier with version 3.8 of the game. It's going to look amazing, as you can see.
Mostrando pouquinho das experiências que a gente vai ter com o jogo.
We're going to have lots of experiences in this game. Lots of chases, lots of duels, steam locomotives, beautiful landscapes, good journeys. And to your left, you can also see a face that is familiar to you. It's going to be an interesting collaboration. We're interested in understanding how this is going to play out. This is a non-exhaustive list of the things that we're going to bring to you with version 3.8. We're going to have new locations. We're going to have the Etterholm, which is a big central station with lots of areas to be explored. We're also going to have our loading station. We have an urban area nearby, and you're going to be able to explore it too. We're going to have train stations in more remote locations too. Regarding mechanics, we're going to have the steam trains. They are giant. For instance, in the Etterholm Central Station, you'll be able to summon a big loading train. And you'll be able to fight over it. It's going to make for some exciting times. These stations are also connected. By the way, if you're used to exploring the subway in São Paulo, you may have an advantage over other players who are not used to it. I think it's going to be easier for you to understand where trains connect. The existence of these trains and the railway on our maps is going to be the central theme of this game, and this is why this is going to have an impact on our gameplay. We also have thematic items. We have mechanic grappling hooks. You'll be able to shoot them and then quickly move through the map. We also have the possibility of transforming into a giant form of yourself. Think about this update. Think about the kinds of scenes that you could recreate if you use your grappling hook and you quickly traverse the map to the other side. It's going to be interesting. We're going to be dropping this update soon. Now, not only do we have new mechanics and items, but we have regional content. As I was saying, with PUBG Mobile, we always have news for Brazilian fans. Now, this time, in this update in June, we're going to have the June festivities. You'll be able to get together with your friends, you'll be able to eat lots of pamonha and curau, and you will enjoy lots of dishes with corn. We're also going to have different skins for this, so that you can dress properly. In addition to that, we're going to have a voice package. This voice package with specific lines will be voiced over by Nando Mendonça, a famous voice artist from Brazil, from Rio Grande do Norte, because we wanted somebody from the region where the June festivities was born. It's going to be very authentic. We're going to have this kind of content as an in-game event as well, and a new emoji comes with it, which is the Arrocha dance. We have all of these things as this in-game event, especially for Brazilian players. Now, this comes with update 3.8. But PUBG Mobile is not only a battle royale, it is something else. we look at PUBG Mobile and we think about it taking into account its mechanic. We have 100 players getting to this location on a plane, trying to fight on this map to see who's gonna survive, but PUBG Mobile goes beyond that. Let's see a few examples of how PUBG Mobile is actually a platform, an ecosystem where we have so many opportunities to get together with players from all over the world. Here's an example. We have this idea of play big in Metro Royale. The Metro Royale is an extraction shooter. You play in 4-player teams, and you have the experience of going into a map, collecting everything quickly, and getting the hell out of there quickly alive to collect your loot. So it is a different experience. It is very agile, very intense, very quick. We have other games along the same lines. However, the advantage, the perk that PUBG Mobile offers you is that it's very light. It can run in many Brazilian devices, in most devices used by Brazilian players. So if you're interested in this option, it's also a possibility in PUBG Mobile. You can get your friends together and enjoy this kind of extraction shooter gameplay. PUBG Mobile also offers the World of Wonder. The World of Wonder is a map creation module. In the World of Wonder, you can change the parameters of your gameplay. You can come up with the craziest types of gameplay. For instance, if you're interested in being a game designer, or if you are a game designer, you can make the most out of this creative option in PUBG Mobile. We have a very active community, and this brings you a range of options, range of possibilities when it comes to gameplay. We also have programs for content creation in PUBG Mobile. We're very close to our community. As I was saying, it's a very active community. We have a thrilling ecosystem for content creators. We're always engaging our community, we're always talking to them, and we have specific programs for content creators to be a part of it and to be valued. One of our programs is Latam Next Star. We're changing it up. We want to be able to work with content creators of all sizes. And what's special about this program is that you don't need to be a big content creator. You don't need to have 100,000 followers or more. If you're just getting started, if you're a small content creator, you can be a part of this program and you can feel like you belong. We welcome content creators of all sizes. And of all categories as well, by the way. You may be creating all types of content, and you may be partnering with us. Please look for more info in our social media channels. This is another content creator program for the World of Wonder module. This one is focused on players and also on pros, creative pros. Oftentimes we have gamers who want to become designers or who want to become different game experiences or game modules or new parameters or original experiences. So this is why we have this kind of experience in the World of Wonder. We have theme competitions at a global level with big awards in cash. If you're interested in working with level design, the World of Wonder offers you this possibility. This is why we have this program for content creators. And we have the PDP Content Creator Program. This is the Pitopia Design Project. This is a module where you can come up with skins for this game. You can also create skins for characters or weapons. If you're an artist, you can be a part of this content creation program. We're now working with this visual, with these visuals. We had a competition based on Halloween and the Dia de los Muertos. The total prize was $20,000. The best creative pieces go to the game. So this is a way for you to get visibility and to see recognition for your work in the world of PUBG Mobile. You can see that we have many big possibilities for every type of gamer, every type of artist, and every type of content creator in the world of PUBG Mobile. We go way beyond a battle royale. We also have esports. We have a big operation here. We'll be sharing more about upcoming activities here very soon. By the way, Brazil is one of the strongest countries in the world when it comes to esports in PUBG Mobile. Next month, we're going to have the PUBG Mobile Super League in the Americas. We're going to have teams from North America, LATAM, and Brazil. They'll be fighting over this title from the PMSL. It will be running as of the 11th of June. We'll have 6 Brazilian teams competing. We've invited lots of teams. We have Alpha 7. And by the way, Alpha 7 was the world champion last year. During the PMWC, the PUBG Mobile World Cup, we had our finals in Riyadh last year. It was very special. We also have the INF, and we have the Team League in the PMSL as invited teams. We have another 3 Brazilian teams who will go here as of the PMCO, which will hold next week. So soon we'll have a full list of the teams playing the PMSL. They will be competing for $200,000. It is a big prize. We'll see the best teams in the Americas competing against each other. This will be held in person in São Paulo. And stay tuned, because this will be open to the audience. So if you're a fan of esports and if you are a supporter of a specific team, you have the opportunity of seeing your team in person and of rooting for them there. We have a restriction, we have limited tickets, so go to our social media channels to see more information about it. PMSL is sponsored by Infinix. In our esports operations, we also have other things. Not only do we have professional competitions all over the world, but we have regional initiatives so that amateurs and semi-professional players can also join us. Very soon we'll have the Campus Project. This will be a university-level tournament. We'll be sharing more information about it soon. Please stay tuned to our social media so that you get more information. And we'll have the PMCC, which is the PUBG Mobile Community Championship. This is a championship created for our community. If you're an amateur, you can get together with your friends and you can put a team together to go through the experience of joining a competition. And in this competition, pro players won't be playing, so it's going to be good. Everyone will be at a fair level, and amateur teams will be able to play. We'll have this tournament every weekend between April and December of this year. Every weekend, the total prize is $500. And that's for every single weekend. So this is a great opportunity to get your friends together. If you have a team, if you always play with the same buddies, either online or in person, get them together. Put this team together and register for the PMCC to win a prize of $500.
So these were all the news that we had for PUBG Mobile. And now we would like to announce a few things for Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings is a mobile MOBA. It's the most played in the world, so we have over 200 million registered players, more than 100 million active players every day. This is a game that reached Brazil, and it was the first country to be reached when it left China. So the Brazilian community really embraced the game. It offers an amazing localized experience that was done very diligently. And they did this for the Brazilian community. They have amazing dub artists, voice artists. Lots of people compliment them on their dubbing work, and we're going to be able to see some news about Honor of Kings now. Let's start with High Five Day. This is a traditional gaming event. It happens every year. This is an event that promotes team play among friends. It gives incentives for friends to play together, to gather for the gameplay. And as part of the festival High Five Day this year, we have this new content. And this content is based on the Wuxia universe. This is something that we know about thinking about martial arts films. They have that Wuxia theme. We have that warrior journey, martial warriors from China, for example, that have to defend their honor. So these visuals that come with High Five Day will follow along on these themes. For Gamescom, we have an exclusive trailer that we're showing for the first time right now. So let's take a look at these new skins coming to the game.
Então é esse conteúdo, o mural marcial, que traz essa temática de artes marciais.
Mural that's bringing this kind of theme and they really like this skin. It's not just about the visual for the character, you know, it's about the backstory. That's how we're introducing characters with these new aesthetics. They're so well done, and we really want players to try this out. This content is available. It just premiered now. We have even more news. Another hero that's available for these players of Honor of Kings. It's fresh out of the oven, so we would like to invite players to enjoy this new experience within Honor of Kings. But of course, that's not the only thing we're bringing to Honor of Kings today. We have another very special moment coming up, and that is the one-year anniversary of the global launch of Honor of Kings, and it's happening next month in June. The devs are preparing great news for us.
substancial
I
atualização
think
de
the
conteúdo que vem aí no
biggest
jogo.
news
Vai
is
trazer
the
muitas novidades de gameplay,
update
muitos
that we're
conteúdos
going to
novos.
get.
E a
It will
gente tem
have a
uma
lot of new
pequena
gameplays, more
para
news,
adiantar para vocês
and
aqui
we
hoje,
have a
que vai
tiny
ser parte desse
sample
conteúdo
to give to you
que está
today.
chegando em junho. Ainda é uma imagem
All of
preliminar,
this
mas
is
aí a
coming
gente
in
vê
June. This is still
uma
preliminary
novidade na tela
sample,
de resultado
but
do
you
jogo.
can see news in the
Porque a
results
gente,
screen
nesse
of the
estilo
game.
de MOBA,
Because along the
a
lines
gente
of
tem
MOBA,
exemplos diferentes de como os
you know,
jogos
we have
premiam jogadores
different
pelos
examples
seus
of
resultados
how
em batalha.
the games are
Então,
rewarding
muitas
their
vezes
players
premia
for
pela
their results in
vitória, mas
battle.
aí quando
Sometimes
o
it's
jogador
per
perde, fica aquela
victory,
aquele sentido de
but sometimes
frustração.
players
Ou
will
então
then be
premia o
frustrated,
MVP,
or
mas aí
they'll
o MVP
reward the
tende a jogar
MVP, but
pouquinho
then
mais de forma
the
mais
MVP
conservadora,
might be
não
more
participa tanto de
conservative in their
teamfight,
moves
então
and
acaba
will not participate
prejudicando
in
o time
team
pra
fights,
tentar
which means they'll
trazer
end up
resultado pra
hurting their
si.
teams to get better
E
results
olhando
for
para tudo isso e
themselves.
fazendo uma análise muito aprofundada,
So when we look at all
os
of this and we
desenvolvedores
have a
arrumaram
deep
uma solução
analysis,
que
the
estreia
devs
nessa
found a great
atualização
solution.
de junho,
And this solution
e
is going to be
baseada em
available for
diversos
this new
parâmetros
update,
diferentes. Então,
and it's
participação
based
em
on
teamfight,
different
dano
parameters.
causado, dano
So about
recebido,
damage caused, damage received,
cura. Então, diversos
healing
parâmetros que o jogo
powers,
vai acompanhar
different
para
parameters
premiar os
again
jogadores,
that
ainda
the
que
game
percam, ainda
will
que o seu time
monitor
perca,
to reward
todos os
those
jogadores serão
players,
premiados,
even if the team
de
as a
alguma forma
whole
pela sua participação, pela
loses
sua
at the end.
contribuição
So
na
all
luta.
players
Então,
will be
aguardem
rewarded for
por esse
participating in
conteúdo.
battle, for example.
Muito mais novidades
So
em
stay
breve nas redes
tuned.
sociais do
We
Honor
will
of
have
Kings.
even more news
A gente tem
in
também
social media
chegando
of
muito
Honor of
rapidamente
Kings.
aí,
Now, very
bem
quickly,
pertinho já, o já tradicional campeonato
we
de Honor of
have
Kings
our
Brasil,
traditional
o Choque
Honor
BR,
of
nosso
Kings
querido
Brazil
Choque BR,
Championship,
que tá
the
pra
Choker
começar já.
BR. It's
Agora,
about to
nesse mês de
start.
maio, começa dia 16,
Starting
a fase
May
de grupos já.
16th, the
Temos
group
os
phase.
playoffs aí na virada do mês,
Playoffs
dia
will
7 de
start
junho. E no dia 8 de
May
junho, a grande final.
31st
Teremos
to
2 splits
7th
esse
of
ano
June,
aqui,
when our
do Choque BR.
and then our finale will
E o
happen on
primeiro
June
split será esse
8th.
que vai começar em maio.
So the first split is
do
this
qual
one that's
8
starting
times
in
vão
May.
participar. A gente
We
tem os
have
times
8 teams
convidados aí na
taking
tela, Alpha
part.
7,
All the
o
teams
Corinthians
on the
Esports
screen,
aí,
Alpha
o
7,
Sports,
Corinthians
a
Sports,
Influence
E1
Raid
Sports,
e a Loops,
Influence Raid and
alguns dos
Loops,
times muito tradicionais
some of the
conhecidos já na
very
cena
traditional
competitiva
and
do Honor of
well-known
Kings,
teams
fortíssimos.
of these
E também
competitive
times
scenes.
elegíveis
We
vindo
also
da
have
Open
some
Series
elective
S3.
teams coming from Open Series
Vai ser
S3.
torneio presencial aqui
It
em São
will be
Paulo,
an
seguindo o
in-person
mesmo formato
tournament.
do ano passado,
It will follow
que
the
é
same
numa
format
casa
it
toda
had last
temática que
year.
recebe
It will
o Choque
happen
BR
within
e
this
oferece
thematic
uma experiência
place,
bem casual,
and it will offer
bem
a
relaxada,
casual,
bem
chilled
intimista,
experience,
para os espectadores
and
e para os
spectators
jogadores
will
também.
be able to experience
E vai
that
ter uma
in a
premiação total
very
de $20
relaxing
mil
way,
por split. Então,
and
esse split
a reward will
aqui,
be of
$20 mil
$20,000
na
per
linha, é uma
split,
grande premiação,
which,
grandes emoções
you
chegando
know,
por aí.
it's not too
E vai
shabby.
valer
So
também 2 vagas para o
this is
QWC,
also
o
going to
Honor
give
of Kings
2
World
spots
Championship,
for
que vai
the
acontecer
World
durante a Esports
Championship
World
that will
Cup em
happen
Riyadh.
during Esports
Então,
Championship
muita
in
coisa tá em
Riyadh,
linha aí,
Saudi
e vai
Arabia.
trazer grandes emoções nessa cena
So
competitiva.
lots
Com o
happening in this
patrocínio novamente
competitive
da Realme,
scenario.
que também
We also have the
fornece os
sponsorship
celulares pra
of Realme
competição.
that's also supplying the cell phones
E
for
pra
the
fechar, a
competition.
gente tem aí a participação também
And
da
then to wrap up,
comunidade. A gente
we have the
tem
participation
uma
of the
cena
community.
competitiva que
We have a
integra
very
todos os
competitive
aspectos,
scene.
todos os
It
níveis,
integrates
de
all
jogadores,
aspects
não só os
and levels of
profissionais,
players,
mas a
not
gente
just the
também tem o
pros.
início aí da QCS,
And we have the beginning of
a
KCS.
KCS, que vai ser a Campus Series do Honor of
KCS is
Kings,
campus
que vai ser
series
aberto
of
pra
Honor of Kings and
universitários,
will be
estudantes
open to
universitários. Tá
university
começando já na
students.
semana que vem.
It's
Vai ser
starting
torneio online
next
com
week.
premiação
Will be an
total
online
de R$ 6
tournament
mil
with a total
também o
award
torneio
prize
de
of
comunidade do
6,000
HOK
reals.
Que obviamente
We
é um
have
torneio voltado para a
the
comunidade.
HOK
Então,
Brazil
ambiente
tournament
ali,
for the
de
community.
competição
This is
bem
a competition environment that's very very, very casual. I mean, somewhat casual because everybody wants to win. So there is competition involved, but it doesn't include pro teams. And then we have season 2 of the community Tournament of Honor of Kings, starting with a total prize value of $1,000. So lots of different experiences for all communities of Honor of Kings in Brazil. These are all the news that we had to share with you today. We want to thank you for this opportunity. We want to invite all players to try PUBG Mobile and Honor of Kings. If you're at Gamescom Latam, please visit us at our booth, and we have a partnership with Kauai. So that's it. I wish you all a great Gamescom Latam.
Desculpa. Posso apertar aqui? Para frente, aqui volta e laser. Certo. Eu acho que eu
Galera, a situação aqui tá fora de controle. O Kabum lançou o Mega Maio. Corre pro site do Kabum antes que a festa acabe. Mega Maio Kabum. Tem gente perdendo o juízo. Só não pode perder o desconto.
Trabalhar no mercado de games, o CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutspro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase.
Let's party.
Não consigo ignorar sua falta de disciplina.
Eu tô cagando e andando pro que você pensa.
Assista a Pro Competition de Mortal Kombat 1 ao vivo na Max, dia 3 de maio, às 15 horas, direto da Gamescom Latam.
Isso é possível, exclusivamente no console Nintendo Switch.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocard tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocard, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Chegou o Seara Air Fryer, uma novidade de cair o queixo. Seara Air Fryer, finalmente a primeira linha perfeita para Air Fryer. É prática, é a primeira, é Seara.
We are back and we have good stuff coming.
Well,
yes, definitely. I think if you are at Gamescom Latam 2025, you know that on our main stage we have amazing stuff coming with lots of news for everyone to watch. That's right, especially here on Saturday, that we have one huge stage and we have an amazing audience. We have a David here, right? Look at you. Look at me, we're go together now. I'm Cyberpunk. People look great, but are they excited? Please make some noise.
Que bom, porque
Awesome.
A próxima apresentação é
Our
para
next presentation
com o nosso pezinho
is
direito e a animação lá em cima. Eu, pelo menos,
kick things out in the best way possible. You know, I'm an actress, and if there's something that we love as actresses is games, and when we conflate the two, that brings us gaming localization. So we pay attention to voices, expressions, everything people are doing within the game. However, not too many companies invest in localization like CD Projekt Red, because localization goes beyond just the text. That's right, you know, I'm a fan of localization. And localization is so Brazilian, and it's so good to see it. CD Projekt Red really emphasizes their work to do something for the Brazilian public. They conduct very serious work in very large scale, and they know that translation, adapting the text are just part of that process, right? That's correct. So now they're going to tell us a little bit about how they do things to put this whole process together from beginning to end, with challenges, casting, performances, and everything that a work like this encompasses. And now we have the Senior Localization Management from CD Red Project, Waldemar Piekarski.
Salva de palmas para ele!
Tamo junto, meu querido.
Hi, Valdemar. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the work you've done. Please come here, center stage, and the stage is yours. Please take it away. I'm your fan. I told you before.
Olá, gente. Boa tarde.
Hi everyone, good afternoon.
First,
let me tell you how happy I am to be here, basically making a dream come true, which is showcasing my work in game localization into Brazilian Portuguese for the Brazilian audience in my home country, Brazil. My name is
Eu sou
Valdemar.
Senior Localization Project Manager
I
da
am a
CD
Senior
Projekt Red.
Localization Project Manager at CD
Project
Projekt Red. My main role is managing localization and working on the art direction of CD Projekt games for Brazilian versions. I also manage the Chinese versions. Since I joined CD Projekt Red, I worked on the expansions of Witcher 3, Gwent, Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, and the last one, which is The Witcher 4. We have a mixed audience here, so some people know what localization is about, some people don't. So let's level it up. In summary, the biggest role of localization is to adapt content to a certain context so that it matches a certain place or a certain culture. It goes beyond translation. You have to adapt content, tone, references, so that players feel like that piece of content was created for them from the beginning. So yes, we do have translation in it, but you also have creative changes and technical adjustments so that we keep the original idea of a game, but we also make sure it works for a given culture. I'm going to give you information for the backstage of game localization at CD Projekt Red. How do we ensure that many RPGs speaking different languages actually deliver all over the world? Whenever we talk about localization, we usually think about text, right? We think about subtitles. However, for a full localization effort, the text in itself is only half of it, because you also have to localize audio. This is why CD Projekt Red stands out. Only a few companies actually localize all of their games. Oftentimes you have an audio in English, and then the text or the subtitles is translated into other languages. I'm going to give you a look into the backstage of our operations to see the challenges that we face. Let's start with the scope of localization. This is the size of the mass that we're facing. Let's use figures that everyone is familiar with. If you think about a movie on Netflix running for 90 minutes, we have from 900 to 1,000 lines of dialogue. A line of dialogue is somebody saying, "Hi, I'm home." And then another person says, "All right, I'll be there in half an hour." So those are 2 lines of dialogue, one of each. So you have 1,000 lines of dialogue in a movie. How many lines of dialogue do you think we have in an RPG like Cyberpunk 2077? Just take a guess. All right. We have 105,000 lines of dialogue. And out of these, you have to multiply it by 17 because these are the languages that we're translating into. But then you also have 10 different languages with audio, and you have a year to complete this project. We actually spend more time with the studio folks than with our family during this kind of production. And please remember that these lines of dialogue can change. Oftentimes they get rewritten, and then they are sent back to translation, and they are recorded again, so it's actually a higher number. And I'm going to tell you about the beginning of it all. First, we have a source text, and everything is in Polish. The items, the quests, the characters, the lore, the reasons. So if you have somebody who is playing Witcher or Cyberpunk and its source language, they are playing in Polish. And congrats to them, my hats are off to them because it is a very tricky language. Now, when that's ready, we have our first adaptation into English. When this is ready, then we translate into 15 languages, including Brazilian Portuguese. And then English is the bridge language because it is easier to find translators working with English and their language. When that's ready, it goes into a recording studio. We record it, we give it back, and then we have quality assurance. Depending on bugs, depending on issues, either this goes back to a global team because this is going to have an impact on everything, or it goes back to a specific language team. So this is how localization works. These are our tools. This is our biggest tool, which is our master script. Everything is done in Excel. We say that we are from the Church of PROC-V. This is where it all begins. Each ID corresponds to a line, and I apologize for the small font. You have an ID for each line, you know which quest this is related to, which scene this is in. We have time restrictions, and I'm going to be discussing this later. We have V talking to Row, Row talking to V, or Rogue talking to V. And here we have scene and director comments. For instance, here we see what happens, where it happens. It is when we find Rogue for the first time in the afterlife to go after something. And here we have comments for a director. For instance, should they be grunting this? Should they be afraid? Should they be cross? Here we have the translation in English, and here we have space for the translation in Portuguese. We also have the different varieties for male and female voices, or male and female words. Of course, we would have the other languages here, all other 14 languages here, but I'm only keeping English and Portuguese to make it easier. Now, this is a dialogue structure for one quest. Look at this chart. It's very complex. So a player is going to start here, and whenever they make a decision, they're going to go into one of these paths. If they make a choice, they go here or they go there, and they are taken elsewhere. It's really complex, and this is why CD Projekt Red is special. It's really focused on storytelling. Quests are rich and complex because of it. This is why we actually need to pay lots of attention, because we need consistency and coherence from beginning to end. So if you're playing with Ray and then you start having a fight with V, other quests are going to be ended or are going to disappear, and new quests are going to pop up. Or if you actually make friends with V, new quests are going to pop up, and vice versa. So this is a spider web of a dialogue quest scheme. Okay, so that's something that we do, but how do we bring life to characters? How do we actually localize them? Here's the principle we start with. First and foremost, we have ref materials, lots of it. We have character bios, we have their backgrounds, we have their motivations, we have their character arc, which is how they develop throughout the story from beginning to end. And this is an example of Panem. This is how we localized this character. We have her story, her background, where she's from, the things she's been through, what happened in her life. And at the top we have lots of information. For instance, this is a primary character, meaning that she's gonna interact a lot with V. She is hot-headed. She's very simple, and she curses like a sailor. She is uncouth. She also curses a lot. This is the first art for Panem that we got in 2018, the first time we got to see her. So we have a sheet of information, we have her art, and we have a description of the quests where she is a part of the story. For instance,
E ali tem informações, né?
We have this level in Portuguese. Here we have information about how she goes about this quest, who she talks to, etc., etc. The Warhead design document. But here's the thing, how are we going to introduce a Brazilian audience to Pan Am? Of course, we could just translate her, but should we do that, every character would feel the same. You'd talk to characters A, B, or C, and they would feel the same. We need to actually bring traits to Pan Am and make her feel unique, because she is a primary character. Also, she curses like a sailor, so it's easy to turn her into a character that players are not interested in. So during our research, we chose an accent for her. We highlighted her. We wanted her to stand out. So she uses her types of slang. We wanted her to have some words that were very specific to her. So it's cooler to go on a mission with her or to do a quest involving her. Look.
Então tá. Bota tudo pra fora. Senão pode vazar e mandar a Rogue pra puta que pariu. Meu cu. Esse Steve é igual sarna. Não sai de jeito nenhum. A Rogue é uma velha arrombada. Essa que é a real. Trouxe gente nova, foi? O Saul tá sabendo? Te interessa não, parça. Terra prometida, meu cu. Haha, tomar no teu cu. É assim que nós faz.
Tá vendo? Então a mulher assim, ela é mãos à obra, mas é casca grossa.
So you see, she is great. She's a jack of all trades. She's hands-on, but she curses like a sailor. And it's a fun time to do a quest with her. We have another example of a character localization. We have Muammar, El Capitán Reyes. You see, he's not as rich as she because he is a secondary character. But we have important information here in the character sheet. He works on the streets. He does some shady business. He is 36 or 35, and he is half Lebanese, half Mexican. And we know that we don't have as much exposure to this kind of culture. But what's interesting about him is that he is a trickster. He's a fixer. You see his necklace, you see his bag, and he looks like somebody who can't be trusted. This is his essence. So I'm going to share with you the kind of rationale behind the creation of this character. So if we know that he cannot be trusted, how do we see these kind of people in Brazil when they are a crook? You know, in the past, in previous decades, there was this TV ad for a cassette videotape. And it was really expensive at the time for the VHS. And of course, you could have a wonky VHS, but at least you had it. Now, think about this kind of guy. Think about research.
La marca es buena, no necesite la garantía soy yo.
Lembra desse cara, né? Bagre ensaboado.
Do you remember this guy? You know, you put your eyes on him and you know that he can't be trusted. So let's see.
Isso aí é roubado também?
Roubado? Porra, velho. Aí você me quebra. Olha, eu tenho tipo um sexto sentido. Eu sinto quando um cara tá entediado, precisando mudar de dono. Às vezes o chamado vem de Dogtown. Às vezes de Night City.
Tá, aí teu sexto sentido diz que é pra trazer eles pra uma oficina de desmanche?
Opa, desmanche? Que isso?
O cara não tem esse problema, né? Então tá, eu falei, mostrei para vocês personagem primário,
Yeah, so
personagem
as you could see, we had a primary character and a secondary character, and we have tertiary characters and NPCs as well. They won't necessarily entail so much research, not necessarily, but we always have an opportunity to bring these characters closer to our target audience. I'm going to show you a video from Phantom Liberty, from the level that is called the Poison Ivy. We reach an agreement with a character, and he downloads data from a secret computer. In English, they make a joke regarding rawhide.
Se eu seguir essa ideia e fizer também colocar download, você vai pensar.
Now, if we do the same thing regarding the download, we're going to think, why? How is this connected to the Brazilian audience? Who's going to think about a show that was running in the 50s and 60s in the US? However, if we create something similar regarding Brazilian culture, which has to do with a group called El Cha, then everybody's gonna make the connection.
Get the data rolling. Vai baixando na boquinha da garrafa. Baixa mais dadinho. Baixa mais pouquinho. Vai baixando na boquinha da garrafa. Baixa mais dadinho.
Viram? Então, assim, do macro ao micro.
You see, we go from macro to micro. This is what localization is about. It's about an immersive experience. You have the macro, you have the micro, but when you work on all of it, you create an immersive experience. You make players think that this was created for them. Now, how can we create great voice works? As I said, first, we need to give people guidance so that they understand how they should localize something. We should also choose a character, not the voice. Sometimes somebody's voice is amazing, but you need to really have the essence of a character being represented. We need to be a part of recordings, and we need to work with voice artists and the whole team. Because we're a team at the end of the day. When we are in a recording studio, voice artists have basically zero visuals to work on. They basically have text. They only have their own lines. They get no feedback. They don't know who is talking to them. And this is why a director is key to find the right tone and to have the necessary support for the guidance of voice artists. So my being there is extremely important for context reasons, because oftentimes I'm the one who understands these stories. I saw the sketches, so I can help them out. I can understand what the scene is about. And with audio and engineering, everyone needs to collaborate. Collaboration is key between CD Projekt Red and our external partners. So these are legal issues or more official issues, but these are technical challenges or the biggest hurdles that we face during localization efforts. First, we have audio restrictions. Remember the script? Audio restrictions are this. Usually we have the lines in English, and it is the line in English that is going to govern the rules for dialogue. Now, when we start recording, issues become more clear. And after English is recorded, basically every language has to follow suit. First, wild, no time restriction. This is what WLD means. Here we have a recording for English and Portuguese. You see, it's much shorter, but it's fine. It's not a problem. Usually, when we see two NPCs talking, it's a wild time restriction. They are not interacting with the character, with V, with the player. Then we have ATS, which is approximate time sync, which gives you a 10% flexibility. So again, we have English at the top, Portuguese at the bottom. Portuguese is a bit longer, but that's fine. That's gonna roll. And then we have STS, we have strict time sync. We have synchronization at the beginning and at the end. So we start together, we finish together, and the middle doesn't really matter. And then finally we have PTS, pause time sync. We have the same beginning and end, but internal pauses should also sync. So if they are opening their mouth, they should also be opening their mouth in other languages, and etc., etc. Now, let me tell you what happens when we don't comply with time restrictions. I'm going to show you a video. By mid-video, Coach Fred is going to start moving very quickly. Look at what happens.
Encarando com esses olhos enormes. Daí eu trouxe o coitado. Alimentei, dei roupa. Então, falando sério, ele é um robô militar. Eu consegui um preço maneiro e um tchum me deu uns upgrades. E a gente tá aqui.
Viram que ele começa?
Did you see what happens? He starts doing that. And I'm going to show you why this happened. Look, English, Portuguese. It is way shorter than it should be. So they had to rush to adapt to the audio, and every other piece of every other part of the dialogue got pushed further. And this sucks. Sometimes it's really small and we can't notice it, but sometimes we have to check everything, or we have to edit it, or we have to record it again. So this is bad. Now, this next example is not related to time restrictions, but voices are different. Look, this is the Chinese version. And this boy should be between 8 and 10 years of age, but listen to his voice. It's got nothing to do with an 8-year-old.
接入舱任破解全体，手得快，晚了就没了。
O que aconteceu foi que esse guri gravou lá no Vanilla, né? Lá ele gravou o jogo base. E depois ele voltou para gravar no Phantom Liberty. Mas teve um gap aí, e esse guri cresceu e mudou a voz. Só que a gente só foi ver essas interações desses NPCs acontecem muito no
But the
final
interactions with
da
the
produção.
NPCs are recorded at the very end of production. So when we saw this monster, we had to go after a new voice artist and re-record all of these lines because we can't take this kind of thing. So whenever you have a sequel, you need to think about how voices change, because they do. We also have creative adaptation on the fly.
Por que acontece isso primeiramente? Por causa da diferença
First,
linguística.
let me tell you why this happens. Because of differences in languages.
A gente usa muitas preposições.
In the Latin world, we use a bunch of prepositions. We don't usually have words that we are contracting
Ele tem a mania de
or abbreviating. Now, in English, they have contractions, they shorten words, they use fewer prepositions, so it is much shorter. For instance, this line was recorded by Idris Elba. And you see we have the runner, we have a contraction. With exfiltration, it turns into exfil. And for South California or Southern California, they say SoCal. We can't say SoCal in Portuguese. It wouldn't work. And he speaks quickly. Listen.
Snowbird, run into an exfil point just across the SoCal border.
Pô, Hidrão, é pra quebrar, né, cara?
Oh, come on, Idris. Don't do this to me. Now look at the Portuguese version. It is huge. It won't fit. It just won't. Now the problem is, this is important info. We have to adapt it. We can't just cut something off. So from this interaction, this is what we chose to do.
Pegamos a Songbird e levamos ela para depois da fronteira da Califórnia do Sul.
Vejam que ele teve que correr, mas não perdeu a
Look,
performance.
he had to say it quickly, but his performance was great, and there was contextual information. Are voice artists quick? Yes, they are. They are like ninjas, but they are going to lack their performance if they have to do so. There is a side effect. And when we're recording, everything is expensive, everyone is on site, And we need to think quickly, because if this happens all the time, we lose our pace, we lose our rhythm. So we need to have lots of flexibility to be able to tackle these issues on the go. Now, the goal of localization is to create an immersive experience. We want to respect cultural traits, we want to have an audience feel like a game was created for them, and we want to connect with our audience. Now, I want to share a video with a scene with V, and he's talking to someone, and they open up their hearts, and here we see all the languages that we work with, one right after the other. Now, here's what you should pay attention to. Each language made adaptations that they needed according to their language, their culture, their resources. You can't just copy and paste something from English. You have to change it up to respect your audience. So watch the video. We have all of these languages, and it's like an orchestra. Everything is important, but it is about finding...
That's how it is. Nothing here at all.
What did you expect? Headstone, flag, and flowers?
No, I don't know. A marker. Something. Anything.
Dann mach ich das eben. Jetzt besser?
Ein bisschen. Aber wäre das mein echtes Grab? Was würdest du schreiben? Hier liegt Johnny Silverhand. V、俺だってそれが現実になってほしいと思ってる。俺はたくさんの間違いを犯してきた。信用してくれた人を裏切ったり利用したりしてな。世間知らずで自分勝手な男だった。でも唯一お前との関係だけは壊さずにここまでやってくることができた。
Johnny, nie musisz mi się spowiadać.
Wiem, ale chyba chcę. Większość ludzi, których uważałem za przyjaciół, miało problem, żeby wytrzymać ze mną w jednym pomieszczeniu. Ty jesteś ze mną bliżej niż ktokolwiek inny. 24 godziny na dobę. I chyba jeszcze nie zaczęłaś mnie tak na serio nienawidzić.
Peccato non aver parlato così prima. Ci avrebbe semplificato le cose.
Non trovavo il momento giusto. Ricordi quando ti sei svegliata da Victor e non sapevi nulla di me? Vedo gente morta, ho paura.
E de tu chorando pra Mister sobre como tu não queria morrer?
Eu lembro de tu chorando pra fumar no meio da noite, reclamando de não ter como me matar.
Nunca achei que chegaríamos tão longe.
Lo de que decepcionaste a tus amigos, ¿lo dices por Rogue?
Rogue, Halt, Kerry, Santiago.
No todo está perdido aún. Al menos con Rogue.
已经过去了50年，早就物是人非了。我不想强行介入他的生活。
得了吧，你已经介入了。
Ouais, pas faux. Tu sais, je lui avais promis de l'emmener au ciné il y a très très longtemps.
Bonne idée.
Appelle-la pour moi. Demande-lui si elle est libre un soir. Par contre, il faudra encore me passer les commandes.
알았어. 전화할게.
그래. 그만 가자. 역시 딱히 볼 건 없었나.
그래도 오길 잘했지?
물론이지. 고맙다, 부이. 세상의 머리통이 한둘이 아닌데 네 머리통이라 다행이야.
Então, gente, eu queria dizer mais uma vez Muito obrigado, muito
All right,
contente por estar
once
aqui para
again,
apresentar
thank
para
you. I'm
vocês
so
todo
happy
esse
to be
trabalho,
here.
todo focado
I'm so happy to be able to show this kind of work to you because we are focused on our home country, our land, Brazil, and you. Thank you.
E agora no palco da... Parabéns. Pode subir. Vamos aproveitar.
Quer trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutspro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocard tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocard, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Atenção gamers da Gamescom Latam. Menor preço histórico, seus jogos favoritos nunca estiveram tão baratos. Aproveite Hogwarts Legacy com 80% de desconto. Aponte o celular para o QR Code e garanta essa oferta. Garanta Mortal Kombat 1 com 80% de desconto. Aponte seu celular para o QR Code para aproveitar. Aproveite a promoção válida durante o período da Gamescom Latam. Não perca!
trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de história dos jogos, Unreal Engine, networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutspro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocar tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocar, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
All right. Well, I'm fine. If you don't know me, my name is Mauricio Somenzale. And, you know, I'm not in the witness protection program, so I can introduce myself. Wow, you look great. Look at those stars. So do you. Okay, everyone, we have amazing panels happening today. There's lots going on, lots of content, but our next panel is going to be amazing. Yeah, exactly. Let's remember that everyone can hear us now. We are live. We have a lot to go through. We still have 2 days left to go. Now, please, can I ask for a great round of applause of the Global Director of Developer Community Roblox, Justin Souza, who is going to be talking to Roblox Latam about his passion journey. Yes, that's right. Please give them a round of applause. So he is here to lead this conversation about Roblox, and he's going to tell us the step-by-step experience he's had from his first experiences all the way to building communities and exploring creativity and determination in a way to change people's lives. So for that, we have other guests. Our talk is going to be happening in Portuguese and English. We have translations. We have Justin Souza from J Party. We have Nikki 13. We also have Marcos Mendonça from Mofer. We then have Felipe Rama Lucas. Another round of applause, please. So please enjoy.
Thank you for the intros, my friend. Thank you both. Hello out there, and welcome. This is coming to you live, the Roblox panel from Gamescom Latam. I'll be your host, Jay Party. Really excited to be here with some wonderful friends, but I can't do as good of an intro as they can. So why don't we start by chatting with our panelists a little bit. Love to start with you, Nikki. Let them know your name, who you are, kind of some of your journey, and what you do on Roblox as a creator.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nikki. I'm an Argentinian Roblox developer who started developing stylized 3D models and maps in 2021 at the age of 18. But I've been passionate about visual art since I was a little. At 11, I made videos about a popular game in Argentina, and then I moved to programs like Premiere, After Effects, Photoshop, and I always knew that I wanted to be an artist. So during the quarantine, I took a 3D modeling course, and my professor showed me how incredible, fascinating, creative 3D modeling could be. So I applied all this knowledge to Roblox platform.
Awesome. Thank you. We'll dive into that more, but Felipe, tell us about yourself.
Sure. My name is Felipe. I'm a Brazilian developer. I have a studio called Rogue Unit. We develop games for brands, and now we just released our new game, our original IP as well. I started on Roblox as an accelerator in the accelerator program from Roblox, and since then I've been here doing that.
Awesome. Great stuff. And Marcus, tell the audience about yourself.
Hey everyone, how's it going? My name is Marcus. I also go by the nickname Mofir. I got to know Roblox back in 2016 when playing games with my younger sibling. And then the year after, I just saw a call to action, create video games on Roblox. And I began right over there, right? I started doing things as a hobby, and at the same time, I just got into med school. So it was a ride, right? And then eventually I started doing freelancing, doing partnerships with YouTubers, working with other companies. I have funded my own studio as well, Roblox native, doing original IPs on Roblox, and I've been there ever since.
It's great. Let's maybe dive in a little deeper here for the folks who might not know exactly. You're talking about developing in Roblox Studio. So how did this start for you? Did you learn to develop in Roblox? Were you already developing games outside of it? Kind of how did that transition start, this whole building and learning to script and code within Studio for you? How did it begin?
Yeah, of course. So I always had loved games, and then I always had the curiosity of getting to know how could I make this happen, right? And then once I actually got to know Roblox Studio, I just started doing things, experimenting, and nothing too, professional and such. But then once I started just doing stuff, trying to make my own games, and I was just doing it as a hobby, right? And then I just experimenting a lot of stuff, doing my own. And then I just went from there. At the same time, I was at the med school, like I mentioned, right? And then it was pretty difficult conciliating both things. But eventually I went to Roblox Accelerator Program, which was an amazing experience. I founded my own company, made a lot of games released. Some of them recently released as well. So my journey goes through all those things.
Great. Are you working on anything exciting right now you want to share with folks?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I just released yesterday a game actually on Roblox, which is Grow a Galaxy. It's based off Grow a Garden, which is a game which is blowing, the numbers on Roblox right now. It got over 1 million CCU. So just following the trend and then trying to make my name as well.
Awesome. Nikki, let's jump back to you a little bit and hear more about your journey. You threw out some big numbers in your intro. Sounds like you've been creating art since you were like 11. I'd love to hear how that journey went into Roblox, a little deeper on how you kind of found your passion, your creative expression.
Okay, so when I started, as I mentioned, I used to be a YouTuber making videos of this game. And like when I got into Roblox development, actually I didn't realize how much my life was about to change, because I was a teenager using my dad's computer when I started making money from my creations. And today I'm able to create, collaborate, connect with many developers all around the world. And Roblox gives developers like us the tools and support to take advantage of this global community. So I just started making commissions with developers, and I got my profession here.
And what is it you do? Let's hear a little bit more about your process. I know you talked about being a 3D artist. What does that look like in kind of the world and ecosystem of Roblox? I want to hear more about like what it is you create. What kind of is your passion there?
Well, when I started like a 3D modeler, my first job was working in a studio, and we worked for RB Bottles Challenge. So it was a really challenging event because we had to deal with a lot of tight deadlines, collaborate with a team, release an event for the community. And like since then, I took this job, and it helped me a lot to improve myself.
And so you've worked both for large studios and kind of individual freelance. What do you prefer? What do you like, and what is enabled through Roblox with that?
Actually, I think that most Roblox developers are independent creators, but eventually they became like full-time developers and started a studio. In my case, I will rather be a freelancer because I found in Roblox community the way I could choose a job and like have the freedom to know like to decide to work with. And also because I built a personal style. So when clients come to me, they want my style in their game. That allowed me to enrich my portfolio, grow professionally, and collaborate with many developers without losing my signature.
Do you have anything you're extremely proud of or you're most proud that you've ever created on Roblox in your art and design?
Currently I work for a game called Pet Story. It's a very famous game in Roblox, and I work with a Mexican guy. The scripter is a Brazilian guy, and like it's one of the biggest projects I'm working on.
Awesome, great. Felipe, let's chat a little bit. So you have an interesting story as well. You were maybe further away from Roblox and got in it later, and I think you mentioned might have already been a developer. Let's hear a little bit more about your story, your path, what you were working on before, and what led you to Roblox.
Yeah, sure. So I started like very early when I was like 11 to 12, something like this, because I want to make like video games like Nintendo or something like this. So I started my journey as a 2D artist first, illustrator, animator, stuff like this. And throughout time, with my friends, we started like making games funded by the government and things like this. So in 2021, we heard about a challenge that Roblox was doing right here in Brazil, and we participated on it. You know, it was a game jam, 3 days game jam. I was used to use other platforms for creating games, and I never used Roblox before. So we had to like make a game in 3 days and learn the whole thing in 3 days. We weren't able to do this, you know, we failed. But it started this spark on us, you know. Yeah.
And that was your first foray into Roblox. Was like you saw this game jam challenge in Brazil, and you're like, well, let's give it a try.
Yeah.
So how far did you get on that project? Did you ever come back to it?
No, I don't think we're going to get back to it someday. But yeah, it was pretty fun. Yeah.
So then, what kind of became the next step? You now had this taste of Roblox Studio as a creation engine. What kind of happened next to kind of keep you developing on the platform?
Yeah, sure. So once we got in touch with the platform, we realized like the studio is amazing and the community is like huge. It's so welcoming, and we felt like embraced by the community as well, and by the Brazilian DevRel, and yeah. So that kept us doing games for Roblox. Yeah.
Great. So while this is all happening, seems like things were expanding. You were getting more presence. You were kind of going from a group of friends to a business. Is there some important lessons you learned on the way? How did you know it was getting more serious?
Yeah, so we started as a group of 3 friends, you know, just doing for fun. We always keep doing things for fun as well, but once we got professional, you have to be tough sometimes, you know, but it's pretty like, it's amazing having a company with your friends because you know exactly what to say to them, when to say, and how to guide things throughout the development. Yeah.
Now, do you think there's important lessons you learn to share with folks when forming companies with friends? I feel like this is often territory people tread in that can be dangerous.
Yeah. So I think first of all, you need to like talk a lot. You know, you need to speak to people. You need to like set your boundaries and really understand what everyone's going to do, like what's the role of every single person in the company. You know, you are friends, but you're also like partners in the company. So you have to set these things straight before, so nothing bad can happen afterwards.
Yeah, great. I think you mentioned, maybe we can talk to Marcus a little bit about the accelerator, which sounds like both of you participated in. Was this at the same time or different times? When were you guys in the Roblox accelerator?
Yeah, I went to the program in summer 2022. Was it the same for you? I don't think so.
No, mine was 2021.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. We had access to a lot of people from Roblox, engineering, game design, accessibility.
I was going to say, could you give a description of what this program was to the folks out there who might not know what the accelerator was?
All right. So Roblox had this program, right? Roblox Accelerator program, and a lot of people would get selected every season, and you would go through mentoring with a lot of people from different areas, getting to know inside information in a way that on knowledge, right? What could go well on the platform, giving you tips on design of the game, level design, the actual systems with the engineering. And it was an amazing experience. She also provided a little bit of funding, so it could help us with the team that we had to focus on that entirely at the time.
Now, at this point, you had already been a bit of an achieving developer on the platform. Maybe we can talk a little bit about how you learned on Roblox, some of the important aspects of either the studio or the community. Sounds like you taught yourself a lot. What were the important things you found as resources? How did you learn and acquire all this knowledge around development?
I originally just started playing around with things. We had a lot of parts in studio, and then you can just move things around. And then I started as a builder, and then I got to a point where I wanted to make things actually come to life. So I started, learning programming as a self-taught person. I sought out someone to teach me, and Logan, I don't know if you're watching this, but shout out to you. I found this community on Discord. It was for free, and then he taught me the basics, and then I just kept on improving. I started doing my own systems, trying different things. I saw something fun on a game. I wanted to copy that just to get to know it, understand it more, and things just expanded upon.
But did you find yourself using a lot of the open source, open access, free models and kind of getting inspiration from there or learning from there?
Absolutely, all the time. I use it even now, right? We have the toolbox in Roblox. That's kind of, toolbox on Roblox. But there are a lot of free models, and there's also the script editor. I use that all the time. It was built into the engine. Served me extremely well. I still use it to this time. I use third-party programs as well to, speed up my workflow. But Studio provides everything you need to have to get a kickstart and then actually make games from start to finish and then beyond with live ops. So it definitely has a lot of potential, and it brings us a lot to the table.
And how big of a group do you work in? Small team, large team? How many folks work at the same time when you develop?
I mean, it depends on the project, right? I've been part of Super Social, which was a company which did brand partnerships. It would go to brands like Gucci, Walmart, and such, and that would bring about their brands onto the platform with experiences. So it was as big as having like 80 people on the company, but teams which range between 3 to 8 people, depending on the scope of the project. On my studio, Phoenix Potion, we're like 2 people working on a massive game as well, but it really depends on the scope of the game, what we're gonna try to achieve and such.
Great. Nikki, let's chat a little bit. We're talking about some of the larger teams you've worked on, some of the smaller teams. I'm curious to hear from you how you got connected with the Roblox community, how you begin to kind of get into it, get to communicate with folks. What was your journey in kind of building connections on Roblox? When did it start, and how'd that go for you?
Okay, so firstly, I think that Roblox market is highly competitive because Roblox offers you many tools and support, and the location is no longer a barrier because Roblox is an international platform, so you're able to connect with tons of developers around the world. I connected with developers through the platform of Roblox, which is called Talent Hub. It's a page where you can find developers and hire them for your projects. I also usually get contacted through Discord, and I speak with developers about their projects.
Great. That's wonderful. Did you find it easy to build connections? Did you think the system worked and people were generally open and kind of welcoming within the community?
Yeah, I think like Roblox Studios offers a lot of resources to create your own games and eventually get professional in this. I think like if you get interested in building things in Roblox, you can always find resources, YouTubers, and people available to help you.
Now you, as a 3D modeler, work with some external tools as well. How do you feel that works going between studio and external? Does that work well together? What's your workflow look like?
Yeah, actually, I work in Blender, and I use Photoshop for my textures, but actually Roblox Studio is the way I can publish my creations. I also do accessories for the catalog, so Roblox is the bridge to put like my ideas into in reality accessories. So I use Roblox Studio also for building maps, and it's really easy to share a creation just on the instant. You can share to more developers and start that player base. And yeah, Roblox offers also a lot of resources like sponsoring and things to promote your games.
So is there advice for folks trying to get into modeling, trying to learn these skills you have, like where to begin, how to connect it, where to find success? Like, is there a general kind of startup advice you have for folks looking at 3D modeling, and specifically on Roblox even beyond that?
Can you repeat the last question?
Just kind of advice for folks trying to get in and build their skills in 3D modeling, how to begin, and then how to begin finding success on Roblox.
I think like if you're really interested in get into Roblox, just start connect with developers. There are many like resources in creators page. Many developers every time uploads content to learn how to create models, how build in Roblox. So you're able to find here in that page the resources. Actually, there are many like events where like the game jam and the RV battles where you're able to express your creation there.
Great, awesome. And how about keeping the passion and love for what you do while it becomes a job? Do you have thoughts on this? And maybe that's a question for the whole panel here. I know a lot of folks get into development because, hey, this is something they love. They start young because they want to be creative, they want to express themselves. But then it becomes, as you even mentioned, a life-changing thing where it becomes a career of yours. Is there thoughts you have on kind of keeping that sense of passion? Do you still love what you do? How to kind of maintain that balance with your professional life and the things you love to do to express yourself?
Actually, as I mentioned, Roblox is a worldwide community. So what really set you apart is your signature, it's your personal style. Roblox developers always try to find creative developers. They want you to They want to hire you for your projects if you show authenticity. So I think like if you want to create a game, just like go to the market and express your creations, that you will find opportunities there.
Curious for other folks on the panel too, do you have thoughts kind of on this, balancing what was passion with professional and kind of keeping that spark?
Yeah, I think to create games, you have to be passionate about games, and you have to be passionate about creating games as well. So I don't think it's like difficult to keep that spark going once you get there, but you really need to like let that passion through, even in the toughest days. You know, you have to remember like, wow, I really love what I'm doing. I really love like what I'm thinking the final product will be, and yeah. You know.
Method, I was curious, is there a part of gaming where you're building something you want to enjoy yourself? Is that important for how you kind of work through it?
Definitely. Even when you're doing games for other people, you know, you have to like find a way to put a part of what you like in it, you know.
Yeah. Marcus, any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think that the most important thing is having consistency, because you're gonna work on a lot of things that you're gonna like, but you're gonna stumble upon situations where you're gonna work on things which you don't particularly like. So use that opportunity to learn, and maybe there's gonna be a benefit on it. But if you're struggling at some point, just do your personal project on something that I really want to do. For example, I'm a lover of turn-based games, right? And I'm working on a simulator type of game, which I don't particularly like. So I try to balance things around just so I can keep what is a profession and then what is actually my hobby. So that's what I would say, you know, balance things out and see how it goes.
Great. Now, both of you kind of more or less run some of the larger studios that are growing. Are there challenges that you've faced recently as things grow and scale increases that have kind of been important lessons for you, important lessons for the team of what to focus on? I know as studios are growing, as bigger markets are there, what are some of the more recent lessons you've learned as a Roblox studio developer, kind of when working with a global market?
Yeah, as I said before, it was just like 3 random guys, and now we are like a team full of people with artists, programmers. I think the most important lesson is to learn how to hear people, you know, understand that like directing people is not like having the best ideas, but knowing how to find the best ideas and connect people with it. So yeah, learning how to hear people. Yeah.
Great.
I second Philip on that. You gotta hear the community, be open-minded to feedback, be fast on the iterations as well because things change really fast. So you gotta adapt really quickly. But it's an amazing experience just developing in general.
Great. Curious for all of you, what's kind of been the most fun or like defining moment in your creation careers on Roblox or in general? Is kind of you have very different art forms from 3D artist and kind of running a business and being a builder to being a scripter. Is there like a key moment you remember in your history that was deeply inspiring, something that was really important to you that kind of stands out as an important moment in your kind of learning and development career? Curious. Nikki, you maybe at the quick on the mic.
Okay. I think like the first experience I have, like I saw a player using an accessory that one day I made in my computer, and it was like so inspiring to me. Like, okay, this person like spent their money because they liked my work, they liked my creation, and like that person made an outfit and created like find like a new expression with the things I with the accessory I made. So I think like that made me feel like, okay, I'm in the correct path and I will keep developing things.
And what was it? What was the accessory?
It was the strawberry hat. It's a bestseller item.
Okay.
And it was for a video star creator, and I was the modeler and behind this project.
All right, strawberry hat. Awesome. Felipe,
Yeah.
what's your story?
Yeah, for me, I think it was during the accelerator program. It was RDC time, and then I was watching online RDC, and out of nowhere, our game was like at the keynote at the RDC. So it was like amazing. It was like I felt like embraced by the Roblox community, and yeah, it was great.
That's awesome. How about yourself, Marcus?
Just like Felipe, I think that Roblox Accelerator program was a life-changing for me. It was tough for me because I was conciliating both med school and then being a full-time as well on the program. So because I had to be there for the team as well, right? But everything went well, fortunately. But ever since, my life has changed, and that's what I think the decision was made. I finished graduation, but I took the decision to work on games, and then I'm gonna keep doing that on Roblox. So,
do you think that decision was hard for you? Kind of, you mentioned switching careers later, and I know that's kind of a sensitive topic. You were in med school, kind of got into development, became a full-time developer. Do you ever think about that decision? Are there important things you weighed when kind of making that career adjustment? Was there conversations you had to have with yourself or others?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of my decision, but at the time I had to deal with frustration because it's a lot of work to actually get into the university that it was. And it's a very long course, 6 years, and then you gotta keep doing things. There's a lot of expectations as well. And then the normal reaction is teachers will ask you, so what you're gonna specialize on? And then I was like, well, I'm not gonna work with medicine. I'm gonna do games. And the normal reaction is, what do you mean? You're right over here, almost finishing the course. But I think that the decision was made naturally since I always loved games, I always loved playing, and then I had the opportunity to actually develop them. And I was getting very well positioned in the market on Roblox, so everything happened very smoothly, and I don't doubt my decision.
Awesome, exciting stuff. Well, as we close in on the last couple minutes here, I'd love to have some general questions for all of you, kind of around what you're most excited for in the future. If you've got some big, ambitious plans, anything you want to share, something that's exciting, love to hear about that. And then, of course, any final shout-outs to folks you want to say hi to, or always, of course, words of advice for folks out there who could be professionals or just getting started or maybe just heard of Roblox right now, understanding how there's a million ways to create and engage. So love to kind of go down the line, hear about future plans, big advice, any last shout-outs here as we wrap up our last couple minutes.
I certainly.
Anyone to start? Whoever wants to jump in. Nikki.
I think that there has never been a better moment to get into Roblox ecosystem as now. Roblox is releasing a lot of updates for developers. They help us to develop our own games and efficiently. So one of the things I'm really excited about are the AI in creations and the way like it helps to improve like coding and create more it helps you to create more things and like models and all that stuff. for people that are beginning. And the second question was?
Just any final shout-outs or advice.
I think like the advice would be like create games that your younger self will have loved to play.
Great. Felipe.
Yeah, so for me, I'm excited to like get back to make our own games, own IPs, yeah, and make that happen. And a quick advice for people who are starting is start small, but start now. Now it's the moment to start. But don't think you're gonna make like a huge game, it's gonna be a success. Just start, see what happens, and you grow from that. Yeah.
Awesome, great.
And Brazil servers.
In Brazil servers, most excited for that as we just announced here. Very exciting times. Marcus, bring us home in our last minute here.
Yeah, I'd say the most important tip I can give is seek guidance. There's a lot of people who are going to help you out. I had a lot of guidance during my journey, so there are a lot of people who are willing to help you out, even for free. There are mentors you can find over there, people who are going to collaborate with you as well. So definitely seek guidance. And yeah, Roblox is a thriving platform. There is a thriving community. I'm super excited to keep building on it. Looking forward to make a potentially big hit, right? I think everyone wants that. And yeah, can I give a quick shout out, I think?
Yeah.
I'd say, I mean, shout out to the community because that's what actually builds Roblox, right? Yeah.
Perfect. All right, thank you, folks. We are just out of time. I want to thank you all for attending. Remind all of you, if you don't know what Roblox is, check it out. Play a game, create a game, become a 3D modeler, build a company, learn to script, learn to develop. You can do it all. We'd love to have you. I want to thank Nikki, Felipe, and Marcus again for joining me. Again, folks, developers doing incredible stuff, creating on the platform. Again, I'm Jay Party. We're out of time. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful Gamescom. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Não, aqui no Brasil. Peraí, eu vou sair por aqui. Falar? Oi? Tá, a gente vai ali pra trás.
Quer trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutspro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase.
Let's party.
Não consigo ignorar sua falta de disciplina.
Eu tô cagando e andando pro que você pensa.
Assista a Pro Competition de Mortal Kombat 1 ao vivo na Max, dia 3 de maio, às 15 horas, direto da Gamescom Latam.
Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos. Usar meu Orocard para recarregar as energias e ganhar pontos enquanto eu tiro onda.
Quem usa Orocá tem cashback, tem pontos, tem cartão sem anuidade e muito mais. Use para tudo no seu dia a dia. Quanto mais você usa, mais você tem. Orocá, usa que tem.
Pode crer.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Quer trabalhar no mercado de games? O CUT SP Pro já impactou mais de 35 mil pessoas em mais de 220 municípios paulistas. E agora é sua vez, gamer! Estão chegando cursos de História dos Jogos, Unreal Engine, Networking na indústria dos jogos e muito mais. Acesse agora cutspro.org.br e passe para a próxima fase.
Boa tarde, eu sou o Jacídio. Oi, irmão.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hi, it's great to be here with all of you for Gamescom Latam 2025. I'm happy to be here again for another excellent day. We're going to be sharing some time together in this wonderful afternoon in São Paulo. And you're not here only to see our little faces. You want to see some news. Gravity is here to talk about Ragnarok Online Latam, to celebrate their direct return to Latin America. Yes, we're talking about monthly updates, exciting collaborations, and offline experiences with the Ragnarok Orchestra, the Brazilian Ragnarok Orchestra. They have improvements focused on the community to offer us a special experience if we play Ragnarok in Latin America. Yes, there will also be announcing the return of Gunbound, and I know that folks love it here. Come on, let's hear it for it.
Gunbounders aqui.
I know we have Gunbounders here. Now, for this conversation, we have the strategy director for Gravity. We have Gabriel Castro, and we have Haru, who is going to have a very special participation here with us soon. All right, so they're going to be here soon. They are not here yet because it's not time yet, but as they come on stage, we're going to give them a round of applause. They should be here soon. Now we have the second part of our voting for the big award. All right, they are joining us on stage. Let's give it up. Enjoy it, and the floor is yours.
Boa tarde, Brasil.
Good afternoon, Brazil.
안녕하세요. 저는 그라비티에서 라틴 아메리카 프로젝트를 총괄하는 브라이언입니다.
Olá, eu sou o diretor-geral do projeto da América
Hello,
Latina,
I am
Brian.
the overall director for this project in Latin America. My name is Brian.
있어서 너무 영광이고 만나서 반갑습니다.
É prazer poder realizar a
It's truly an honor to be here at Gamescom and have the chance to speak with all of
드릴
you.
말씀은 많지만 행사 시간이 짧은 관계로 포인트만 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다.
Eu tenho muitas coisas, na verdade, para
There's
falar
so
sobre
much I'd
Ragnarok,
love to
né,
share
aos nossos
about
usuários.
Ragnarok,
Mas devido ao curto
but since our
tempo,
time is
falaremos
short,
somente sobre os pontos
I'll focus on the key
그럼
points.
라그나로크 온라인에 대한 소개를 시작하겠습니다.
Então agora vamos dar
So
início à
let's dive
apresentação
right
do
in.
Ragnarok Online.
Let's talk about Ragnarok
지금은
Online.
너무도 익숙한 MMORPG라는 장르가 세상에 처음 나왔을 때를 기억하시나요?
Agora, o MMORPG é estilo muito familiar
Now,
para nós.
MMORPGs are familiar to us, but do you remember when they first appeared in the world?
어떤 게임인지도 아시나요?
E vocês sabem qual foi o jogo que
And do
foi o
you know
primeiro a
which
lançar esse
game was
modelo?
right there at the beginning?
2000년대 초 인터넷과 랜하우스 부흥과 함께 라그나로크 온라인은 브라질 최초로 현지화된 MMORPG로 여러분께 다가왔습니다.
No início dos anos 2000,
In the
juntamente
early
com a febre das
2000s,
LAN houses,
as
o
the
Ragnarok
internet
Online
and
foi o
LAN
primeiro
houses boomed,
MMORPG
Ragnarok
adaptado para o
Online
Brasil que
became the
surgiu para
first
vocês.
MMORPG to be fully localized
MMORPG는
in
하나의
Brazil.
거대한 세계입니다.
O MMORPG é mundo gigante.
MMORPGs are
각자 다른
giant
개성을
worlds.
가진 수천 수만 명의 플레이어들이 서로 모험을 하고 또 경쟁을 하고 또 때로는 힘을 합쳐 거대한 난간에 맞서 싸우기도 합니다.
Dezenas, milhares de jogadores, cada
Tens
com
of
suas
thousands
próprias
of players,
personalidades,
each with
se
their own
aventuram,
personality,
competem
come
ou se
together to
juntam para
adventure,
enfrentar
compete,
juntos os
and
desafios.
overcome challenges
그
together.
과정에서 서로 우정을 쌓고 또 서로 지지하고 때로는 인생의 친구를 만나는 특별한 경험을 하게 됩니다.
Nesse processo, os nossos
Along the
jogadores
way,
compartilham
they form
amizade,
friendships,
se ajudam,
support
e
each
às
other,
vezes até têm a
and sometimes
experiência de
even
achar
meet
algum amigo para a
lifelong
vida.
companions.
이와 같은 라그나로크의 세계는 20년 전부터 브라질에서 시작되어 현재까지 여러분과 함께하고 있습니다.
Aventuras como essas do mundo de Ragnarok
This kind
começaram
of
há 20
journey in
anos
the
no
world
Brasil
of
e se
Ragnarok
estendem até os
started
dias de hoje.
20 years ago here in
또
Brazil, and it's
라그나로크는
still going
단순히 게임 틀
strong.
안에서만 머물지 않았습니다.
Além disso, o Ragnarok não permaneceu preso somente na
Also,
categoria de
Ragnarok
게임
wasn't
속의
stuck
아름다운
in the
세계와
gaming category
매력적인
only.
캐릭터들은 팬분들의 마음을 사로잡았고 또 팬분들이 직접 그림을 그리거나 또 좋아하는 캐릭터로 분장을 하는 코스플레이를 하면서 게임을 넘어 더 큰 문화로 나아갔습니다.
O belo mundo e atraentes
Its
personagens
beautiful
conquistaram o
world
coração
and
de
charming
diversos
characters
jogadores.
captured
E os
the
fãs
hearts of fans
desenham e fazem
everywhere.
cosplay dos
Players
personagens que
expressed
gostam.
their
E
love
assim
through
foi
fan
construída
art,
uma cultura
cosplay,
ainda
and
mais
events.
ampla somente do que
And
o jogo
together,
em si.
we built an even greater
랜하우스에서
culture.
브라질의 중심까지 지금까지 브라질 유저들과 함께한 라그나로크는
E o Ragnarok, que começou nas LAN houses e agora
From
se
LAN
expande para o
houses to the
coração
very
do Brasil,
center of
compartilhando
Brazilian
memórias
culture,
afetivas e
Ragnarok has
nostalgias
created so
com os
many
usuários do
unforgettable
jogo.
memories with players
이제는
here.
브라질을 넘어서 새로운 세계에서 라틴 아메리카 유저분들과 모험을 시작하고자 합니다.
Agora pretende iniciar
Now
novo
we're
mundo
ready
para
to
além
go
do
even
Brasil, para a
further
América
beyond
Latina.
Brazil to reach Latin America.
우선 그라비티에 대해서 짧게 소개해드리겠습니다.
Primeiro, acho que tenho que apresentar
Before we
pouco sobre a
continue,
Gravity.
let me introduce Gravity.
그라비티는 라그나로크다.
Pode-se dizer que a Gravity
We
é
proudly
Ragnarok.
say
네,
gravity is
끝입니다.
Ragnarok.
Enfim,
라그나로크 온라인은 2002년 한국에 처음 출시되어 현재 올해로 23살이 됐는데요.
o Ragnarok Online foi lançado em 2002 na
Ragnarok
Coreia
Online
e hoje
was launched
completa
in
23
Korea in
anos este ano.
2002 and is
전
now
세계적으로도
celebrating its
이렇게
23rd
사랑받는
anniversary.
IP는 극소수에 불과하죠.
E creio que mundialmente, né, são raros os IPs tão amados
Only a handful of
continuamente
games
como o
around the
nosso
world
Ragnarok.
have maintained such
또한
long-lasting,
저희는
passionate
라그나로크
support.
온라인을 다양한 형태로 확산하는 걸 목표로 하고 있습니다.
E nós temos como objetivo criar diversos
We're committed
formatos
to
do Ragnarok
expanding the
Online.
world of Ragnarok in
PC,
every way
모바일뿐만
possible.
아니라 다양한 장르와 플랫폼으로도 여러 가지 제품들을 만들고 있고요.
Além do PC, nós pretendemos
Not just
expandir
through
para o PC,
PC and
mobile,
mobile
dentre outras
titles, but
plataformas.
across all
또한
platforms and
만화나
genres.
애니메이션, 굿즈, e스포츠와 같은 다양한 영역에서 라그나로크 IP를 활용하고자 하고 있습니다.
E nós estamos planejando diversificar o IP do
From
Ragnarok
anime
em
and comics
animações,
to
itens
merchandise,
colecionáveis,
esports, and collaboration
esports
events,
e eventos
the
colaborativos.
Ragnarok universe continues to grow.
그런 라그나로크는 이렇게 라틴 아메리카 유저분들을 직접 만나고 서비스를 제공하기 위해 이렇게 왔습니다.
E por isso a Gravity veio pessoalmente aqui no Brasil
This
para
is why
fornecer o
Gravity
serviço
is
aos
here
nossos
in
usuários
person
pela
to
primeira
directly
vez na
serve
América
players
Latina.
in Latin America
이를
for the
위해
very
약
first
2년간의
time.
준비 기간이 필요했었는데요.
E nós precisamos nos preparar 2 anos para essa
We've
expansão.
spent more than 2 years preparing for
저희는 또한
this.
라그나로크 온라인뿐만 아니라 모바일 MMORPG 라그나로크 X 그리고 또 저희와 같은 부스를 쓰고 있죠. 추억의 건바운드까지 다양한 타이틀을 라틴 아메리카 유저분들을 위해 준비했고 또 올해 선보일 예정입니다.
E além disso, não somente a versão online do jogo, o Ragnarok X,
Not
o
only do we
nostálgico
have
Gunbound, que
an
está
online
no
version
mesmo
of the
stand do
game
nosso
in Ragnarok
Ragnarok
X
Online,
and
entre outros, estamos preparando
Gunbound
diversos
filled with
títulos da
nostalgia,
Gravity para os
which we
usuários
can
da
see
América
in our
Latina.
booth,
E
but we are
vocês vão
preparing
conseguir
lots of other
experienciá-los
options for
ainda
Latin
este ano.
American users, and you'll be able
이
to
모든 소식은
experience them
저희의
this year.
포털인 GNJOY 라탐에서 찾아보실 수 있고요.
E todas essas novidades e informações
You'll be able
gerais
to find
poderão
all
ser
the latest
acessadas
news and
pelo
updates
nosso
on our
portal,
portal,
Genjoy Latam.
Genjoy
이
Latam.
URL을 꼭 기억해 주시기 바랍니다.
Eu espero que vocês sempre relembrem desse IP, por favor.
I hope you always remember this
그리고 저희
IP.
본격적으로 저희 라그나로크 라탐에 대해 소개해 드릴게요.
Agora vamos apresentar oficialmente sobre Ragnarok
Now
Online
let's have an
América
official
Latina.
presentation on Ragnarok
저희는
Online in
라틴
Latin America.
아메리카라는 큰 세계를 담기 위해 꼭 해야 할 것이 있었습니다. 이것은 언어의 장벽을 없애는 것이었는데요.
Ao nos prepararmos para nos
As
expandirmos
we
para a
prepared
América
for this
Latina,
service
havia
and
uma
for our
coisa
introduction
que nós
into Latin America,
tínhamos que fazer
there is one
imprescindivelmente,
thing that we
eliminar a
had
barreira
to do. We
그래서
had
라그나로크
to
온라인
end the language
23년
barrier.
역사 최초로 멀티 랭귀지를 도입했습니다.
E por isso, pela primeira vez em 23 anos
This
da
is
nossa
why, for the
história,
first
nós
time
aplicamos
in
o sistema
23 years of
multilingüe.
history,
그
we
최초의
started
시도인
working
만큼
with a
많은
multilingual
구조적인
system.
변화와 또 시행착오가 있었는데 이로 인해서 다양한 지역의 라틴 아메리카 유저분들이 한 공간에서 게임을 즐기실 수 있도록 하였습니다.
E por ser a primeira vez, nós enfrentamos diversos problemas.
Since
mas
this is our
todos esses
first
foram
endeavor,
incorporados
we
para que os
faced
jogadores
many
de várias
problems, but
regiões
we were able
pudessem
to
jogar
overcome all of
juntos
them
em
so that
mesmo
players
espaço
in
agora.
different regions would be able to
또한
play
저희는
together.
라틴 아메리카의 아이덴티티를 반영한 독창적인 그래픽도 시도를 했는데요.
E também nós tentamos refletir a nossa identidade única do Ragnarok
We've also
América
made
Latina
design
através
changes
de
to reflect
mudanças no nosso
Ragnarok
design.
Latin
예를
America
들어
as in
런처고요.
its unique
Por
identity.
exemplo, o novo launcher,
For
이거
instance, we
오비텍
have
때
the new
아주 많은
launcher.
호응을 받았습니다.
que recebeu inclusive uma resposta
It
muito
received
positiva
amazing
durante o nosso
feedback
Open
during
Beta.
the OBT.
또 그 외에 아이콘 그리고 인게임 스킨도 라틴 아메리카 유저분들의 시각적인 즐거움을 주기 위해 많은 변화를 시도했습니다.
E nós também adicionamos
We
novos
even
ícones de
introduced a
aplicativo e
brand new
skins
app
novos no
icon
jogo
and
para
in-game
proporcionar
skins to
prazer
create a
visual
fresh
ainda
and
maior aos
exciting
nossos
visual
jogadores da América
experience.
Latina.
또한 라그나로크 유저분들이 좋아하시는 여러 BGM을 라틴 아메리카에 맞게 편곡을 하였습니다.
E também rearranjamos algumas das
And of
principais
course,
músicas do
we
jogo
couldn't
que
forget the
foram mais
music.
amadas pelos
We
nossos
rearranged
jogadores
some of
para o
Ragnarok's
público
most beloved
latino-americano.
tracks
특히
for the
라틴
Latin American
아메리카 각
audience.
국가의 전통 장르를 재해석했는데요.
Nós reinterpretamos os gêneros tradicionais
We
de vários países
reinterpreted
da região da
traditional
América Latina.
styles from different
먼저
Latin
브라질
American
보사노바로
countries.
편곡을 한 프론테라 BGM을 잠시 듣고 가시겠습니다.
Vamos ouvir rapidamente a música Frontera,
You'll be able to hear
rearranjada no
the
estilo bossa
Frontera
nova brasileira.
song according to the bossa nova style.
네, 이 BGM들은 저희 소셜미디어와 그리고 런칭 후 인게임에서 들으실 수 있고 또 6월 14일에 열리는 오케스트라에서 좋은 퀄리티의 음악으로 감상하실 수 있습니다.
Essa e outras músicas poderão ser ouvidas
You'll be
nas
able
nossas
to
redes
hear
sociais
these tracks
ou
and
no
other
próprio
tracks
jogo após o nosso
in our
lançamento.
social media
E também
channels
serão
and in the
apresentados
game
em alta
after the launch.
qualidade em
We'll
concerto
also
de
have
orquestra no
a
dia
high
14 de
quality
junho.
musical experience with an
또한
orchestra
저희는
on the
홈페이지에
14th of
저희
July.
향후 업데이트를 공개해서 저희가 어떤 콘텐츠를 약속하고 있는지 보실 수 있게 하였고요.
Além disso, publicamos nosso plano de atualizações
We also
futuras no
published
nosso
our
site
plan for
oficial
future
para que
updates
os
on our
nossos
official
usuários
website
possam verificar
so that our
antecipadamente
users
o
are able
conteúdo que
to see this
prometemos.
content in
또
advance.
올해뿐만 아니라 앞으로도 계속 이런 연간 계획을 공개해서 유저분들이 사전에 준비하실 수 있게 할 예정입니다.
E nós continuaremos atualizando isso
We'll
anualmente
keep
para
on
que todos
updating
possam
this
se
every
programar
year so
também.
that everyone can make plans.
또 인게임에도 여러 재미를 드리기 위해 시도를 했는데요.
E também estamos preparando diversos conteúdos
We're also
divertidos
preparing
no jogo.
amazing
올해
pieces of
6월
content
18일에
for the
인기
game.
IP와의 콜라보레이션이 계획되어 있고
No dia 18 de junho, uma colaboração
In
com
fact,
um
a
IP
major
popular
collaboration
está
with a
planejando ser
popular
lançado.
IP
또
is
추억의
coming on June
애니메이션인 독수리
18th.
오영재와의 콜라보레이션도 준비 중이고 하반기에 만나보실 수 있습니다.
E também estamos nos preparando para uma colaboração com o clássico anime
We're also going
Gatchaman,
to have a
que será
collaboration
atualizada
with
no
the
segundo
nostalgic
semestre.
animation Gatchaman in the
그리고
second
또
half of the year.
오프라인에서도 다양한 활동을 통해 유저분들을 만나려고 합니다.
E também nós queremos nos encontrar com os nossos usuários através de
We
atividades
also want to get
offline.
together with our
특히
users
올해는
in
한국
offline
대만군에서
activities.
선보인 바 있는 라그나로크 오케스트라를 브라질 상파울루에서 개최할 예정입니다.
E este ano, o concerto de orquestra de Ragnarok, que já foi
This year,
realizado
we'll
uma vez
hold
na
a
Coreia
Ragnarok
e na
orchestra
Tailândia, também
concert
será
in São
apresentado
Paulo.
em São Paulo, no Brasil,
And this also
no
happened
dia
in
14 de
Thailand and
junho.
Korea, but it
이
will be here
영상을
in Brazil
잠깐
for the
보고
first time
가시겠습니다.
ever on the
Vamos
14th
ver
of June.
rapidamente vídeo sobre isso.
Let's check it out.
네, 하지만 안타깝게도 티켓이 모두 매진된 상태고요.
Porém, infelizmente, no momento, todos os nossos ingressos estão esgotados.
참여를 하지 못하는 유저분들을 위해 오케스트라 행사가 끝난 후에 저희 채널에 영상을 업로드할 예정입니다.
Mas, para os usuários que não conseguiram participar do evento, estamos planejando subir o vídeo do concerto posteriormente no nosso canal, além de realizar diversos outros eventos.
그리고 또 상파울루뿐만 아니라 라틴 아메리카 여러 지역에도 다양한 이벤트로 유저분들께 찾아갈 예정입니다.
E estamos planejando para nos encontrarmos com os usuários de diversas regiões da América Latina, além de somente São Paulo.
그리고 또 라그나로크의 e스포츠죠. 각 버전의 대표팀들과 경쟁을 할 수 있는 라그나로크 온라인 스타즈가 있습니다.
E também temos o evento de esports Ragnarok Online Stars, campeonato internacional.
이를 통해 라틴 아메리카 유저분들도 세계 무대에서 실력을 겨루실 수 있게 할 예정이고
Porque através disso, nós desejamos permitir que os jogadores latino-americanos compitam em nível global.
또 특히나 브라질 대표팀이 예전에 국제대회에서 준우승한 전력이 있는 만큼 이번 대회에서도 우승을 하실 수 있게 저희가 최선을 다해 지원을 할 예정입니다.
E como o Brasil já foi vice-campeão no campeonato internacional antes, nós vamos incentivar e auxiliar para que possam conquistar o pódio desta vez também.
다만 올해는 준비 기간을 고려해서 국제 대회가 아닌 라틴 아메리카 대회를 하반기에 준비하고 있습니다.
Mas, considerando o tempo de preparação este ano, iniciaremos um torneio regional somente na América Latina no final deste ano.
다음은 사설 서버에 대한 얘기인데요. 저희는 사설 서버에 대해 강력히 조치할 예정입니다.
E sobre os servidores privados ilegais, nós tomaremos medidas rígidas contra estes.
이미 여러 법적인 절차를 준비하였고 유저분들로부터도 피드백도 상시로 받을 예정입니다.
Porque nós estamos nos preparando com procedimentos legais e também estamos planejando para que os nossos usuários possam nos dar feedback sobre estes atos ilegais.
특히나 이번 OBT를 진행하면서 여러 악의적인 행위가 감지됐는데요.
Porque durante o nosso Open Beta nós detectamos diversas atividades de má fé.
유저분들에게 불편을 드리는 이런 행위는 좌시하지 않고 강력하게 대처할 예정입니다.
E nós não vamos tolerar esse tipo de comportamento prejudicial aos nossos usuários. Nós vamos agir com rigidez contra esses.
그리고 현재 진행 중인 사전 예약에도 많은 참여 부탁드릴게요.
E também no evento de pré-venda, por favor, nós estamos pedindo várias participações de todo mundo.
그리고 저희는 4월 14일부터 21일 8일간 오픈 베타 테스트를 진행했는데요.
E nós iniciamos em 14 de abril o Open Beta.
정말 많은 유저분들이 참여해 주셨습니다.
E muitos usuários participaram.
이게 다 유저분들이고 지금 움직이지도 못하고 있는 상황입니다.
Esse é o nosso Open Beta abarrotado de personagens.
저희도 기대에 부응해서 런칭 때는 더 완벽히 준비하도록 할 예정입니다.
E para atender essas expectativas, no lançamento nós vamos nos preparar ainda com mais perfeição.
그리고 OBT 동안에 정말 여러분들로부터 격려의 메시지와 응원도 많이 받았고요.
E durante o Open Beta nós recebemos muitos feedbacks e também mensagens de apoio dos nossos usuários.
또한 정말 많은 질문들을 받았습니다.
E recebemos também muitas perguntas sobre a experiência do Open Beta.
현재도 계속 궁금하신 점을 저희 디스코드 채널에 올려주고 계신데요.
E atualmente também todas essas dúvidas continuam chegando pelo nosso Discord.
혹시 여기 라그나로크 유저분들이 계실 수도 있으니까 질문에 대해 몇 가지 답변을 먼저 짧게 드리겠습니다.
Vai que agora aqui estão presentes alguns usuários de Ragnarok, então eu vou aproveitar para responder algumas perguntas.
먼저 런칭 시 추가 서버가 생길 예정이냐라는 질문을 받았습니다.
Primeiro, nós recebemos a pergunta: vai ter mais servidores no lançamento?
현재는 OBT 때와 같이 2개의 서버로 오픈을 할 예정이지만
Nós estamos nos planejando para abrir 2 servidores, assim como foi no Open Beta.
유저분들의 참여에 따라 지속적으로 서버를 늘려갈 예정입니다.
Mas podemos expandir conforme a demanda.
또 그라비티는 불법 프로그램 근절에 대한 어떤 계획을 가지고 있냐라는 질문도 있었는데요.
E também tinha uma pergunta sobre quais ações a Gravity tomará para combater os programas ilegais.
저희가 OBT 기간 동안 죄송합니다. 지금 감기가 걸려서.
Desculpa, minha voz está falhando um pouquinho porque eu estou gripado.
OBT 기간 동안 봇에 대한 신고를 정말 많이 받았었는데요.
Durante o Open Beta nós recebemos diversas denúncias sobre bots.
이거는 저희가 모니터링 및 로그 수집을 위해서 일부 허용한 부분으로 런칭 시에는 봇의 사용이 허용되지 않을 겁니다.
Mas nós havíamos permitido um pouquinho o uso de bots para fins de monitoramento e coleta de dados. Porém, após o lançamento, o uso de bots será proibido.
또 유저들이 현지화 수정에 대한 제안을 할 수 있냐는 질문도 받았습니다.
E também a gente recebeu uma pergunta: quais são os planos da Gravity para mudança de localização antes do lançamento?
이 부분은 이미 저희가 버그 게시판을 통해서 유저분들의 의견을 듣고 있고 그중에 직접 수정을 제안하시는 분도 있어서 수정에 적극 반영하고 있습니다.
E nós estamos sim coletando diversas sugestões através do nosso fórum de bugs e dentre elas algumas sugestões sobre correção manual de bugs que já estamos aplicando.
또 캐시 상점에 대해서는 어떤 계획을 가지고 있냐는 질문을 많이 받았습니다.
E também recebemos muitas perguntas sobre qual é o plano da loja de cash da Gravity.
캐시 상점은 유저분들이 가장 활발히 토론하는 이슈인 걸로 알고 있는데요.
Nós sabemos que é um dos temas mais debatidos.
또 뭐 MVP 카드와 같은 여러 아이템들에 대한 우려도 같이 가지고 계신 걸로 알고 있습니다.
E também nós sabemos que diversos usuários estão preocupados em relação a itens como carta de MVP.
그래서 이런 것에 대한 상세한 저희 계획은 5월 8일에 진행되는 라이브 스트림에서 좀 더 상세히 설명드리고 유저분들의 의견을 들어보고자 합니다.
Mas sobre isso, nós vamos nos apresentar em um planejamento mais detalhado na live no dia 8 de maio.
또 몇 가지가 더 있는데요. 서버 공성전은 언제 활성화되나요? 라는 질문이 있었습니다.
E também nós tivemos uma dúvida sobre quando o WOE será ativado no servidor.
네, 공성전은 런칭 후 2주 후에 오픈이 되고 일반 공성전을 시작으로 이후에 다양한 형태의 공성전이 업데이트되고 오픈될 예정입니다.
Iniciaremos em 2 semanas após o lançamento e outros tipos de WOE serão adicionados posteriormente conforme a necessidade.
또 마지막으로 그라비티는 불법 서버에 대한 어떠한 일정을 가지고 있냐라는 질문도 받았습니다.
E por último, recebemos a pergunta: quando a Gravity começará a combater os servidores ilegais?
불법 서버에 대한 일정은 저희는 공개하지 않을 예정이고요. 말씀드렸다시피 현재 진행 중이며 아마 이후에 결과를 보시면 알 수 있으실 겁니다.
Nós não divulgaremos datas sobre o início desse processo, mas este processo já está em andamento e os resultados serão visíveis no lançamento.
이외에도 정말 많은 질문들을 받았습니다.
E recebemos muito mais perguntas além dessas que apresentamos hoje.
이에 대해 상세한 것은 저와 그리고 한국 스튜디오 PM이 참여하는 5월 8일 라이브 스트리밍을 통해 좀 더 깊은 얘기를 유저분들과 나눌 수 있게 될 것으로 생각합니다.
E para mais detalhes, nós faremos uma live com a minha participação e também do nosso gerente de produtos de estúdio da Coreia no dia 8 de maio, onde nós responderemos mais algumas perguntas e explicaremos sobre os nossos planejamentos futuros.
그럼 이상으로 소개를 마치고요. 5월 28일 저희가 런칭하는 날 함께 만나뵙게 되길 기대하겠습니다.
Com isso, nós encerramos hoje a nossa apresentação sobre o jogo. Aguardamos todos vocês no dia 28 de maio.
마지막으로 저희가 준비한 영상을 끝으로 마치겠습니다.
E por fim, vamos encerrar com um vídeo preparado
Finally, we're going to watch a video that we brought to you.
Amanhã tem o prêmio, nunca vai ser leve, igual.
Boa tarde a todos. Primeiramente, queria agradecer a presença de todos, dizer que é uma
First and
honra para mim
foremost, thank you
estar
for
aqui
being
presente
here.
numa comunidade
It's an honor to be
amada,
here
que
with
ama
such a
jogos, assim
beloved
como eu,
community,
e esse
and a
universo dos
community
games.
that loves
Meu
games
nome é
like I
Gabriel
do.
Castro. Eu sou
My name is
diretor do
Gabriel
projeto do
Castro.
Gunbound.
I am the
o
head
Gunbound
of the
jogo
Gunbound
que fez parte
project.
da nossa história,
Gunbound
a minha,
is a game that is a part of
é
our
jogo dos anos
stories,
2000.
my personal story.
Gostinho de volta da escola.
It is from the beginning of the
eu
2000s.
mesmo
It feels
sempre fui
like coming
jogador,
back home after
e é uma
a
honra
day
para
at
mim
school.
anunciar aqui a volta
I've
do
always been a
Gunbound
gamer,
para o Brasil
and I'm
de forma
honored
oficial.
to officially
E
announce
sempre foi
that
um sonho não só
Gunbound
meu,
is
como de
returning
toda
to
a
Brazil.
comunidade.
Not only myself, but the whole community has been dreaming about it. Gunbound was played so often in the 2000s in Brazil. It's got a vibrant community, and its community has always expected the game to return to us. To me, it is finally an honor to say that this is officially going forward. From Peru to Tokyo to Indonesia, we have fans all over the globe. We finally have an opportunity to now bring this IP to Brazil. We are going through our second beta test. You could download the game today. You could test it in your home. Our community is so happy. It is a vibrant community, very engaged community. We love feedback, and our team is ready to work with everything you need and to launch this game according to your expectations. We'll have a launch in the next few months. It's finally here. We want to offer a very stable game, and we know this is going to be an unforgettable launch. This whole community is looking forward to this. We've now reached our second beta test, and we are ready to work with the community needs. We're also in touch with lots of streamers and lots of influencers. We want to be sure that this game is properly showcased to the audience. We want to be able to adapt our launch to your expectations. This is why we have a special guest today, Haru. Haru, please join me on stage. Hi, Gamescom. How's it going?
Muito obrigada.
Thank you for having me.
Gente, é uma honra estar aqui com vocês.
Wow, it's such an honor to be here with all of you.
É uma honra para mim.
And it's actually a personal honor for me to talk about Gunbound and other titles that Gravity has brought to us. These games represent nostalgia to me. You know, I played them a long time ago.
Mas é muito bacana.
Let's not say numbers here. But we were kids, and we can see similarities between what we had in the past and what we have now. Either with Gunbound or Ragnarok. These were games that meant a lot to us, and they still mean a lot to us. They are now returning to the Brazilian industry in a very smart way. If we think about the kind of access that we have here, we used to have LAN houses in the past, or we had PCs where we had games that required performance according to the hardware that was available to us at the time. Now, nowadays, we have to take that into account for phones, especially for free-to-play games. It is wonderful to see that Gravity is looking at these people at the moment, and that we'll be able to share these beloved games from our adolescence with our kids and our brothers and sisters and siblings. It is great to see this level of community support. Now, on a more personal note, this was also really surprising to me. It is great to be able to talk about Gunbound again, because with Ragnarok, we had a different journey in Brazil. We had other relaunches of Ragnarok over time. But Gunbound is back now, and we were like, hold up, I used to play this game in the beginning of the 2000s, and it's exactly as it was. Exactly. It is exactly as it was. We have the nostalgia, we have exactly what we had when we came back home from school, but it is also about becoming more modern. We've adapted it to the current situation. Yeah, I know. We had lagging at the time. We had to do our math for the wind, but we had to take the lagging into account as well. Now, our community is so happy with the relaunching of Gunbound. It's so positive. If we talk about the figures, which is what everyone's expecting to hear here, it was a great surprise to me. I saw that the community embraced the return of Gunbound. And we saw people who were willing to get to know a new game. You know, my audience is a bit younger than me. And I thought, oh my God, I would love to talk about Gunbound. But would they embrace it? Would they be happy with it? Because I'm a bit older than them. This was a part of my life during my childhood and adolescence. But I was wondering if they would accept it. And not only did they accept it, but we had the numbers, we had the engagement, and I even got lots of messages and emails and direct messages saying, oh my God, this game, let's do something about it, let's play it, let's come up with a server. And this is great. It is surprising too. Yeah, they really embraced it, right? Yes, they did. And I do expect, and I'm really hopeful that we'll have a very good relaunch for this brand. Yeah, in our booth, the line was going around the block. We were filled with people. We have lots of gifts too. We're ready for the future. We have a renewed game with the same visuals that we love. In the World Champion Season 1 version, we have prepared the game for the future. We'll have a unified server, whether you're from Brazil, Thailand, Indonesia, or even Korea. You play the game and there's no lagging any longer. You don't have to take it into account when you do the math. You can just take the boomerang into account, because that's tricky. Oh no, it's not. It's easy. You just have to shoot it. Oh, that's a back shot. Anyway, we'll have a unified server. We know that Gunbound is all about connections. I have lifelong friends that I met in this game. Some people met their other half, their wife or their husband. Well, my brother married a girl that he met in Ragnarok. Yeah, I know, that's pretty common. The game is all about connections, and this is why we have a unified server. Anyone, anywhere in the world will be able to play with a proper internet connection. This is why we are officially announcing the return of Gunbound to Brazil. This is a historical game and a memorable time. If you were one of our beta testers, thank you. I would like to thank you personally. You are very important. You are basically a co-creator. You are writing this page in history with us. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. And let's go for it. We're going to be relaunching Gunbound in the next months. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Welcome. Gunbound is officially back to Brazil. Now, if you haven't tested it yet, we're going to be at the Gravity booth. We're going to have gifts, and we're going to have an interview with Gabriel. And we want to extend this invitation to you. If you want to test it out, please come to our booth. It's an amazing game. We have PCs, and we have a mobile version available to you. We have the gacha for Gunbound. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you there. Thanks.
This Gamescom.
Hello, Gamescom!
Join in on the biggest playground for young and old alike. A truly unparalleled event in Cologne, followed by audiences worldwide. Ready to join?
E ainda foto, então talvez eles venham. Não.
E vamos continuando com a nossa surra de conteúdo aqui no palco principal da
And let's
Gamescom
get started again, because we're going to beat you down with content today. Here on our Gamescom Latam main stage. Let's give a big round of applause for our co-host as well, Distrito. But I think we need a bit of a refresher, because we are going to get down and dirty right now on this stage. We have Suprema Onica, who is a Banco do Brasil influencer. And she's going to guide a discussion about how Gen Z is spearheading more sustainable and fresher initiatives and actions on social. So let's give it up for her.
Boa tarde.
You truly are supreme, the supreme goddess. Fortnite and W7M and Banco do Brasil. Let's give it up also for Bloquinho TV, Pulga, Teos, and Tommy. All right, please find your seats, guys. All right. Welcome to the stage. And before we get started, I want to let you know that we will have time for Q&A. So if you have any burning questions, please use the QR code and submit your questions. Just follow the instructions and we will answer them right at the end. But if you already have the official Gamescom Latam app, you can also submit your questions there. Just click on programming, then pick this session and send in your question. It's pretty easy. All right, Suprema, the stage is yours.
Muita boa
Take it
tarde
away.
a todos. Primeiramente, eu
Good
queria
afternoon,
agradecer a oportunidade de estar aqui com os
First, I want to
meninos.
thank
Eu sou a
everyone
Suprema
for the
Onica.
chance to be here.
Eu sou
I am
criadora de
Suprema
conteúdo da
Onica.
W7M do
I am a
Banco do
content
Brasil
creator
já
at
há quase 3
W7M
anos.
and Banco do Brasil
E
for
a
almost 3 years now.
minha experiência é com League of Legends.
And I'm
Entretanto,
most
sou uma pessoa
experienced
muito
with
versátil.
League of
Estarei
Legends,
aqui
but I'm
com
very
os meninos do
versatile,
Fortnite.
so I'm
E,
currently here
como
with
eu já me
the
apresentei,
Fortnite crew.
Bloquinho, começa se
And
apresentando
so
um pouco,
I've
explicando
introduced
pra galera
myself.
qual que é a tua experiência no
Bloquinho, now it's
Fortnite,
your
como
turn.
funciona a tua criação
What's
de
your
conteúdo.
experience in Fortnite and content
Meu
creation?
nome é Bloquinho, sou conhecido por fazer muita merda no Fortnite.
I'm Bloquinho. I
umas livezinhas
do some
bem
crazy shit on Fortnite.
bacana, umas criações de conteúdo no TikTok,
I create
Banguela
content on
e tal. Sou
TikTok.
conhecido como Tigrão do Fortnite, ninguém
I'm
sabe
known
muito, né,
as Big Tiger on Fortnite.
Eu
You
e
may
meu
guess
momento
why.
hostil nas baladas é
I
perigoso, tá?
like to go
Esse é meu
clubbing
amigo
and I'm pretty
Bigode,
dangerous.
aquele é meu
This is
amigo Piolho e
Bigode,
aquele é o
mustache,
Tucano.
that's
Saudações.
Lice,
Vamos pra
and that's
Amigo
Toucan.
Bigode, gente, é o Teus. Teus, fala pra
All
gente
right,
um pouquinho sobre a tua
mustache, better
história,
known
tua
as
experiência
Teos.
competitiva do
Tell
Fortnite.
us a little bit about your competitive Fortnite experience.
Faz uns 6 anos.
I've been playing pro for
Tô
7 years now,
quase todos os campeonatos.
and
Prazer conhecer vocês aí.
I'm on top
Aqui
of
ao
almost
meu
every
lado direito,
championship,
nós
and
temos
it's nice to meet you.
Pulga, tua
Here we
experiência no
have
competitivo, se
Flea.
apresenta um pouquinho sobre a tua criação
Pulga,
de conteúdo.
what's your experience
galera, eu
like?
sou Pulga,
Hey
sou
everybody,
bem de guerra
I'm
do
Pulga.
Fortnite aí, eu jogo desde que
I'm an
lançou.
old hand at Fortnite. I've been playing since day one.
Competo.
I compete.
Competo.
Am I competitive?
Eu faço competição no Fortnite.
I like to
aí,
compete.
Desde que lançou.
I like to compete ever since Fortnite was
Do
launched.
Fortnite, acho que tá mais ou menos isso.
And it's been what?
Também fazendo conteúdo. E é isso.
A decade now or more.
Não, mas o importante, estamos ali com o Tommy.
And last but not least, we have Tomei. Hey everybody, I'm Tomei. I'm 23. I've been playing Fortnite since I was 17. I've competed in Canada. I moved to Brazil to live my dream of being a streamer. And today I focus more on content than on competing per se. So you see that we have 3 content creators and Teos, who is more
Eu
competitive.
sei, Pulga, eu sei.
I
Você
know,
também
Pulga,
compete,
you
eu já
compete as
entendi.
well. You don't have to remind us.
Sim, é que o Bloquinho falou
Don't go
que não era
crazy.
pra eu levar muito a
But
sério a
Bloquinho said, well, I'm not supposed to take your skills very seriously.
Atrás que ele não competia muito, não.
You told me backstage that he didn't even play, really. No, I'm just saying the people on your left are the best. The people on your right kind of suck. I kind of take it easy just to give other people a chance. Oh, you take it easy right at the beach, is that what you're saying?
O Bloco tá tentando voltar pra academia, isso é
No,
uma coisa que ele
Bloquinho's trying to get back to the gym. That's something you told me.
a oportunidade dele. Bloco,
Well, you
eu
know,
acho que você que
it's
teve um crescimento bem significativo nas redes sociais.
it's going
dá pra gente
to
começar falando sobre
lead
como
to
é que é
personal
essa
growth.
experiência de se
And on that
inserir dentro do
topic,
cenário do
what is it
Fortnite.
like to
Como que aconteceu
join
isso
the
pra você?
Fortnite social media growth?
Eu comecei na brincadeira.
Well,
e
I'm going to be honest now. At first, I was just playing around, and around 2021, things started getting serious. For personal reasons, I had to take a step back. But then in 23, actually, I was at Big Festival, and out of the blue, they invited me. I don't know why, because I didn't do anything. I wasn't even Bloquinho anymore, but they invited me to this event. And I saw so many people. I met Pulga, Kennel, so many people that before I only saw on TV and Twitch. And I said, hang on, let me try again. So I put some cash together, I bought a PC, and thankfully I met Tommy, Tails, Black, Master, who, you know, they're not just friends, they're teammates now. And they gave me an opportunity to get to the level I am today. I'm so thankful to everyone who helped me. But these three guys here, they're not just teammates, they really helped prop me up. So that's why I'm so thankful for them.
Nossa, mano, que coisa linda. Quem vê
Wow,
vocês
dude,
estão sempre
that's
se
so
farmando,
beautiful.
eu não diria que existiria tanto amor assim.
You're always farming one another. I never would have thought you loved each other. No, we hate each other too. But, you know, like Bigode, Pulga. You know, if we put all of those guys together, you'll get one player. But it's okay. Okay, well, you've been here for a little bit longer than Bloquinho, so for people who are starting out and want to start creating content for Fortnite, is it helpful to join other people who also want to grow, who also are working on this? Does it make sense? Could you give some tips for people starting out? Collabs are the most important thing ever to build image, because if you're on your own, you're not going to get very far. People will start following their friends and the people that their friends follow. And creativity too, right? When you're involved in people who do the same thing that you do, everybody gets more creative, everybody creates more content, right? And sometimes you don't have that sixth sense of thinking, oh, this is going to make good content, but then someone gives you a tip, and that's where things really take off, right? What about you, Toes? Listen, competitive Fortnite is very difficult because, first of all, it's a battle royale. Yeah, look, I know he can't do public speaking, but no, listen, it's one thing to be a good player, but it's one thing to play the game. It's another to not screw over a teammate. All right, Tails, let's explain to people how competitive Fortnite works. Usually in competitive games, people join teams, and that team represents everyone else. But Fortnite is different, right? Because it's a battle royale. Let me explain. It's a bunch of people inside a bus. They just drop you in there, and it's everyone for themselves. You got to kill each other. So you might be there on your own, and maybe you'll skill up, and then you represent the team, right? Exactly. In Fortnite, you can join up with other teams. You can play solo, in doubles and triples.
Só eu.
So I play with some people who aren't in orgs
Só para vocês
specifically,
entenderem mais ou menos como é que funciona essa dinâmica dentro
but we
do
play together
competitivo.
all the same.
Você tá quietinho,
Okay,
né,
that's how
Pulga?
competitive Fortnite
Você tá
works.
tímido?
Pulga,
Eu vou
you are
passar aqui
so
pra você
quiet.
agora,
Are you
agora você não
shy?
tem escolha.
Am I?
Ó,
Do you need me to
como
pick on
você
you?
É como se fosse um híbrido,
Listen,
tá?
you're like
Se o
a
Bloquinho
hybrid.
tivesse um filho
If
com Teus,
Bloquinho
seria você,
and Tails
porque
had a
você
child,
é.
it would be you.
Você vai entender.
filho com
Calma.
Deus?
E eu
No,
vou
no, no.
explicar, a
What?
analogia vai fazer
No,
sentido.
listen.
Calma,
This is
calma,
gonna make
vai,
sense.
calma.
Pra começar a ofender?
Não começa, calma.
Are we
Porque ele é o
are we
criador de
swinging at each
conteúdo
other now?
E ele cuida da parte competitiva. Você
No,
me jurou que
he
você é bom
handles the
competindo.
competitive side,
Explica pra galera
and you
como é que
swore to me
funciona
you're
essa tua
competitive.
função híbrida
So
de ser
explain
criador de
to all of us,
conteúdo
what is it
e
like to be
competitivo.
hybrid,
Como é que
create
funciona
content
essa dinâmica
and
dentro
being competitive?
da tua
How
criação
does
de
that
conteúdo do
work
teu competitivo?
in your life?
Eu sei lá.
I don't even know,
Todo dia eu
dude.
jogo campeonato,
I
eu treino
just
campeonato, eu
play
crio conteúdo ao mesmo tempo.
and
Já é muito
practice
tempo assim, é meio que
and
automático.
create
Tá,
content.
então,
It's
exatamente,
kind
mas é aí
of
que eu quero
automatic.
chegar. Pras
Okay,
pessoas que
yeah,
querem começar
but
com
that's
conteúdo, uma
where
ação, uma
I
parada um pouco mais-
want to get.
querem mais
I want to
competitivo.
ask you
Você consegue
about
conciliar essas duas
people
coisas
who are
tranquilamente
starting
e tem
out.
público pra isso.
Can you reconcile all those?
Eu acho que é o ideal, tá ligado?
Yeah, and
Você
if
focar
you
no
don't do
competitivo
that,
e o tempo
you know,
que você
I
tiver
think
livre, ao invés de
that's
ficar,
the
sei lá, deitado
that's what
na
you should
cama
focus
mexendo
on.
no celular, tá
Instead of
ligado?
lying in
Tu
bed,
investir
messing
no
with your
seu
phone,
conteúdo, porque
start
se você
investing
só
in your
competir,
content
competir,
creator.
competir,
Because if
e
you
não
just
for tão
compete,
bom igual
compete,
você
compete,
deveria,
and you're not as good as
vai
you
acabar que
should
não vai valer
be,
a pena. Mesmo você
it's
for
not going to be
o
worth
melhor,
it.
ainda não vale a
Even
pena
if
você
you're the
não fazer
best,
conteúdo. Pelo menos isso dentro do
it
Fortnite.
won't be worth it
E aí,
to build
você
content.
fazer os dois, a sua carreira meio que faz uma bola de neve.
And if you do
consistência,
both sides of the
dia dá
coin,
certo, né?
your career really takes off. It snowballs up. You know what I'm
Já dá
saying?
pra gente começar a entrar no âmbito
All right. Yes, I do.
de
So I think
planejamento
we
de
can start
conteúdo
talking
como
about content planning.
o squad que vocês se formaram, né? Porque
Because
W7M
you
agora
guys
tem
are a squad,
vocês
right?
como creators
W7M
de Fortnite.
has the four of you.
A tropa do
Yeah, we're
set.
7 actually.
Primeira coisa,
Yes,
explica a
the
ideia
troop
do
of
tropa do
7.
set. Como é que
All right.
surgiu?
So how does that
a ideia do
idea
tropa
come
do
about? The crew of 7.
Eu tô com medo, Bloco, porque
I'm-
você
I'm scared.
tirou o
Should I be
microfone da boca e me
should I be
perguntou
scared?
pra falar a verdade.
Because
Eu tenho
you
medo da
literally
verdade.
pulled the mic away from your mouth and asked me if you're supposed to be honest. Listen, follow the law, okay? Don't break any contract with
Viu, a tropa
BB.
do 7...
Listen, the crew of
eu acho que
7,
a ideia surgiu a partir do momento que eu tava sentindo falta
the idea
de
came
mais
about because
pessoas
I felt that we
produziam
needed
do meu
more
lado.
people
Eu me
producing
sentia muito
content.
sozinho na W7M,
I felt
testando
really
Fortnite.
alone at W7M.
Tinha você,
I
tinha o
was
Kokimoto.
with
Mas,
you
em
and
questão do
Kokimoto
Fortnite, eu
on
sentia que,
Fortnite,
tipo, eu tava ali
but
sozinho,
I felt like I
eu
was
que
pretty much
levantava a
alone.
camisa, era eu que fazia as
I was the
coisas,
only one
eu
who
a criação
flew
de
the
conteúdo.
flag. I was the
Eu
only
falei,
one who created
cheguei pro
content.
pessoal e falei, eu preciso de
And I
três
said,
pessoas
listen,
que
I need
façam,
3
que tenham a mesma
people
vontade que eu de
who
crescer,
have the
que
same
sejam bons
drive
no
to
que
grow
fazem.
as I do
Eles
and
me
who are
pediram
good at
os
what they
nomes,
do.
eu
They asked me
falei
for names.
o Tucano,
I
o
said
Piolho e o
Tucan,
Bigode, que
Piolho,
além de
and
amigos
Bigode,
meus,
who
são pessoas
are
que são
not just
muito
friends of
conhecidas na
mine,
comunidade,
they're also very well known in the
fizeram,
community
que fazem,
because of
sabe?
everything
Então,
they've
a
done
gente
and
se
everything they
juntou
do.
mesmo porque 2025
So that's how we got
tinha que
together.
ter algo diferente,
Because
tinha
in
que ter algo a mais,
25,
pra
we
sair do
needed
padrão,
something new.
só
We
juntando
needed
nós
to
quatro
break the
mesmo, tá
mold.
ligado?
And
Cada
the only
tem
way
uma
to do that
característica
would
e
be to
junta
put
todas as
together the four of
características, forma a
us.
tropa do sete.
We
E
each
não
have
tem-
our
não tem
characteristics.
como dizer o que é.
And that's how we
É
get the
só
crew of 7.
assistindo
It's
e lá na
impossible
frente
to
ver
define.
como que a gente pode
You just
definir assim,
you have
essa
to
loucura que vai
watch
ser.
what happens and follow the madness.
Eu odeio o controle.
Well, those are beautiful words. Do you have anything else to add?
Então você inventou tudo
Ele é
isso.
mitomaníaco.
No, he is a compulsive liar.
Revolucionário pro
Listen,
cenário
the
Fortnite,
Crew of
mano.
7 is
Eu
going
acho que
to
ninguém
revolutionize
nunca
Fortnite.
fez ou
No
teve a
one
ideia de
has
fazer o que nós
ever
estamos
had
planejando
the
fazer.
idea to
Conteúdo que
do
não vai ser
what
só
we're
focado
doing
no Fortnite
today.
em si, também
Because it's
vamos trazer
content
pouco
that's
de
not
IRL,
just
que o
focused
Bloco
on
tá fazendo
Fortnite.
bastante.
It's also IRL,
Conteúdo
like Blocko's
viajando, né?
doing.
Sem
There's content when we travel. I don't want to give any spoilers. Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, if you had any spoilers. Come on, give us some spoilers at least. Well, we do. We've got boxing. Tommy and Pulga are going to fight. Bigode is going to narrate with me. I'm just going to throw gasoline on the fire. I'm gonna beat him up, man. Yeah, and soccer too. Today we woke up and said, let's play soccer. And yeah, man. All right, 8 p.m. we are going to school everybody at
Vocês
soccer.
estão saindo do Fortnite, vocês estão indo
I
para
really
outras
love
coisas.
seeing you guys
E você
expand
nesse
and branch
meio
out
aí.
from Fortnite into other things.
Eu olhei errado, é que eu tava olhando pro bloco, ele me confundiu.
So who should I ask? Who should answer this? Pulka or Blocko? Because the two of you could take this one, right? Do you feel comfortable beating them up too at boxing? No, I'm good with boxing. Okay. So you checked out of that one. Okay.
Do planejamento da
All right.
WCM, vocês
What about
estão
as
entrando
part of the
agora, vocês têm alguma
W7M planning?
expectativa pra falar pra galera que
Do you
vocês estão esperando?
have anything you can
Com essa
tell
entrada
our
da tropa
fans
do
what to
set?
expect now with the crew of 7? Things are gonna get really crazy. It's gonna be just whack, but in a good way. All right, we build stuff inside Fortnite, and we are going to break the bubble. We are going to explode that bubble out of our comfort zone. We want to break the paradigm that Fortnite is only about arena playing, going on YouTube, killing however many people, live streaming. No, we are going to reach every single bubble using the best that Fortnite has to offer, and that is what our squad is all about. That is what the crew of 7 is all about, leaving the comfort
Tem
zone.
também no planejamento de vocês, como você
Okay,
falou,
so do you also intend to bring Fortnite fans out from their comfort zone, from what they're used to watching? So in other words, do you really think about expanding your content to reach people who don't watch Fortnite yet, to bring them to the game?
Yeah, we're going to play soccer. We're going to live stream. For those who like soccer, they're going to be able to enjoy whatever they're doing. But for those who are going to be there, they're from Fortnite. So if they say, okay, this is cool, yeah, these guys are down low, you know, I want to know more about this, you know. Sometimes it awakens, you know, the desire to play, and then new people start arriving from other communities, other places. That's what we're going to try to do, you know. Using ideas that can impact outside of Fortnite, but also using Fortnite architecture, let's say, or pieces from Fortnite. I don't think somebody who likes soccer, we're going to watch our live stream. It's going to be ugly, man. Bloquinho is the best out of the four of us, man. No, I am. No. You're a goalkeeper. You're a keeper. You like to catch the balls. Yeah, the last game, I had gone on the left wing. This, god darn, this guy went spaccato, man. Splits. And he caught the ball. He caught this beautiful kick right way down on the corner. I want to see Mustache playing today, Bigode. Yeah, I might play today. Maybe. Yeah, you're going to play striker, man. Like a center striker. Yeah.
Meu Deus.
My
Eu
God.
me perdi na hora que você
I got
falou
lost,
da
you
bola
know,
dele, me
when you
ficou
talked
muito
about his ball. It's confusing.
Mas assim, então vocês estão com todo esse
So
embasamento
you've
aí,
got
com
this
todo esse
whole
planejamento.
foundation, this whole planning,
E eu queria saber
and I'd like to know
se vocês enxergam dentro do
if
competitivo de Fortnite
within the Fortnite competitive arena, if you see
crescimento.
growth.
Porque eu sei que a galera do
Because
Fortnite
I know that
é uma galera
Fortnite
bem
folks
unida, bem
are
engajada,
really tight,
é um
you know,
público
they're
grande.
engaged. It's a
Muitas vezes
large
as pessoas acham
crowd,
que
large
não, mas
audience.
é
People think
muito
it's not, but it is.
E vocês
It's
acham que
significant.
vocês se
So
inserindo tanto no competitivo
if you're also part of the
quanto na parte
competitive on
de
one
criação
hand,
de
as well as on
conteúdo,
content
vocês
creation on the other,
englobar
can
toda
you
esse
encompass
público de
this
Fortnite?
whole Fortnite
Eu não
audience?
enxergo nada no competitivo,
I
eu não
don't
consigo
see
jogar, não passo pra nada.
anything on the competitive. That question, it's over to the three of them on the competitive side. Yeah, the whole idea of the project is
A gente tem dois prós.
we have two pros, one who's retired and Bloquinho,
Criador de conteúdo.
who's a content creator. So, yeah.
Chamou de aposentado.
He
Se
called you
você
a
quiser
retiree.
revocar-
Yeah, if you wanna, there's the.
Eu não vou poder falar o que eu quero falar.
I can't say what I want to say. Yeah, let's leave it at that. That's
Tá,
basically it.
beleza. E você?
How about you?
Eu não estava prestando atenção na
I was
pergunta,
not
eu
paying
não consegui
attention to the
escutar,
question.
eu
I
tava tentando entender a
couldn't
pergunta
hear.
pelo que
I was
ele tava falando,
trying to
mas eu não consegui
understand the
escutar a
question
pergunta.
based on what he was saying. I said,
dentro do cenário de Fortnite,
within the Fortnite arena, we know that there's large audience. They're highly engaged. So you have the possibility of having people who understand both content creation as well as competition. Do you feel that you're going to be able to embrace this whole audience and bringing more people? Sure. Yeah, I think what we're doing here, it's missing, you know, bringing people together again. It had been years that something like this, or box or soccer, they're not used to seeing the pro players together. And Bloquinho, who's a fantastic dude, kick-ass man, bringing everybody together. We're creating content together every day. And so, box and football, and like I said, in 2020, we had a gaming house, we lived together, folks loved it. We don't have that anymore. People, you know, we live separately, and so bringing folks together for them to understand what it is to, you know, be part of the gaming world, it's going to be cool. Fantastic. Bloquinho, anything to add? I think it's good to go back to content creation. If you, a person who has achieved some growth and, you know, you're well known in Fortnite. If you could give some advice to those who want to create Fortnite content, love the game. But I want your advice on live stream, you know, what you could tell to foster people, you know, just support. Every day I try to understand what's happening, what I do, because it's more, you know, out of the heart, you know, kind of like an instinctive thing. There's no secret in creating content. You have to literally get your best feature, your best aspect, understand how that works, and try to make the best out of that characteristic, which is a potential, and try to adapt it to the game or anywhere else that you want to be part of. Let's say, I like play Fortnite. I'm stupid. So, what am I going to do? I'm going to try as best as I can. I said, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, I play Fortnite and I'm stupid. It does make sense. Yeah, but that's one of your characteristics, man. Get, let's say, charisma. It's you know, highlighted because I like talking. Get charisma and think about something that you like and put those two things together and not trying to copy somebody else. You have to be yourself. You build your own story. Whether you like it or not, we from W7M, we have a huge potential because of Banco do Brasil. The largest official sponsor provides us all the possible support, anything we want to do, and that's fantastic. It's rewarding, you know, to get to where we are.
E vocês têm também alguma dica?
Do you guys have any advice, any tips? My greatest advice is, in terms of content creation, which is in what my opinion is worth beginning, it's easier to become a content creator rather than a competitive player. And my advice is consistency. You have a schedule when you're going to post your videos and follow those times. People start creating a routine of when they're used to watching your video. Every day you post at 1 p.m. So people who go to school in the morning, they come back home, they know that Tuesday there's going to be one of your videos on 1 p.m. That's going to help with engagement, views. Consistency is number one.
Você, Puga, tem alguma dica aí?
Do you have any advice?
Seja você mesmo.
Be yourself, man. Yeah, it's good.
É bom.
It's good. It's good.
Bom, eu acho que eu tenho local de fala, não de Fortnite,
I think I can speak not on behalf of Fortnite, but in terms of content creation. It's important, as Bloquinho says, identify that aspect of yourself. And you see people who inspire you within content. So if I admire Bloquinho, what he's built, I see how that content creation works for him, and I try to not copy him. Oh, he did it, it worked, I'm going to do just like that. But I'm going to inject myself into that, the science, something that was a mistake I made when I started which was focused too much on live stream and not create vertical content. It's important to be in different places, to be seen and creating your community and expand your communities different places. So I'd say post everywhere that you can, different formats and replicate them. Like to ask you, Deus, those who are interested in becoming part of the competitive landscape, how did that come about for you? What were the steps? What are the advices you can give somebody who wants to become a Fortnite professional? To be part of Fortnite, you have to have a routine, setting up your routine, training, aiming, mechanics. Those are difficult things in Fortnite. Gaming, understanding, and being consistent. Do not skip leg day, for example. All right? Yeah.
Você preparou quiz, não preparou?
You got a quiz ready or something? Yes, I did. You want it now?
Vamos fazer esse quiz?
Let's run this quiz. What do you think? Okay, let's do it. Yeah, let's get them up and running. Yeah. We have a quiz from Fortnite. This little envelope here. It's not by chance I'm holding this thing. There will be prizes. If you want to be part of it, you're going to have to be chosen by Bloquinho.
Você vai escolher as pessoas?
You're going to choose the people. Raise your hand if you want to be part of the quiz. To get a W7M, we have 4 jerseys. Who wants to be a part of it?
Tem bastante.
Lots. Wow. I choose one. Everybody chooses one. Okay. Raise your hand. Hi. Onika will choose one.
Eu vou escolher o mano loirinho ali, ó.
I'm going to choose the blondie dude there. Yeah, the red shirt. I'll go there. Come on.
Chama ele aqui.
Call him up here. Your name?
Idade e o que você faz?
Age and what you do.
Meu nome é Gabriel,
Gabriel,
tenho 20 anos,
I'm 20.
Eu sou CLT, faço faculdade e jogo Fortnite.
I go to college and play Fortnite, and I'm an intern.
600.
I've won 600. It's terrible. Come on down. Big round of applause.
Vai ser uma pergunta fácil, não se preocupa. Eu acho que
Easy question. Easy question.
Fica com ele ali do teu lado.
Chega aí.
Yeah, you hold him there next to you. Yeah, come on.
Qual que é a pergunta?
What is the question? First question.
Bom, você é jogador de Fortnite.
You're a Fortnite player.
Como é que é o rolê?
You know what the thing is like, you know?
A pergunta é: qual foi o ano de lançamento
When
oficial
was the official
do
launch of Fortnite?
Battle Royale ou Salve o Mundo?
Battle Royale or Salve o Mundo,
sei.
Save the World? I don't know. I think it's 2017.
2017 ele acertou.
Yeah, he got it right.
Ganha o brinde ali com ela. Sai,
All right, he gets the prize. You get a shirt, man.
Quer fazer uma pergunta para dos três aqui?
You want to ask a question to one of us?
Não? Certeza?
You sure? You good?
Mano, e essa camiseta aqui?
How about this shirt,
Já
man?
pode trocar, filho.
Jersey. Yeah, you can.
Já pode. Isso aqui é time,
No,
né?
no.
Fortnite?
This is
Já
a
pode
Fortnite
trocar.
team. Now you
Cadê
can
a
wear
camisa?
ours. Where's the jersey?
Aqui, ó. Ah,
Yeah.
Você vai trocar aqui mesmo.
Yeah, you're gonna change it here. Put it over.
E dá salve pra live ali ao vivo ali, ó.
Yeah, where's live streaming, man?
O que é isso?
What is this, man? What are you doing?
Bora. Tem mais perguntas?
Here we go. More questions. Do we have more questions?
O que eu mais tenho aqui é pergunta, Dog.
Questions? We're not going to run out of
Tô indo
questions.
pela ordem, pode ir? Porque você quer escolher, escolhe ali, ó.
Yeah, you want to choose? Raise your hand if you want to participate.
Escolhe mais um.
Eu? Não, eu vou...
You choose another one.
Escolhe.
Yeah, I know some people. I'm going to be biased.
O de óculos?
Yeah, the one wearing glasses? Okay.
Seu nome?
Your name?
Meu nome é Gustavo.
Gustavo.
Qual o seu nick no jogo?
What's your handle?
Porra, era G Bugada, meu sobrenome.
Bugada?
G Bugada.
G Bugada. That's your last name?
Vem comigo. Uma salva de palmas.
My condolences.
Vamos lá.
All right. What is the question?
Então, Bloco, as perguntas.
As perguntas?
The questions.
Vão ser 3 perguntas.
3 questions.
Mas ele tem que acertar
My
quantas pra
dude,
ganhar o brinde?
he's got to
Tem que
get
acertar as 3.
all 3 of them right?
Ai, você vai dizer assim, nossa,
Are you
Onika
gonna
mudou a
say?
regra.
Oh,
Não
Onika
sou eu que
changed the
mando
rules.
nisso.
Yeah, I don't call the shots, man. It's
É
a mafia. It's a mafia de Bill.
Pode ter sido erro da Onika.
Could have been an Onika mistake. 3 questions. You know
Então,
Fortnite?
e se eu disser pra ele que nem é todas de Fortnite?
What if I tell him it's not even all Fortnite questions? Not all Fortnite? No.
Você vai ter que saber...
When you started playing?
A temporada 7.
Season number 7, he's experienced. Okay, yeah.
Primeira pergunta.
Sleep easy. Here we go.
Qual é o nome
What is
da
the name
famosa ferramenta usada
of the
para
famous
farmar material no
tool
Fortnite
used to farm
e que o
material in
bloquinho
Fortnite?
também
And Bloquinho is also... Yeah, that's...
Eu não sei por que inseriram isso, gente.
Posso falar real? Tá aqui, eu não inventei isso.
That's
tá
a
realmente aqui.
pickaxe. He's yeah.
Vambora. Primeira
Agora,
pergunta.
fugindo um pouquinho do
In
Fortnite.
Portuguese, a pickaxe is somebody who's crooked, you know?
Qual é a empresa
What is the
responsável
company
pelo jogo Pokémon?
responsible for Pokemon?
Oi, tudo bom? Qual é a empresa
What is the
responsável
company
pelo jogo
responsible
Pokémon?
for the Pokemon
Nintendo,
game?
Niantic.
Niantic, Nintendo.
Acertou?
Acertou.
Yeah, got it right.
Caraca. Mano. Última.
A última. Qual é o jogo
Last
que
question.
trouxe um impostor
What is the
para
game
sabotar uma
that brought
nave
an
e virou
imposter
meme no Mundial
to
de
be a
2020?
saboteur Among Us?
Salva de palmas, o cara é bom.
Temos um vencedor.
Big round of applause. We have a winner. Freaking genius.
Acabou de ganhar a camiseta mais pesada de
He
todos os
got
tempos.
the big heavy shirt, man.
Abre lá, abre pro pessoal ver.
Yeah, show
Vai
it.
começar usando aqui hoje
Gonna
já,
start
né?
wearing it right now.
Quer um chaveiro?
You want the keychain too?
Tá virada. Aí.
Ah, now yeah. You got the right side in front. Real pleasure, man. Obviously. Of course, yeah, you come up.
Quantas perguntas tem?
How many questions? How many quiz questions?
Temos umas duas camisetas aqui.
We got 2 more
Deus,
jerseys.
escolhe
Deus, you choose somebody.
25
Vou escolher aquele moleque.
perguntas.
We've got
Bloquinho.
25 questions, Bloquinho.
Vem cá, pode chegar pra cá. Você aí.
You, come down.
Vamos. Como é seu nome?
What is
Quantos
your
anos você
name?
tem?
How old are
E joga
you?
desde que temporada?
And since when you playing?
Miguel.
Miguel?
Tenho 11 anos,
I'm
jogo
11.
Desde
I play since
temporada 2, capítulo 2, eu acho.
season
Mano, ele é
2,
muito
chapter
fofo, eu vou
2.
ajudar esse cara.
This
Vamos
guy
comigo,
is cute.
vamos lá.
I'm gonna
Uma
help
salva
him.
de palmas pro Miguel.
Big
Vamos pra
round
cima.
of applause, Miguel.
Venha, Miguel.
Come on,
Quer
Miguel.
cumprimentar o pessoal?
You wanna? Yeah, you wanna say hi to everyone? All right, you good? Oh, cute. What a sweetie.
Aqui no meio do palco.
Yeah, down in the middle.
Bloquinho, ó, quem vai fazer as suas perguntas agora não sou
So, I'm not the one who's going to be asking the question. Deus is going to ask the
No
questions.
Fortnite.
On
Se você cair
Fortnite.
na água,
How many questions? 3. Okay.
no Fortnite.
Fortnite,
Se você cai na
if you fall
água,
into
o que
the water,
acontece?
what happens?
Sem nada.
You swim.
Certa resposta.
Yeah.
Vambora.
All right, you swim.
Primeira
Okay.
pergunta acertou.
First
Quem tá torcendo pro
question.
Miguel acertar as
Who's
três?
cheering for Miguel to get all 3 of them?
A torcida tá grande. Vamos pra
Yeah.
cima.
Big crowd, Miguel. Come on. Second
Ó, agora
question.
eu vou fugir um pouco do Fortnite.
Bit
beleza?
away from Fortnite
Qual
now.
personagem azul da SEGA
What
é
blue
conhecido por correr
character
mais
from
rápido que a luz?
Sega is faster than light? Sonic. Yeah. All right.
Eu nem sei nem onde tá minha
You're
Deu
big,
tempo
man.
pra raciocinar,
Not
não
even
deu
time to think. He was so fast, man. He's a
agora
quick
vamos para a última
trigger.
pergunta, hein,
Last
Miguel?
question. Last question. Yeah, here we go.
Qual o nome da moeda
What is the
usada
name
na
of
loja
the
do Fortnite?
currency
E que rola
used?
Não, e que rola sorteio direto
And
nas redes da W7M.
We the funds, it's the currency. Yeah, we have yeah.
Ganhou uma camisa da
You was-
W7M.
Yeah, he got the W7M jersey.
Chaveiro também?
You want the keychain too? Yeah, the pin.
Bloquinho dando todos os brindes.
Blocking is giving everything away. Big round of applause, Miguel, the big man.
Vamos lá, rapaziada. Agora.
Here we go,
Posso
folks.
falar?
Pode.
Yeah,
A próxima
let me say
pessoa
this.
vai
Next
ter
person
que-
is gonna have
Nossa,
to,
mano. A
dude,
próxima pessoa vai ter que manjar de LOL.
they're gonna have to know about League of
joga
Legends.
LOLzinho aí?
Who
Cadê?
understands about League of Legends?
Vamos lá.
Here we go.
Escolhe um.
Pulga, you
Vai,
choose.
Levanta a
Pulga,
mão quem quer participar.
raise your hand, whoever wants to participate.
E aí, como é que você
All
tá?
right,
Tudo bom?
how you doing?
Seu nome,
Good?
idade e
Name,
joga desde que
age, and
temporada?
since when you've been playing?
Pablo.
Pablo?
É, idade, né?
Age?
15 anos eu
I'm
jogo desde a
15.
temporada 6 do capítulo 1.
I
Entendi.
play since season 6, chapter 1.
Eu tô
Naughty.
contigo.
I do not.
Uma salva de palmas pra ele. Vamos pra cima. Quem aqui é Team Fortnite? Vamos pra
Big
cima.
round of applause.
Vambora, eu sou
As
Fortnite
3
também.
perguntas vão ser de LOL.
The 3 questions are going to be about League of Legends.
Eu vou ajudar.
I'll help.
Ah, não.
Eu vou ajudar e a
come on.
plateia vai ajudar também.
And the
Vambora.
audience is going to help.
Perfeito.
Okay.
Bora.
Here we
Eu tô
go.
até preocupada com esse menino.
Yeah.
Eu pensei em fazer uma pergunta mais fácil pra ele.
Thought
mas tudo
about
bem.
asking him an easier
Qual
question.
é o nome
What
da
is it?
criatura
What is the
mais poderosa
most powerful
que
creature
pode
called
aparecer
that
no
can
mapa do League of
appear in the League of
Legends
Legends
durante uma
map
partida?
during a
Como
fight?
é que é criatura?
A criatura,
The
Loquinho.
creature. The Baron.
Ah, não, é você.
No, you're the one. Yeah, the
Errou.
Baron.
Perfeito, galera. Vocês não
All
queriam que ele
right. You
ganhasse.
didn't want him to win.
Sabe o que é?
What is it?
Vou fazer o seguinte.
Here we go.
Só uma dúvida.
Just a quick
Algum
question.
de vocês sabe?
Anybody knows?
Aquele ali, ó, que tá com a mão levantada ali.
He's got his
Só
hands
você
raised.
sabe?
You know?
Qual que é o nome?
What is?
Calma aí, fica aí.
Wait up.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Boa tarde.
É um ancião.
The
Perfeita
ancient
resposta.
dragon. Perfect
Dá brinde
answer.
pra ele,
Yeah, you
Chuchu.
give a prize. You give him
Mas
a
tudo bem,
prize.
você ainda tem duas chances,
Okay, you still
tá?
have 2 chances.
Você, por que você levantou a mão, Dog?
Why did you raise your hand, doggy?
De outro jogo, deixa eu ver
Another
se o meu
game.
cartaz tem aqui, ó.
Let me see if I have another game.
Oi, eu vou fazer essa boa pra ti,
Yeah, I'm gonna help you out there.
tá bom? Mano, ó, eu vou
Dude.
defender o Pluga aqui, peraí.
Yeah, come
Pluga,
on.
não precisa se defender.
No.
Eu perguntei,
I
levanta a mão
asked,
quem joga LOL e quem
raise
sabe
your
de LOL.
hand,
Você
whoever
aqui, ó.
knows about League of Legends, and you were going me.
São
3
mais
questions.
duas e eu
2 more.
troquei pra não ser de LOL.
Yeah,
Vou
I
fazer essa
exchanged
boa
the
pra você.
questions,
Eu sou
not to be
um
League of
anjo,
Legends.
mas
Yeah,
tudo
I'm
bem.
an angel, okay.
Qual é o jogo
What
mais
game
vendido do
is
mundo?
the most sold game in the world?
Ó, qual é o jogo mais vendido
What
do
is
mundo?
the game that sold the most in the world?
Minecraft.
Minecraft. Perfect!
A carinha dele, vocês
Oh,
não viram
look at
ele
his
pra mim,
face.
assim, ó, desacreditado, é o Minecraft.
It's
Ele errou
Minecraft.
uma, acertou outra. Acertou,
Okay,
leva a camiseta.
one mistake,
Você
one
Ô, Bloco,
correct.
você tá igual mãe, cara. Eu
Dude,
acho que tem-
you're like a
Não,
big mom, man.
Rapaziada, quem manda aqui, sou eu ou não?
Is it me? Who's
Sou eu
gonna
ou
call
não?
the shots? Is it me?
Bora, vambora.
Come on.
A host sou eu quero dar uma camiseta pro LOLzeiro.
I wanna
a tropa
give
do set tá em peso
I
aqui, ele
wanna
merece a
give a
camiseta, você
jersey
acertou ou
to a LoL player, man, League of Legends player.
Ô, puta. Tem que ter uma pergunta difícil.
Difficult question.
Se for LOL, vai ser LOL, né?
achando que você sabia jogar LOL.
Fala no microfone, cara.
Eu te chamei achando que você sabia jogar LOL.
Ele mentiu.
Yeah, he lied.
Última pergunta.
Última pergunta.
Last question.
Eu vou fazer uma difícil aqui.
Yeah, I'm
só
gonna
porque
ask a
eu
hard
quero.
one.
Não, brincadeira. Ah, eu vou fazer essa aqui.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask
Qual
this
é o
one.
apelido verdadeiro
What is the
do Bloquinho
true-
que tá do teu lado?
Bloquinho,
Nem o
what is
deve
Bloquinho's
saber.
true nickname?
Não, ó, Bloquinho, eu tô vendo a tua boca
Bloquinho,
mexer.
I see your mouth moving, Bloquinho. Shut the hell
Ó, o
up.
público tá te ajudando.
Yeah, the audience is helping
Eu
you.
não.
I'm not gonna.
Mac Bolota.
Big Mac Bolota. All right.
Tá comigo.
Perfeito.
Yeah.
Quem acha que eu pareço uma
Mama.
bola, levanta a mão.
Who thinks I look like a ball? I'm up the creek,
Eu
man.
não tenho mais salvação.
There is
Irmão,
no salvation for me.
Ô, Bloquinho.
Okay,
É o único momento que
Bloquinho.
eu posso brilhar. Eu quero fazer minhas
It's
3
the
perguntas
only
de LOL.
time I shine. I want to
Quem
ask
que
my
são os
3
LOLzeiros
League of
que tem
Legends
aqui?
questions.
E não é
LOL,
o
League of
igual
Legends
esse
player.
cara aqui,
Not
não.
like this one here, please. League of
Deixa eu
Legends
escolher.
players.
Vem você de óculos, vem
Yeah,
dragão
you,
ancião.
the one in
Ah,
glasses.
mas ele já ganhou um brinde.
Yeah, but he won.
Você vai dar teu brinde pra alguém dali.
So
depois.
you're gonna give your prize to someone else
Valendo
afterwards.
uma
Okay.
camiseta.
Nossa, esse
Now?
cara que foi o que acertou o negócio do LoL, não foi?
Yeah, he's the one that got
acredito
the
nesse
League of
cara.
Legends. Yeah, I believe him.
E aí,
Vamos lá.
beleza? Tudo certo? Beleza?
Yeah, you good?
Tudo bom?
All right. Right on.
Ó,
Here we go.
Bloquinho.
Bloquinho.
Pergunta, você mancha mesmo de LOL?
You really know about League
Como
of
é que é
Legends?
assim? Que-
Mais ou menos.
What do you mean? Yeah, so?
Ele
Eu
me
já joguei um
quer-
pouquinho.
Yeah, I
Ah,
played a
beleza.
bit.
Ó.
Yeah.
Ixi, nem
Ranked,
nem pergunte.
Qual que é o teu main no LOL?
What is your main?
Kiana? Tá.
Kiana.
Eu vou te dar 10 segundos.
I'm gonna give you 10
Bloco,
seconds.
Eu vou precisar que você faça 10
Bloco.
com as mãos assim, ó.
I'm gonna
e
have
vai
to go
diminuindo.
10, 9,
Eu quero que
countdown.
você me fale
I
em
want
10
you to tell me in
segundos.
10 seconds.
Me fala em 10 segundos.
10 seconds.
Campeões que começam. 3 campeões que começam com a letra
Champions
L.
that begin
Valendo.
with L.
Pode começar.
Yeah, you can begin.
Corre, letra. Rengar.
Com a letra L.
L, not R.
Cadê plateia? Ajuda.
Lilia.
Help me out. Lilia. Leona. Yeah, that one.
É L, gente, de Larissa.
L, as in Larissa, as in League of Legends.
Leona e Lilia.
Leona, Lilia, and
Vai. Uma.
one more.
Lucas.
A Lux.
Lux.
Perfeito, acertou.
Lux.
Muito obrigado.
O
Yes.
público mais atrapalhou do que ajudou
Yeah,
o
the
colega,
audience
mas tudo bem.
didn't help
Gente,
that
eu
much.
juro pra vocês, eu
I
vi
swear.
em 20 segundos,
In 20
porque
seconds.
tem um contador ali pra
'Cause
gente,
there's a
o
counter
bloco
for
baixar
us.
3 dedos.
Não, mas deu tempo. Ô, louco. Aqui é máfia. Aqui
Oh no, that's
Eu botei
rigged.
certo, foi certo,
Nah,
né?
nah.
assim,
I
ó.
could. Yeah, he went like.
Perfeito.
Yeah,
Tá,
right.
Mais uma pergunta.
One
Essa
more
vai ser
question.
fácil,
That's gonna be
eu
easy
acho.
one, I think.
Qual é o banco patrocinador
What is
da
the
Gamescom,
bank
o banco
that
mais foda do
sponsors
mundo,
Gamescom?
maior
The
patrocinador de esportes, tradicionais de esportes,
The bank
e
that
que é
sponsors
patrocinador
esports and
da
sponsors
W7M.
É o
W7M.
melhor de todos, né?
The
Banco do
best
Brasil,
Banco
familiar.
do Brasil.
Ganhou
Right
a
on,
camiseta.
family.
Sabe.
Em 2 perguntas.
2 questions.
Já ganhou?
Já
He
ele
got
acertou
it.
a pergunta que valia 10
Yeah,
milhões.
he got the one that's the $1 million question, man.
Tem mais pergunta aí?
Any more
muito mais
questions?
perguntas.
Yeah,
Você quer
lots
uma?
more.
Vamos
You want one?
avaliando o
Escolher
shape
próximo,
agora.
Quero escolher.
Aê!
All
pra cima.
right, all right.
O negócio é o seguinte. Ô, Tommy, quer vir me ajudar nessa
Tommy,
aqui?
you want to come and help me?
Escolher a próxima pessoa.
Yeah, I want to
Você quer
choose the
escolher?
next
Quero
person.
escolher.
Você quer
Yeah.
entrevistá-la aqui?
You want to come and interview them
Então
here?
levanta aí.
Yeah.
Vou
Get up.
entregar agora pro Tommy.
Now that's for
Quem quer
Tommy.
participar, levanta a mão aí.
Pergunta de Fortnite.
Yeah, Fortnite question. Fortnite.
Baixa a mão, baixa a mão.
Yeah,
Quem é
lower your
controle?
hand.
Não
Who's-
vou escolher você.
Oh, your control? No, I'm not going to choose you.
Quem é PC?
Who's
Qual
a
teclado?
PC? Keyboard.
Aquele lá, o de branco ali. Tu.
Yeah.
Ah, os controles acharam mesmo.
Yeah, the joystick dudes. Yeah.
Ah, cola aí,
Game
ó.
controllers?
Faz pergunta aí
Nah.
comigo.
Vamos ver. Tá.
Não.
Tá, eu vou falar.
Não pode falar isso ali, que isso ali já entrega.
Yeah, no, that
mas
one.
é que
No, that's going
bonitinho.
to
Aqui
dead
o negócio-
giveaway.
Tentando se
Ó, é pra não
organizar.
escutar.
No. This
O
is.
negócio é nós ajudar o pessoal.
We
tá
gotta
ligado?
help folks, you know.
A
Come on.
resposta tá no nome aqui.
Yeah, but the answer's in the name,
Qual é
man.
o nome do
What-
veículo
What is the
que
name
leva os jogadores
of the
até a ilha do
vehicle
Fortnite?
that takes players to the Fortnite island?
Tá.
Perfeito.
The
Deve
bus.
ser o nome técnico mesmo.
Yeah, it's the technical name.
Ônibus de batalha, né?
The battle bus. Yes.
Bora.
Essa daqui agora, se tu errar,
Deixa eu ver.
realmente não merece uma camisa se errar.
No, if you make a mistake on this one, you're dead. I'm not going to give you the jersey.
Ah, vai. Deixa eu ver.
Let me see it.
Ah, não.
No,
Qual
that's
animal
which
é o
animal
símbolo
is
da
the
W7M?
symbol of W7M?
O touro.
The bull. Yes.
Tá fácil, tá fácil.
That's easy.
Vai, lê essa, bloco.
Now you read
Além
this
do
one.
Travis Scott,
Besides
qual outro rapper
Travis
famoso
Scott, what
participou
other
de um
famous
evento de
rapper
Fortnite?
participated in a Fortnite event?
O Eminem.
Eminem?
O Eminem.
Eminem.
Acertou.
Yeah.
Você sabe, você começou a jogar desde que temporada?
When did you start playing?
Temporada 3, capítulo 1.
Season 3, chapter 1? How old are you? I'm
E o seu irmão tá
14.
aqui?
And your brother's here? No.
Não tá aqui?
He's not
Mas
here?
ele mereceu uma camiseta.
Yeah,
Salve de palmas aí pra ele, pô.
he could take a jersey as well. Yeah.
Ô,
Got the last
Bloquinho,
question.
Tem mais perguntas aqui.
We've got more questions,
Você tem mais
Bloquinho.
brinde aí?
Do you have more prizes?
Então,
Yeah, right.
vai ter o chaveirinho, né? Da bondade. O Bloco
Yeah, we're humble. Yeah, Block was gonna undress himself, gonna give his jersey away.
Eu vou
Yeah,
parecer um
what?
cheeseburger aqui em cima.
I'm gonna look like a cheeseburger, man.
Alguém quer chaveiro? Alguém quer
Anybody
isso
wants a
aqui, ó? O que que é isso
keychain?
É chaveiro e pin.
Keychains and pins.
Alguém
Yeah.
Quem quer
Anybody
chaveiro?
wants this?
Ó, então vou fazer assim, ó, Bloquinho.
Here we go, Bloquinho.
Eu acho que você vem aqui comigo.
I think you're gonna
e
come
você
down with me.
escolhe alguém da plateia.
And you choose
pra
somebody
você
from
fazer
the
essa
audience
pergunta
to
aqui, ó.
ask this
Tá fácil,
very
não tá?
question here. Is that easy?
Isso é só ter prestado atenção.
Yeah, if you paid
Vai
attention.
lá, de pessoa em
Essa é
pessoa.
fácil, essa
Ô,
é
Bloquinho, mas posso dizer?
May I?
Se não acertar, vai
If
pro
they
próximo.
don't get
Vai
it,
ainda até
you
acertar.
go to the next one
Eu
until they
esqueci
get
a
it right.
pergunta.
I forgot the question.
Você só tá falando sério? Caralho.
Are you for real, dude?
Ah, tá. Vamos lá. Quem quer participar aí?
Who wants to
levantar a mão? Quem quer
participate?
brinde?
Yeah, raise your hand
Falta
if
quem
you want
escolhe alguém.
prizes.
Escolhe, Teus.
Matheus, you choose.
O que tá. Esse daí.
Yeah,
Camisa
little kid.
Vem cá.
The white kid in the white shirt.
Qual é o nome do squad da W7M de
What is the
Fortnite?
name of the Fortnite W7M squad?
Tem que ser o nome. O
No,
nome
the
que a
name.
gente
A gente falou aqui no início
The
da
name that
entrevista.
represents everybody.
Tropa de 7?
Repete.
Tropa de 7.
Crew of
Certa
7.
resposta?
Certa
Is that
resposta
right?
de primeira?
First, right off.
Mano, você, como é que é seu nome?
What's your name? João.
Quantos anos?
How old?
10.
10.
Ele é muito esperto. O que tem de brinde pra ele?
Wise beyond his years, man.
Cadê? Isso aqui?
É.
Pode pegar aí, ó.
Yeah, go ahead and choose, man. You've earned it.
Tira a
Nice.
camisa, bloco.
Yeah, undress, Bloquinho. You gotta give him his jersey.
Dá o boné, dá o boné.
Give him your cap.
Tem mais?
Do we have more?
Pergunta, claro.
Of course. Yeah.
Tem, o que a gente pode fazer pra...
What can we do to
Ó, tem mais pergunta
get this
de
done
LOL.
with
Tem
League
mais
of
pergunta
Legends?
de mais umas outras coisas.
Few
Mas
other
assim,
things,
se
but,
sobrar brinde, se a gente jogar, vocês pegam?
If we throw away, you guys catch? Can we bring everybody together and throw it?
Tá, então vamos fazer mais umas perguntinhas.
Here we go, a few more
Bloco, a gente ainda tem
questions.
3 minutinhos
Yeah,
aí,
we got
Bloco.
3 minutes, man.
Bloco, uma pergunta que eu acho que vai demorar
I
bastante.
think this question is going to take longer, Bloquinho.
Se a galera sabe
If folks
e quer
know,
responder quem for de LOL,
and those from
quem
League of
é
Legends,
o meu main no
who
League
is
of
my
Legends?
main on League of Legends?
Dog, é a pergunta, tá no
That's
negócio,
the
não tem nem
question.
culpa.
You know, it's not my fault, man.
Não. Ó, vou falar minha lei. Ó, eu vou dar
I'm
uma
gonna-
voltinha pra... Ó, sou eu.
It's me.
Vocês me olham assim,
Okay, you
ó.
see me like
eu tô
this,
da garota.
all girly.
Eu jogo do quê?
What do I play?
Não, eu sou jungle.
I'm a jungle. Jungler.
O que eu jogo?
What do I play?
Não. Warwick!
Warwick.
É, pode dar pra ele.
Oh,
Marquinhos.
he can
O
take
moço
it,
acertou
Warwick.
lá, ó.
Cadê?
Eu uivo. Au!
É Muffin. Cadu. Aqui, ó, pega um monte.
Bloquinho, eu acho que agora...
Bloquinho,
dá pra
I think
juntar a
now
galera.
Vamos juntar
we
todo
can
mundo
bring
assim, ó.
Vamos
folks.
fazer assim, ó. Cada um de nós pega uma mãozada e vai distribuindo pra galera.
Yeah, and
Vai,
we hand
pega
it
uma
out.
mãozada aí tu também. Vamos jogar brinde pra cima.
We're gonna throw prizes in the air.
Opa, caiu o brinde. Bloquinho, pega mais um pouco pra ti. Pega esse resto.
Okay,
Galera,
okay, folks.
Por favor,
Please.
pra galera da organização da Gamescom.
For the Gamescom
Eu vou pegar o
admin
chat
crew.
Pra galera da Gamescom não
Yeah.
ficar bravo com a gente.
So they're not pissed at us.
Cadê o chat? Cadê a rapaziada do chat?
Yeah, guys from the
Gente,
chat, folks.
Primeiramente,
First,
se organizem aqui, pode se espalhar.
organize
Por
yourselves
favor,
here.
Não vamos quebrar
Spread.
a televisão
Let's
da
not
Gamescom.
break the Gamescom
Vamos descontar do meu
screens.
salário. Eu não
Yeah,
vou ter pra
they're
pagar,
not.
tá
They're
bom?
they're
Cuidado
gonna
com a TV.
take it out of my pay,
Por
man.
favor, não se estabelem.
Careful.
A gente vai jogar
Don't
com calma,
fight.
vai
We're
jogar
gonna
espalhadinho pra
throw
vocês,
and spread
tá?
it out, okay?
Sem se bater, sem agredir criança,
Don't
sem
hit the
agredir idoso,
kids.
tá bom?
Don't hit the elderly.
Não agredir. Gente,
Yeah.
a gente gostaria
No
de
aggression.
agradecer,
We'd like
em
to
nome do
thank,
Banco do Brasil
on
e da
behalf of
WCTM,
Banco do Brasil
pela presença
W7M,
de vocês aqui.
for your
Muito obrigado
attendance.
por abrilhantar
Thank you
a nossa
so
tarde
much for
com a presença de
shining,
vocês. A gente
making
vai
this
jogar um brinde
afternoon
agora.
beautiful.
Dá um salve pra galera,
Bloquinho,
agradece por ter colado aqui.
ask them
Gente,
for being
muito
here.
obrigado, de verdade. Tá aqui com vocês é
Thank you,
muito
folks.
gratificante ter todos
It's
vocês por
rewarding
perto. E é
having
isso.
all of you
Quem quer
around.
brinde aí?
Quem quer brinde?
Who
Galera,
wants
uma última coisa. Caso vocês
prizes?
queiram mais brinde e mais coisas da W7M, tem o stand
If you want
do Banco
more
do Brasil,
prizes,
tem
W7M
X1
stuff,
lá todos
there's
os
Banco do
dias.
Brasil booth.
Tem pra vocês comprar aqui, ó, camisetinha,
And
quem não
you can have
conseguiu,
the
tem moletom,
t-shirt
tem um monte
if
de
you
drop
want
novo lá. Agora vamos...
sweatshirts.
Vai.
Tô zoando, mas vai jogar todo mundo junto.
Yeah, we're gonna throw it all together.
2, 1, vai! Tá. Ô, todo mundo vem aqui com a gente agora. Todo mundo aqui na frente, vamos tirar uma fotona. Vem cá, vem
Let's
cá.
have a
todo mundo
picture,
senta aqui
folks.
nos
Yeah,
degraus,
sit
ó.
down, everybody.
Senta aqui, vamos tirar uma foto.
Yeah,
todo
let's
mundo
have a
em
picture,
conjunto.
everybody.
Vambora. Aê! Ó o fanho! Vai, todo mundo aqui na frente pra tirar uma foto em conjunto. Degrau de baixo, guys.
Degrau de baixo aí.
Aê, caralho! Senta aí, rapaziada. Todo mundo aí. Ah, é uma selfie? Achei que ia tirar de lá pra cá. Então tá bom, calma aí. Segura a live aí. Daqui, cadê o selfie? Aê. Junta aí todo mundo.
Everybody together.
Vai ser uma selfie conjunto. Junta aí, junta aí,
Joint
junta aí.
selfie, everybody.
Ui, quase caí de novo. Aí, todo mundo aparece. Em 3. Não, mas calma aí, tá tampando todo mundo atrás. Sobe todo mundo. Sobe geral, sobe geral. Pode vir pra cá, não é, vambora. 3, 2, 1. Aê! Tamo junto. Agora é pra sair do palco.
E aí, beleza?
Obrigado, gente.
Vou tirar uma foto aí, rapaziada. Bora.
Que essa criança veio aqui só pra te ver? Pede pra ser ele no palco agora.
Valeu, tamo junto, prazer.
Ó,
Galera,
gente, vamos todo mundo
descendo do
sentar de
palco.
novo. A
Não se
organização
preocupem,
tá
os meninos vão ficar aqui, tá? Os meninos vão ficar aqui pra tirar foto com todo mundo. Eles vão descer depois aqui e passar na frente do palco. Vamos indo, galera. Muito obrigada a todos.
Opa, pode deixar
Thank you, everyone.
Deixar o microfone?
Let's leave the mic.
Pega a caixinha. Ah, ele pegou já. E aí, galerinha do palco, estamos aqui diretamente do chão da Gamescom, mais propriamente dizendo, na frente do stand de Pokémon Go, onde os nossos mestres Pokémons estão aqui, daqui a pouquinho a gente vai falar com eles. Mas, cara, essa Gamescom tá um negócio assim, tá gigante, o negócio tá enorme, eu não tava esperando todo esse tamanho. Olha, estou completamente impressionada. Quero falar com a galera, porque eu vou propor o seguinte desafio. Quantos Pokémons, vamos ver se a galera sabe mesmo, quantos Pokémons eles conseguem falar em 30 segundos? Primeiro eu vou perguntar assim, beleza, mas quanto você acha que você consegue? Porque aí sempre tem um engraçadinho que fala assim, 30. Mas será que consegue falar 30 em 30 segundos? Será que vai ter alguém que vai conseguir falar mais de 30 em 30 segundos? Não sei. Eu consigo falar 10. Mentira, acho que não. Se contar assim, geração, não sei o que, eu acho que eu consigo. Mas vambora. Primeiro eu queria mostrar pra vocês um pouquinho do stand. Tá muito maneiro. Dá pra galera vir aqui, fazer compras, ganhar brinde. Tem umas cartinhas Pokémon. A galera tá vindo aqui também trocar as cartas. Isso é interessante, você que tá aí de casa, vai vir nos outros dias de Gamescom. Se você não vier, beleza, a gente leva a Gamescom até você. Mas se você vier e tiver suas cartinhas Pokémon, vem aqui trocar, que a galera tá aqui trocando. Tem muita coisa pra você comprar. Imagina, gente, pode passar. Pode passar. Olha aqui. Gente, tem cada colecionável, tem cada miniatura muito maneira. É isso. Ai, do Eevee, eu amo, esse é um dos meus Pokémons favoritos. Bom, eu acho que a gente já tá pronto. Eu vou chamar uma galera aqui que eu vi aqui na frente e eles parecem... Com licença, tudo bom? E aí, gente, tudo bom? Seu nome?
Bruno.
Seu nome?
Pedro.
Bruno e Pedro, vou ficar aqui no meio de vocês? Com licença. Vou propor um desafio, vamos ver se vocês topam.
Tá bom.
Quantos Pokémons vocês acham que vocês conseguem falar em 30 segundos?
Verdade.
Chuta um número, assim, vamos lá, no feeling.
30 segundos?
Em 30 segundos.
Uns 30, talvez?
Cara, falei palavrão, foi mal. Meteu...
Opa, fala.
É family friendly. Meteu... Você acha que você consegue falar um Pokémon por segundo?
Eu acho que sim. Acho.
E você? Ele foi ambicioso, mas e você?
Eu vou ser pé no chão. Acho que eu falo... Vou falar em 30 segundos, uns 20. Não, ela falou desafio. Fala 40 agora. Ah, 40, vai, dane-se.
Que isso?
Tô ferrado mesmo, vambora.
Vocês vão me ajudar? Renan, me ajuda aí a contar? Porque assim, eu vou contar aqui o tempo. Mas eu adorei que é tipo Bruno e Pedro, meio Pedro e Bino. Meio Pedro e Bino, achei. Okay. Não é? Tipo, em vez de Pedro,
Pode ser uma cilada.
Pode ser uma cilada. O
sobrenome também combina, Lobato e Cavani.
Achei um negócio.
Dupla.
Vocês são amigos de muito tempo, de anos?
Isso é bastante. Bastante. Espiritualmente, sim. Agora, recentemente, porque nem um ano. Mas unidos pelo anime e anime de robôzão gigante, é isso aí.
Vocês têm um canal de anime, alguma coisa assim?
Eu tenho um podcast de anime, o Animes Overdrive, e ele... Eu tenho um canal no YouTube também e o meu Instagram. Eu faço os dois.
Aí pra galera, gente.
Procura o Caves, eu sou o cara que fala de Gundam, franquia de animes, e tem o Pedro também, né? É bom. Sigam lá.
Então vamos lá. Tá. Bom, otaku a gente já viu que eles são, mas agora será que eles são mestres Pokémons também? Eu vou começar a contar, vamos começar com você.
Tá bom.
30 Pokémons em 30 segundos.
Tá.
Me ajuda aí a contar. 1, 2, 3 e... Valendo.
Abracadabra, Alakazam, Pikachu, Raichu, Squirtle, Artorto, Blastoise, Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard, Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Eevee, Jolteon, Flareon, Vaporeon, Leafeon, Glaceon, Espion, Umbreon, Cyndaquil, Typhlosion, Quilava, Belief, Chikorita, Meganium. E acho que já passou de 30, não?
Já passou de 30?
Então tá bom.
Que isso? Gente, já passou de 30 em menos de 30 segundos.
Ufa, então deu boa. Quem foi pé no chão fui eu, no fim das contas.
Caraca, eu tô completamente abismada. Você falou mais de 30 Pokémons em quase 20 segundos.
Faz aí a proporção, deu boa.
Parabéns.
É por isso que eu tenho Pokémons tatuados no meu braço inteiro aqui.
Mentira, mostra aí pra gente.
Falei da tatuagem, tá? O Entei, o Suicune aqui. Tô aproveitando pra mostrar o shape também, né?
Uma forçada, assim.
Tá vendo aqui, ó? Tá vendo o Pokémon?
Mostrou o tríceps, vai.
Mas
Bom demais. E seu Pokémon favorito?
É o Alakazam.
Foi o primeiro, um dos primeiros que você
falou? Foi o trio dos primeiros. Eu adoro Alakazam. É o psíquico da colherinha.
Qual é a geração?
Você pronto pra comer, né? Eu sou taurino.
Muito bom. Adorei a referência. Bom, você foi
Love it. All right, so you were more ambitious than him.
Bruno falou que consegue falar 40 pokémons em 30 segundos. Então, assim, também é um exercício de respiração, né? De prender aqui o ar e vambora.
A minha dicção e o TDAH ajudar, né? Porque eu me embalo todo, mas vai dar certo.
Não. Relaxa, respira, vamos lá. Exercício de respiração, respira. O bom é que agora que ele já foi, tem alguns que você já, né?
Exato.
Espera, deixei você pra uma colherzinha de chá. Vamos lá, vou começar a contar no 1, 2, 3 e já.
Pikachu, Raichu, Beedrill, Weedle, Kakuni, Togepi, Cyndaquil, Pikachu, Raichu, Bulbasauro, Squirtle, Ivysauro, Venossauro, meu Deus! Blastoise, Charizard, Charmander, meu Deus, tá fugindo, calma.
Tá indo bem,
Tem mais, Butterfree, Rhyhorn, Rhydon, Abra, droga!
20 e pouco? 20 e pouco.
Metade.
Mas é isso, quando a gente chegar na meta, a gente faz o quê?
A gente dobra.
A gente dobra a meta. Não, mas foi muito bom. Eu tô completamente encantada com a habilidade Pokémon Lisca que vocês dois têm.
Obrigado.
É Pedro e Bruno.
Isso.
Pedro e Bino. Muito obrigada pela participação de vocês aqui no canal do GN. Aí, ficou aí diretamente pro palco da Gamescom. Vocês estão no palco da Gamescom, tá?
Oh, com certeza. Aí, ó lá. Aí, ó. Cadê o pessoal? Tá tudo
Cadê a galera? Chama a galera! Cadê a salva de
palmas?
palmas?
Tamo aqui, gente. Tamo aqui sofrendo um pouquinho, não é verdade? Tá tudo certo.
É isso, galera. Curtam muito Gamescom. A gente vai continuar rodando aqui.
Também.
Muito obrigada, viu? Caraca! Será que a galera... Meu Deus, será que a gente consegue... A gente já viu que 30 em 30 segundos é possível. Pra quem entende do assunto, é possível. Agora, será que a gente consegue 40 em 30 segundos? Eu quero pegar uma... Deixa eu ver se alguém sentado aqui. Deixa eu... Você é meu mestre Pokémon. Você pode sentar do seu lado? Você pode sentar, fica à vontade. A gente tá aqui à vontade. Estamos cansados também de andar, né?
Justíssimo.
Seu nome?
Áureo.
Áureo. Você acha, Áureo, que você conseguiria me falar 40 Pokémons em 30 segundos?
Sim.
Fácil. Eita, pera aí, então. Vou contar aqui. Gostei da confiança, é óbvio.
Vamos lá.
1, 2, 3 e valendo.
Bulbasauro, Ivysauro, Venossauro, Squirtle, Wartortle, Charmander, Blastoise, Charmeleon, Charizard, Butterfree, Cyndaquil, Typhlosion, Feraligatr, Meganium, Chikorita, Bayleaf, Magikarp, Gyarados, Lapras, Articuno, Moltres, Zapdos, Mewtwo, Mew, Snorlax, Omanite, Omastar, Kabuto, Kabutops, Wigglytuff, Jigglypuff, Igglytuff.
Acabou. Pera aí. 31.
Achei que eu poderia ter ido melhor.
Caraca.
Tentei.
Não, mas você foi muito bem. É tipo, você falou mais do que 1 por segundo, assim, um pouquinho.
Mais ou menos.
Mas é porque 30 segundos é muito difícil. Você teria que falar...
Fica na pressão também, né? Pô, aquela pressão.
Não, eu esquece. Se você pede pra eu fazer 5 aqui agora, é que o negócio é a pressão que me pega. Não é nem o não saber.
Nervosismo.
É que nem na prova do Enem, gente. Aí chega lá, você fica nervoso, você fica...
Colocar a alternativa errada, erra tudo. Esquece.
Exatamente. Por isso, gente, colhem. Tô brincando. Não colhem. Mas muito obrigada pela sua participação. Você está provadíssimo, é um mestre Pokémon.
Imagina, muito obrigado.
Me fala seu Pokémon favorito.
Garchomp.
Qual geração que ele é?
4ª geração.
Bom demais. Das antigas, né?
Eu gosto.
Um clássico nunca morre. É isso, galerinha. Muito obrigada pela sua participação. Curta muito Gamescom. Bom, eu já fiquei sabendo que vocês estão querendo dar uma continuidade aí no palco, que tem muita coisa pra rolar. Então eu vou voltar com vocês aí no palco. Meus queridos, muito obrigada, mas calma que daqui a pouquinho eu volto pra mostrar mais Gamescom pra vocês. Tchau, tchau.
Entra o vídeo agora.
É o vídeo. Uma salva de palmas para Pokémon Go.
Let's
gente,
give it
por
up to
favor.
Pokémon Go.
Muito boa tarde.
Hi, good afternoon, Gamescom Latam. Here's the thing. To be honest, I downloaded the app for Gamescom Latam, and you can check out every session that we have for every single day. And this panel is the panel I've been waiting for. I have so many great memories with Pokemon.
Eu lembro quando lançou o Pokémon
I know,
Go,
I get it.
Pokémon Go
I remember when
ajudou a gente a passar por uma fase
Pokemon Go
muito
was
difícil, que foi o
launched,
isolamento
and it
social.
really
Ele
helped
ajudou a gente
us
a se
go through
reconectar
tough
com a nossa
times
própria
with
cidade, com nossos
socialization.
próprios amigos, a gente
We were
fazer
able to
novas
connect with
conexões.
folks in
Então,
our
assim, esse
city,
jogo
with
é
our friends, our
modificador de
buddies.
vidas pra muita
So
gente.
this game really changed the lives of many people. I know, when it was released, I would go outside with my grandma in a countryside city to look for Pokemon. And just by chance, I found a Dragonite. You know, I was nailing it, but you know, I was at a very low level. But if there is one thing that helped me develop my social skills, it was Pokemon Go. I don't think I'd be here. And this is major. Pokemon Go was released in 2016. You may remember the beta version. We had people abroad who were able to play, and we started hearing rumors. But the thing is that Pokemon Go was able to transform itself over the years. It is a game as a service, but it keeps changing with new features, even during the pandemic with the Rocket League or the Rocket Team balloons, so that people could play at home. Exactly, because we wanted to go to the streets to interact, but during the pandemic, when we had to be in social isolation, they changed the game to adapt to that. Exactly. And when we talk about innovation and the Pokemon Company, we know that they are truly, truly devoted to the Latin American community. They are trying to bring this group to Pokemon Go, and this is how they can offer very interesting events. And there's also localization, not only for our language, but also for our currencies. We've seen that in many different sessions with Pokemon Go. They are extremely dedicated to us, and I'm so happy to see that we're going to see these incredible folks who made history with Pokemon Go in Brazil on our stage very soon. Okay, so let's see who they are. You're not ready, she's not ready, no, I'm not. And we were just pretending to be at ease, but we're really excited. Please wear your Pikachu hats, and please give them a round of applause because we have Michael Sturanka here, a senior director for Pokemon Go.
Muito obrigada, Michael. O palco é seu.
Thank you, Michael. Please take it away.
First off, muito obrigado. I'm so excited to be here today. My name is Michael Sturanka, and I'm the Senior Product Director for Pokémon Go. Now, before we get started, I kind of want to get a feel for who's in the audience. If you have ever heard of Pokémon Go, can you raise your hand? Thank you so much. Okay. All right, that one is a little bit too easy. How about this? In the count of 3, can everybody shout out the name of your favorite Pokemon for me? Okay, do you know what your favorite Pokemon is? All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think we have a lot of Pokemon fans out here. That's great. The correct answer was Machamp, but you know, I'll forgive you if you have a different favorite Pokemon. Today I'm here to talk about how Pokemon Go empowers fans to become leaders, including my own story and my own journey from a fan to a director of the largest Pokemon game of all time. I thought the Pokemon Go launch trailer was the perfect way to start off this talk, because that launch trailer was the trailer that changed my life forever. In order to tell that story, let me first begin by sharing a little bit about my personal background. I started my career at Sony PlayStation, where I focused on experiential marketing for 7 years. My favorite project that I got to work on was bridging the digital and the physical at our annual convention called PSX. I created a system where when players went to a PlayStation experience and they interacted with different developers, as soon as they went home and logged into their PSN account, they had a special digital gift waiting for them from those same developers. In many ways, that first job was a dream job of mine. I thought I would stay at PlayStation for the rest of my career. But then I saw that trailer in 2016, and I knew that I had to find a way to work on Pokémon Go. You see, even though I've always been a big PlayStation fan, the truth is, I've always been a die-hard Pokémon fan for my entire life. Back in 1995, when I was a kid, my family actually moved to Japan, which meant that I lived in Japan when Pokémon Red and Green first launched in that country, and I experienced the craze that took over the entire country. And then in 1998, my family moved back to the United States, the same year that Pokémon Red and Blue launched in the US. So I actually got to live through that national phenomena, not once, but twice. This time, though, I was the biggest Pokemon expert in my school because I had a little bit of an early advantage. Later, in college, I became obsessed with competitive Pokemon battling. I ended up leading one of the largest and most influential grassroots competitive Pokemon communities in the world. I also eventually started my own Pokemon fan site, built around battling in a different way in Pokemon. Unfortunately, that site didn't take off the way that my friends and I had hoped, but it was still a really great experience. So why am I sharing this with you? I think it's important to know that Pokemon has always been a huge part of my life ever since childhood. In fact, here's a photo of me at soccer practice. Clearly, my priorities have always been on Pokemon, even when I was supposed to be playing sports. That's why I knew that I had to find a way to work on Pokemon Go when I saw that launch trailer in 2016. I knew that I had to leave one dream job for another and work at this small startup called Niantic, the developers of Pokemon Go. Now, if you're not familiar with Niantic, we're not really your typical gaming company. Our mission is to inspire people to explore the world together. Now, what does that have to do with our games? Well, Niantic games are very different from any other game out there. In Niantic games, you get on your feet and you leave your house and you explore. You find new places in your community, you meet people all over the world, and these games are built on 3 primary pillars of exploration, exercise, and real-world social interactions. And that's actually how I was able to join a company like Niantic. Niantic really wanted to place a strategic bet on building in-person experiences all around the world. And I joined the team to create Pokemon Go live events, bridging the digital and the physical. Does it sound familiar? When I first joined Niantic, I had no idea that my experience leading grassroots communities grassroots Pokemon communities would end up being so valuable to me. In fact, in some ways that experience is even more valuable than the 7 years that I spent at PlayStation. That time of my life spent deeply entrenched with Pokemon communities helped me bring an authentic passion to Niantic And it enabled me to change the game in a way that I really wanted to, in a way that I felt, Pokemon could change the world through this unique experience. You could say that Niantic empowered me as a fan, and in turn, this helped me empower others as well. But more on that in just a second. My first project at Niantic was Pokemon Go Fest, just 2.5 months after I started at the company. Some of you may know this, but this event was actually a total disaster. It actually gives me a little bit of PTSD to even look at this photo, so I'm going to try to get through this slide as fast as I can. We faced a lot of technical difficulties at this experience, and players were unable to actually connect to the game. It was such a disaster, in fact, that news networks all around the world started picking up this story, and I was receiving text messages from people that I hadn't talked to in years asking me, hey, are you okay? I see what's going on the news here. Don't you work on this game? Thankfully, we were able to turn things around and open the experience to the entire city of Chicago and salvage the event for the 20,000 players in attendance. But I did leave this event wondering, is this it? Am I going to get fired from my dream job just a couple months after starting? Thankfully, that wasn't an option. You see, we had another major event planned just 3 weeks after that first Go Fest in Yokohama, Japan. So the team and I worked tirelessly through sheer determination and grit to change things and learn from the issues that we had in Chicago. And I'm happy to share that we had an incredibly smooth experience in Yokohama, where we were able to facilitate over 3 million players over the course of just 10 days in the city. And that was just the beginning. Ever since these experiences, we've hosted major Pokemon Go live events all around the world. There have literally been dozens since I joined the company in 2017. And through those dozens of major live events, we've had millions of players come by to experience the truly unique gameplay that Pokemon Go has to offer. And we don't plan on stopping anytime soon. These events are not just valuable to our players either. They actually drive huge, tremendous economic impact for the cities that host them. In 2023, over just 3 events in New York, Osaka, and London, we drove $323 million of economic impact in those locations. But I think what's even more important is the fact that these figures equate to real player experiences for 194,000 players who traveled around the world to go to these events. Our live events for Pokemon Go are truly unique and different, and that's why people are willing to spend the money to get on an airplane and travel for hours and hours just to see the player community, just to catch Pokemon, and to experience a city that they may have never been to before. And that's kind of what differentiates Pokemon Go events to any other event that you might have been to. If you think about a music festival or convention, 99% of attendees are spectating, right? They're kind of absorbing information. At Pokemon Go events, 99% of attendees are participants. They're all going out and catching Pokemon together, taking on huge raid bosses together, and going and exploring the city together as players. So after that first year of live events in Pokemon Go, our CEO, John Hanke, issued a challenge to me. He said, hey, Michael, these events have been so incredible. I want you to 10x the amount of event attendees next year. You see, at Niantic, we've adopted this system called OKRs, or Objectives and Key Results. And it's a way for us to set really ambitious goals for ourselves, sometimes goals that are totally unachievable, to try to hit them. So my OKR for 2018 was to 10x the amount of live event attendees at Pokémon Go events. Now, I should have thought about this a little bit before accepting this OKR from John, because doing just a quick, back of napkin math proved out that it was not possible in the laws of time and space to 10x our live event attendees in a year. Even if we hosted a Go Fest every single weekend for the next year, we could not achieve this. But then it got me thinking, why don't we actually flip the model on its head? And instead of going around the world and hosting live events at, as many locations as possible, why don't we enable our players and our leaders within the fan community to host their own events no matter where they were in the world? And that is how Community Day was born. For those of you who don't know, Community Day is our monthly event in Pokémon Go, where for just 3 hours, all Pokemon spawns are replaced by a single Pokemon, and players can come together and catch as many of that Pokemon and celebrate that Pokemon to their heart's content. Ever since we launched this event in 2018, it has become one of the most popular events in Pokémon Go, and we've now had over 100 community days since the start of the program. And through those community days, I'm so excited to share that we've had millions of meetups take place worldwide, all through grassroots communities hosting their own local meetups with players from their neighborhoods. Now, did I cheat a little bit and change the definition of a live event attendee to meet my OKR goal? Maybe. But I think the results of this sort of speak for themselves, and they ended up being a huge success for the game and something that our players truly ended up loving. More recently, we decided to expand on this idea of empowering our players and our fans to become leaders in their local communities. Last year, we launched a program called the Community Ambassador Program, as well as the Community Leader Program. Through this program, we've been able to maintain a closer contact with major community leaders all around the world, and we've been able to help enable them to host meetups not just for Community Day, but for any event taking place in Pokémon Go. Of course, one of my favorite things about these community leadership programs is the fact that in Latin America, there seems to be a disproportionately large desire to participate in this. All of the numbers that you see on screen here is just through Latin American hosted community experiences. And we also have a video to showcase just how impactful these have been in the region.
Muito bom conhecer o pessoal de outras comunidades, grande experiência mesmo.
Estamos felices de haber recibido en nuestra ciudad a todos ellos y esperamos vernos nuevamente porque creo que ese es el espíritu del Club Campfire.
Nos conocimos todos mediante Club Campfire y poder vernos en persona y conversar y compartir experiencias y disfrutar de este evento juntos.
So how did we get here? one question we asked ourselves early on is, how can we scale locally? Now, I know that can actually sound a little bit like an oxymoron. It can be a contradiction, right? To scale and to do something locally, they're almost two polar opposite things. But we actually don't think so at Niantic. And we believe that we found a way to do exactly this. And these are the three key ingredients on how we scale locally. Number one, city-specific live events like GoFest, GoTour, and City Safaris. Number two, regional live ops like Dia de los Muertos. And finally, number three, our local network of community leaders. We didn't know it back then, but empowering our players to become leaders also helped us in unexpected ways. In 2018, we started scaling our Latin America presence, and we actually started to build a team out in this region. Of course, while we were building this team, we reached out to communities to see who could join this team and who can help build out the Pokémon Go community in the area. That year, I interviewed one community leader who really blew me away. And 7 years later, I'm excited to say he is now here with me on stage to help talk a bit about the work we've done in this region. Please help me welcome my good friend and coworker, Alan.
Thank you so much, Michael. Hey, Gamescom, muito obrigado. I'm very happy to be here with Michael. And yeah, like Michael was saying, I joined Niantic in 2019. And in 2018, I was interviewing for this role. Michael was the final boss I had to defeat in order to join the company. And I was so nervous, you know, you're interviewing for the job of your dreams. You don't know if they're gonna like you. It feels like it's a super long shot. And the moment I started speaking with him, his story really resonated with me, you know, because much like himself, I started, and here's a couple of pictures. I started as a kid doing tournaments of Pokemon with my friends. That's how it all started for me. And hearing Michael and hearing his passion and learning his story made me really excited that I had a chance, you know, that Niantic was a company that actually was hiring fans, which to me was something I never even considered. And the fact that Michael, you know, empowered me and put a hands up on my resume, and that in turn empowered me to do other things for the game as well. You know, sometimes players feel that the people working at the companies are, you know, people that don't really know the game or care about the game, and that's really not the case, especially at Niantic. And we're so lucky to have you, Michael. We're so lucky to have a very committed team and a passionate team, such as Eric, Araki, Leo, Francisco, who are here today. And, you know, since 2018, like Michael was saying, we started to grow Latin America. Our goal was to grow Latam. And we have done a couple of things since then that I wanted to share with you. So when we first started to grow the region, the first place we started was Community Day. So Michael created the concept of Community Day as a fan, and we found that his concept resonated really well in Latin America. You know how we Latinos are. We turn everything and we make it our own. You can think of football, for example. Like, it's a game that was invented in Europe, but nowadays is a core part of Brazilian culture, right? And Latin American culture. And I think the same can be said for Pokemon Go as well. Our communities have really embraced this concept of go outside, this fantasy of being a trainer in a world where the Pokemon exist in real life, which is super powerful. And if you look at these amazing photos we have collected over the years, we get this type of photos every month. We are so lucky to get these amazing photos every month, where communities gather, make new friends, invite others to join the experience, to share that excitement that they have, and they go to really crazy lengths. I love this picture right there where, one day in one community day, our trainers in Mexico decided, let's do a human Pokeball. Like, half of us will be in red, half of us will be in white, and we'll always find some people in black because everyone always dresses in black. And they brought a drone, and they took this amazing photo. And when we shared that internally, everyone was so excited. And yeah, that's the kind of crazy thinking that our communities really bring to this game. And Michael was mentioning 3 main areas where Niantic has been working on expanding and growing 10x. The first one, city-specific live events, has been someone that has been very dear to us. The very moment I joined Niantic, the #1 question I was asked was, when are we getting a city safari? Where are we getting a safari zone? And actually, the very first live events that we ever had in Latin America happened here in Brazil. Actually, 2 out of 5 events we have done so far have happened in Brazil. That tells you how important Brazil is for Niantic. The very first event in Porto Alegre in 2019 really opened up our eyes to the potential of this market and the excitement that the trainers have in this country. Last December, we had a city safari in this very city in Sao Paulo. Any of you guys attended city safari in Sao Paulo? Can I see some hands? Awesome, yeah. We got some great pictures, great partnerships with communities, with businesses, mall partners, with the government, of course. It was a really amazing experience. And recently, a couple of months ago, we did one in Santiago de Chile as well. And it's a city that also has a very thriving community, which I believe is a common denominator in Latin America. So these events have been integral to our approach, and we're excited to continue exploring cities and places where we can do more of this. The second one is regionalized live ops. In-game content is something very important for the majority of our trainers. And the very first that we did was Dia de Muertos, which you can see at the top. This started as an idea that I had just after joining Niantic, very much like Michael did with Community Day and these ideas that he brought to the table. And the first thing I did was actually go to Michael and tell him, hey, man, I have this idea. What do you think? And I really appreciate how he really empowered me to pursue it and gave me feedback. And, he could have very easily told me this was crazy or this was too difficult, but he gave me the direction to really pursue this and to test it. And fortunately, it was a big success. Our first Dia de Muertos event in 2020 was super positive to the extent that we saw it made sense to keep doing more of this. So after doing Dia de Muertos, the next one we thought was Carnival. So we have done events in Brazil like Carnaval de Amor or Carnaval of Friends that really bring the culture and the relevance to the market and makes our trainers feel like they are seen, like they are represented, that they are not just another player but an integral part of the game, that they can see in this, for example, in this image, you can see an image of Rio and Copacabana, and feeling that level of presence in a game that is as important for us, I think is something super powerful. And we have continued to do this with other events like Arraya, Festa Junina, these type of events that are also very important to Brazil. And this has been so successful that it's not only happening in Brazil, but we have been able to export some of this line of thinking to other markets like India, like Indonesia. And we feel so proud, that validating that representation and empowering our trainers in different ways, including giving them a voice in the game, has really made a difference and it's made Pokemon Go stand out among other games. And finally, and I would say maybe it's the most important is our network of community leaders. We have such passionate, committed trainers that, and when you talk with them, you recognize the fire in their eyes, that spirit that Michael had when he joined Niantic, or that I did when I first submitted my first ideas, like that type of ideas that they keep bringing us. They keep sending us feedback. They keep, even by themselves, talking with governments, securing permits with parks, making sure that they can bring a great experience for their friends and their communities. And the way that we have been supporting this is by giving them different activities or things like Pokestops. We have a program called Club Campfire where players can register and, like Michael was showing in the video, they can receive different types of rewards just for playing Pokemon Go, and they can grow as a community and really become as big as they can. And for us, it's not just about sending them a bunch of posters and postcards and asking them to give them away. It's really more about asking yourselves the question, how can we empower these communities and these leaders to reach their fullest potential? How can we make them the most that they can be? And I think that's the same theme of empowerment of players that starts with hiring someone like Michael and ends up in it's contagious and it reaches our trainers, and it's like a gift that keeps on giving. I would also like to mention partnerships. Partnerships have been super important for us in Latin America. We have, in 2020, we started our first location partnerships with brands like 7-Eleven, like McDonald's, but we also partner with many types of organizations, including social impact organizations, non-government organizations like Cruz Roja, like Techo, like Teleton, in a way that made our trainers, committed and giving back to their environment, giving back to their communities, and showing that Pokemon Go is much more than just a game. We also have collaborated recently with malls and other type of partners, but most importantly with the Pokemon Company International, who has been our partner since day one in this adventure of Pokemon Go. And now in Latin America, we have been achieving great things like the very first holiday mall partnership we had in December last year in Sao Paulo. You may remember, maybe you went, a few of you went to Shopping Ciudad de Sao Paulo or Shopping D, and you saw this amazing collaboration between Pokemon and Pokemon Go, bringing a type of experience that was never before seen in Brazil and in Latin America. And here's a quick video about that and how our partnerships with malls and other retailers are driving an impact.
What does result means to you? When a brand and its audience create value beyond their industry, we can call that a successful example. Pokemon Go goes beyond the game itself, moving people from different backgrounds into action, creating instant communities in strategic commercial spots. The loyalty of these people is reflected in numbers. During our brand events, such as Pokemon Go Christmas and City Safari, we saw significant increases in mall visits and purchases. In 2024, over 10 activations took place across Brazil, India, and Indonesia, with more than 200,000 participants across 20+ events, showing the size of our community and how loyal it is. So, shall we leverage this unique synergy in your strategy?
Yeah, these are really amazing examples of, thank you, yeah, like how Pokemon Go is much more than just a game and, has this superpower of driving people and encouraging people to go outside, whether it's to a park or a mall, and that's really powerful. And there's other type of partners like Gamescom, right? These type of events and conventions are really important, I believe, in the industry, and especially in Latin America, where we have had a history of only seeing these type of things on the news, on the magazines, and not being able to live them. But we have come to a point that we are now bringing the level of experiences, Pokemon and Pokemon Go experiences that previously you only saw in Japan or in Europe. We have, right now, you can see in Gamescom, a 22-meter tall Team Rocket balloon that is a great photo opportunity at the entrance. Maybe some of you already snapped some pictures. If not, please take some time. It's a really cool photo opportunity. And we also have a really great stand, a booth here with our partners at Pokemon Company, where you can find something really exciting, which is real-life size statues of the leaders of Pokemon Go. And the reason they are important to us is that previously these statues were only available in Japan. And actually Latin America and Brazil in specific is the first time that these statues have been brought outside Japan to any event, and that was in City Safari, Sao Paulo. And we brought them here again to those of you who couldn't see them. So I encourage you to stop by our booth, take some photos, and also you may find a few, Team Rocket leaders, so watch out, because they may challenge you to a battle, and who knows, you know how nefarious Team Rocket can be, so maybe watch out for that. But yeah, I think this is a really positive sign of how the industry is growing in Latin America and how games like Pokemon Go are really growing in this market, thanks to the help of our partners, but of course of our players first and foremost. So we really hope that you enjoy them. And we also have a surprise today, right, Michael, for Gamescom. We wanted to give you a first preview of something we're working on for Latin America. This is a campaign that we have been putting a lot of work in, and it's based around the concept of what Latin Americans have in common. There's a lot of differences, like the language, like the geographical distance, but at the same time, there are really many things that connect us. But to a lot of our community, the number one thing that connects them is Pokemon Go. So this has never been shown before, and we wanted you to be the first to get us a sneak peek of this video. Let's play it right now.
Javier, vamos que tá cheio de brilho. Vamos, vamos.
Yeah, so the theme of this campaign, and this campaign is called Pokemon Go is Their Language. And we have Swagron, who you may have recalled there. He's our biggest content creator in the Spanish-speaking Latin America. And the theme of this campaign is how can we connect in Pokemon Go? How can we connect despite our differences? And the answer is, of course, Pokemon Go. We have created some really exciting visuals. As you can see, these posters are part of the campaign that you will be seeing in the upcoming weeks. And we also wanted to take this moment to announce that as part of this campaign, we will be launching an in-game event that is going to be exclusive for Latin America, and it's going to be tied to the concept of a commercial. It's going to feature Pokemon that will appear in the video, and it's going to start in May 2025. This has not been announced before. Today at the Gamescom, we wanted to be, you guys, the first ones to learn about this exciting event. There will be more details coming up in the few upcoming days, but please stay tuned because we believe this is a really important thing for us. You may not know this, but we now have a game designer in our team in Latin America. Frank, raise your hand. Give it up for Frank. Yeah, Frank is another fan that Niantic and Pokemon has empowered. Last year he was playing City Safari as a fan, just like a normal player. the next year he was the one designing it and making it happen. So it's really an example of how this empowerment of fans really makes a difference, and it can impact even game events and in-game content. So we think that's very exciting, and it's part of what we want to convey through this campaign, which is called Pokémon Go is Our Language, and I hope you enjoy it. So that's all I have for today, and I'll give it back to Michael to wrap it up.
Thank you, Alan. I'll stand over here. So, when I started playing Pokemon on the Game Boy as a kid, I would have never imagined that one day I would be a director on the biggest Pokemon game of all time. My passion as a fan awoke leadership skills in me. It helped drive me to foster grassroots communities, and it eventually helped me drive change and impact in a game that I really love. The fandom also helped me identify other fans, such as Alan and Frank, who he mentioned in the audience today, who have in turn enabled other players, other fans, to become leaders in their own communities. Pokemon Go turns 10 next year, and maybe in a couple years, one of you, a Pokemon fan, can join us on stage here and share your story about how your fandom helped you enact change in a game that you loved. All players can be leaders, and it's our goal to keep empowering them to do so. Thank you for joining us today.
Boa tarde mais uma vez, Games com Latam. Que felicidade receber vocês aqui nessa tarde de sábado maravilhosa. Eu sou Isadora Basile e nesse palco eu tô muito mais que bem acompanhada por essa diva Bago Thierres. Muito obrigada pela sua presença.
Ai, eu que tô feliz de estar aqui junto com você, sou maravilhosa. E
I'm
principalmente
so
com essa
happy to
galera
be here with you
animada da Gamescom
and
Latam.
these folks that are stoked with Gamescom Latam. Gamescom Latam, wonderful. That's receiving so many new launches on Gamescom Latam. One of them is Garena Delta Force, who comes to Brazil with a FPS mobile and PC.
Olha, aqui na Gamescom Latam,
At Gamescom Latam, we're going to see the Brazilian team talking a little bit more about the launch, and not just that, but the 24 v24 dynamic maps, intense maps, and also, of course, the dubbing and the next steps for us of the local community. So lots of things just about to arrive. Garena Delta Force started really well when they launched it, the first launch in December last year, and it's grabbing more and more fans because it's an incredible game. To tell us everything about Garena Delta Force, I'm going to invite the product coordinator, André Ngucci, and the chief of distribution for Latam, Julio Vietes. Big round of applause. They're on stage to talk about Garena Delta Force and to host this fantastic panel that deals with games that, in my opinion, will surely have an esports scenario. Bago Thierres is here to ask all of our questions to this incredible game. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll see you later.
Rainha.
My queen.
Gente, eu tô muito feliz de estar
Folks,
aqui
I'm so
junto com
stoked
vocês.
being
Como
here
a gente
with you.
conversou pouquinho
We
lá
talked a
atrás,
little bit
joguei
back
bastante
there. I
Delta Force no
played
ano
Delta
passado
Force
e
last
que
year,
fenômeno.
and what
Vamos
a
então conversar
phenomenal
pouco sobre
game.
esse
Let's
game
talk
que
a little
tá
bit about this
simplesmente
game that's
arrasando, não só
simply
no PC, mas
just
também no mobile.
blockbusting, not just PC, but mobile. I'm going to ask you, Julio, how is Delta Force landing? You know, this big project from Garena. What makes a difference between an FPS game, the competitive scene? Thank you, Barbara. This game started really well. It lots of downloads. It's first on Google and Apple last 10 days. Number one Google and Apple downloadables. It's an immersive game. It brings a different experience to FPS games. It was possible to run a great optimization. It runs even mid-end, low-end. It was great work from the development team, and it brings a different gameplay, runs smoothly. So besides the graphics that are really big, it also brings the gameplay in itself different than what we had in the market before. I want to say that the graphics really hit me big. When I looked at the game on PC, I said, wow, how are they going to bring this to mobile? And when I looked at it and analyzed it, I was impressed, when they ported. For those who don't know Delta Force, it's time to get to know. My loves, what is the perfect pitch to convince someone to download and play? How would you sell your game to gamers, our players? Here we go. It's a realistic FPS, AAA. For mobile, which is something one of a kind. It's got strong immersion aspects and different game modes. One that we call Conquest, 24 against 24, Warfare. And they're in the battlefield, and only 2 teams. It's very different than what exists traditionally. But these are 2 very big teams, and there's a second mode, which is more like a, easy game. Extraction. The Warfare is a bit higher than Extraction, and generally what we can say is that the immersion that it brings, it's different than what we have today, and it's really worth trying. When I played the Extraction mode, it was interesting because it brings the competition with some additional mission elements. I loved it, when I tried it. And we've got 9 operators in the game, so 4 classes. How did you think about building each one of these styles of gameplay? They have unique skills. What are these differences when playing? How does it impact the game dynamics and especially the teamwork on multiplayer? I got this one. So we've got the 9 operators, the 4 classes. We've got Assault, Engineer, Recon, and Support. And each one of the classes plays a key role in games. So each one is responsible for something. Assault has greater mobility, greater damage. Support has healing and special smoke grenades to help the team move forward in a difficult situation. Recon are the long distance snipers. They can reveal enemy positions. Yeah, my favorites. And engineers, they can recover life of vehicles, and they're experts in destroying vehicles, fix and destroy. They have an essential role to play, each one. It's something very important. They can be triggered at any point of the game. It's not something that you select in the beginning and you have to finish with that. You can select according to how the game plays out. So if you see the need of having more engineers because you have a lot of vehicles, you change right there and then, and you can change entirely throughout the game. This flexibility, I think it's great. We can adapt ourselves according to how the game plays out. I'm biased, of course, because I love this kind of flexibility in gameplay. You talked about the 2 modes that are very unique that we have with Delta Force. Warfare and hazard operations. What was it like, the tension, tactical, large scale of extraction? The game is, it's separate and all together at the same time. What do we mean? There's a selection of modes. The player can choose any one of those, either warfare or hazard operations. You're not forced to play this or that. You can play what you like the best. But how you progress your account, it's shared. The operators that you opened, the skins that you got or that you bought, you can use in both modes. Skins are very important, right? Yeah, at least I love a good-looking skin. That's more than necessary. Delta Force is interesting. We give a lot of skins. So when you join the game, you're going to see lots of events, and all of them are permanent. So there's not a temporary skin. Everything that you win, it's yours forever. Your account you can use in any one of the two modes. So it's not like, oh, I've made progress. I've opened this. I'm going to have to open on the other mode. No, Delta Force, you have them free, open on both modes, and there's the gameplay adaptation on different modes depending on user selection. So nothing influences it. It's basically two games in one. It's got the benefit of shared progress between two modes. Thank you. Wonderful. We see the launch of Delta Force in Brazil. It's really hitting big, impressive numbers. We're at the top, and it's bringing something really interesting. Portuguese dubbing. How big this is for Brazil, so thank you so much for that. And it also has some very well-known voice artists. Why the investment in dubbing? Why was that important to you? I think folks understand that for Brazilians that's extremely important. It's different when you play with a proper dubbing. It follows in-game progress. We're just about to finish recording this week, and that's in the final wraps. PTBR is the studio that we hired. They're highly experienced, and Thiago is right there. Can I call him for him to... He's the head of localization. You're lying. Serious. Big round of applause. Big round of applause, Thiago.
Vem pra cá, Thiago.
Come on down, Thiago.
Que belezinha, que legal.
Oh, this is great. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome.
Vem pra cá,
No, you sit over here. No. I'll sit with you. No, please. Yeah, I'll sit here. How you doing, folks? Pleasure being here with you. I'm Thiago Zambrano. Thank you for the introduction. I'm an actor, voice actor, over 20 years in the voice market. I'm responsible for the voice of some game characters you might know. Cypher from Valorant, Sunfisher from Splinter Cell and Rainbow Six, and now it's been about 10 years that we've been working with game localization, bringing the Brazilian version of projects and to other projects we have, and we're honored to have been chosen by Garena to be part of this localization process, and it's like Julio mentioned, immersion within an aspect of our language is important. When you talk about immersion, it's when we know that the gamers got that big old headset, playing, and they got a mission to accomplish, and the voice that comes, it's in Portuguese. It's in Portuguese Brazil, PTBR. So I'm very happy to be part of the process. Myself and Spencer Todd, we're the co-founders of PTBR, and he's also an actor, voice actor, and dubbing actor. We're immersed in the process as well, bringing the best artistic quality. I say changing phrases such as, leave it to me like the wolf, which is my voice. Can I say that? I'm the voice of the wolf guy, and he's an assault. He's got something like, he's like, slick, and he says, leave it up to me, he goes, I got this, bro. When you hear it, it's closer to us. It brings more of our attention into the game. Another character, when they say, attention to this thing, he can say, yo, what up, man? It's listen up, This is what we want to bring in this wonderful project, Garena Delta Force, a language into the Brazilian version. It's not just localization, it's a Brazilian version. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, folks. Wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you so much. It's really great to see this kind of localization. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this kind of encouragement, because the industry really needs to follow in your footsteps, encouraging localization, or should I say Brazilian versions, because that's so important for us Brazilian players, we need to feel validated.
Muito bacana, parabéns pelo projeto. Vocês querem adicionar mais
So
alguma
amazing
coisa?
project. Is there anything you want to add about what he said about the voice acting? Well, there's lots of famous voices people will recognize. We wrap recording next week, and then we'll start incorporating it into the game. So it should be just a couple weeks, and then we will start finalizing. Well, I wanted to take a picture, but I wasn't sure. Maybe next time. All right, next time I want to hear you say something from the game. But I have more questions. I'm so curious about the success of Delta Force here in Brazil and in the world. We know that the graphics are super high def, both in mobile and on PC. I was really floored when I heard that it was coming to mobile. I was wondering, how could they even do it? So I'm wondering, what are the biggest technical challenges you faced in keeping the high fidelity, high quality graphics? And there's so many different devices that you can run the game on, aren't there? That's a great question. I had a similar reaction to yours. When I saw the PC version, I said, wow, this is not going to run on any phone. And I think they really outdid themselves, because you need to balance three things. The frames per second in the case of a phone, that is critical. Second is the level of quality of the graphics. And then third, what devices will run it. So usually we set a minimum baseline tier, phone tier, pretty much. This is standard because the phone industry itself does that. It's very common to see, oh, iOS had an update on a given phone, and so those devices are no longer supported. But we were very pleasantly surprised when we saw the minimum specs. Let's say it runs on an iPhone 11. I thought, no, it's never going to support it. And it is impressive that it does. And it runs it at high quality. Even with simpler devices, they will run it at high quality. So keeping stable FPS is critical. And when you log in, if your FPS is set in your settings, for low settings, you can even tweak that. So if you have a more modern phone, maybe you have two devices. You can switch between the different settings. And it's important because it's so competitive. You need high FPS. Yeah, not just the high quality of the graphics, but also running on any phone. And this is so important in Brazil, especially, so that everybody can try this game out. Well, cross-progression is another super important feature. People are all too used to losing their progress, and they hate it. And you really knocked it out of the park. How did you manage that integration with Delta Force and promoting engagement by the players? Well, there's two important things. The first is a bit more obvious. If you're more of a PC or a mobile player, when you switch to the other platform, you will keep your progress. Or let's say you're used to playing on PC, but you're going on vacation, and yet you want to play a little match. You can do that even when you're out of your house. Something else is that in shooters, generally, controllers are a problem, joysticks are a problem, because if you're playing with mouse and keyboard, you'll be at a disadvantage. So having those two versions allows us to be more restrictive and blocking emulators and bots on mobiles. So if you're going to play on PC, then go to the website, download it, it's free to play, and you can use the original client. You won't ruin the fun of someone who's playing on their phone. So that's a trend, and I hope that this is something that becomes normal for all other games. I want to add something important. Cross-progression means that you can bring your progress from your phone to PC, but I want to make it clear that there's no cross-play. So if you're playing on PC, you only play against other people on PC, and the same holds true for mobile. So that's why it was super important to block the emulators. There's no cross-play. We have cross-progression. They're different things. That concern that you have is very, very, makes me very optimistic. Because in the world of esports, having care and attention to your players is essential, and fairness is essential too, so thank you. Now, what about the maps and scenarios? How do they influence the playing strategy? Of course, there's a vertical aspect, right, the Z-axis. Are there vehicles as well that will totally change the pace of the matches? Oh yeah, the maps are enormous. We actually call them large-scale maps. And there's so much room for verticality. We have a map called trenches. Those are foxholes that were made during the war so that you could cross the battlefield without being seen. And you have battles going on the surface and under the surface in the foxholes. So you can try to use those paths to try to move forward. Of course, there's going to be enemies everywhere. It's 24 versus 24. So there's lots of people on the map. Not just that, there's also destructible points on the map. So if you're trying to control a given region or a given point, and there's a building that's getting in your way, or maybe sandbags, depending on the caliber of your weapon, you can just destroy them, just obliterate them with grenades or rocket launchers. You can destroy those barriers and give your team more opportunities. So going vertical, having giant maps, having lots of routes so you can walk around, having destructible terrain, and vehicles too. So since the map is so enormous, we added lots of vehicles. We got 4x4s, war tanks, helicopters. There are countless different vehicles that you can use to traverse the terrain more quickly. I love destructible terrain elements. There's so many games that are super hardcore, and sometimes I'll stop, a streamer will stop and say, let's see if the game is good. Let's try to destroy this element. And when they do it, they say, wow, they really did good. Yeah, and actually on a recent patch, we added construction and destruction of barriers. Because players want realism, and that's what the game promises, and so it's what we're going to deliver. And you certainly deliver. And what elements of the gameplay or maybe of the progress were designed to keep players super engaged in the long term? Because we know that launching a game, yeah, the game is amazing, great, but we also need to think about the long-term length of the game. How do we keep people engaged and constantly playing? Well, the game is very immersive, and it's also highly tactical. So in order to get the most out of the game, there is going to be a learning curve. And as you learn to use and unlock the different characters and vehicles, you can start thinking ahead about further tactics down the road. And as you understand the characters, you'll put together the winning strategies. We also have a very strong planning pipeline for new players, new operators, new systems. Actually, yesterday we launched a new system, new game mode. It's arena mode. It's 3 versus 3 versus 3. So we've got 3 squads of 3. One of them is going to plant a bomb. This is not predefined. So they will fight to see who plants the bomb, and then the others need to defuse the bomb. And the cool thing is that, let's say you're in a squad, Andre is in another one, and I'm in a third. If I plant the bomb, the two of you won't be able to tell who planted the bomb. So I may kill him, and actually I should have killed you. Exactly. Ideally, the two of you should cooperate to defuse it. But yeah, I know how I play. Probably I would kill him by accident. It's nothing personal. But yeah, this mode has just launched. It is a very fast-paced, dynamic mode. But nevertheless, Delta Force aims to be immersive. So even though it is faster paced and more dynamic, you can't just jump in and kill everybody. We really need to be strategic. Actually, the game is super strategic, yeah. And the plan is to constantly release new characters who are going to define the tactics. And we're also going to release new game modes. Yeah, and just to add, all these new operators that you need to unblock and the new modes, they are all totally free. You don't need to buy new operators. You can just unlock them through a battle pass, and there's a free version of a battle pass, and you can unlock that for free. Oh, I love battle passes. I love them. You play a little bit, you get some skins, you get some operators, and we know that audiences really get engaged. I love hearing about new modes all the time. Now I have a last question for you. What do you see in the future of mobile FPSs? Because, yes, Delta Force is working to expand, right, with esports and competitive events. I love electronic sports, so I'm very curious about what you've gotten planned for us. Well, Garena has a long-running history with Free Fire. I think it's the main esports leader in Brazil. It's very solid, very well established. So we're definitely going to have more for Delta Force. I mean, it's 11 days to launch, so since launch, sorry. So we're really focused on correcting things and perfecting things. But we know that we need a competitive scene for Brazil. And actually, the release of 3 versus 3 versus 3 mode is done with that in mind, to keep things more dynamic. Exactly. And it's a smaller amount of people, so it's easier to organize things. So I think that in a few months, we're going to have something that we can point to and publish. Wow, I'm getting excited. I love those spoilers. Is there anything else you want to add for people here in the audience or people watching from home, to get to know Delta Force more closely? The coolest thing is that it launched at a high point, and in dozens of different countries, it is rated #1. And here in Brazil, it's been #1 for 11 consecutive days. We've got the voice acting, the new mode. We're going to have all the different competitive modes. So if you want to play on PC, just visit our site, Garena Delta Force, or on mobile, just use your favorite Play Store. And I'm confident you will be impressed by the high-quality graphics and the immersiveness. Thank you. All right, a big round of applause for them, please. For Andre and Julio. Thank you so much. All right, now please stay here. We've got more scheduled for you here at Gamescom Latam 2025. Be right back.
Mas foi muito legal, assim, eu tava tipo, ai, puxa ou não puxa, puxa ou não puxa. Ah, mas foi, Ah, mas foi muito legal. Foi bem bacana. Não imaginava essa plateia animada, gente.
All right, folks. I'm Enrico, and I'm Bianese. How you guys doing? We're from IGN Brazil, and we're here to warm you up. While Bob Burnquist is not on stage, everybody is anxious, but we're gonna who likes awards and prizes and giveaways, and who wants to test their games knowledge? We're at Gamescom Latam. There are lots of people who know about games. Some tricky questions. Nobody raised their hand. Yeah, let's call two people on stage. Who wants to come? Yeah. One on each side. Yeah, you. Green shirt. Yeah, the Nike shirt. Yeah, you come over. Second guy over there. Here we go. Yeah, we haven't even explained what it's about. Now they're going to want to go down. What's your name? Mateus? Yeah, I'm Mateus as well. Yeah, really? For real? Yeah, we're namesakes. Where you come? I'm from Santo André. For real? Me too, man. Which street? Guapiara. Okay. I live on Atlântica, so we're neighbors. Valparaíso. Dude, my brother. We could be. What's your name? Pedro? You're from Santo André too? For real? You guys, what, friends? Santo André is big, man. Yeah, that city is big. Mateus and Henry Pedro. Mateus team. Yeah, the striker from Spain. So the activation we're going to offer is simple. There's a quiz, a different quiz. You see right there in the corner, there's a balloon that's going to be filled up, and you have to answer the question. Every question you get right, the balloon is sent to the other. If it blows up, yeah, it's a hot potato. You know, when you make a mistake, the balloon will fill up in your hands. If you get it right, yeah, you good for it? Good. Yeah. I don't care about the pressure, man. What was your first console, to have an idea? I had a Mega Drive. That's good. Yeah, broad knowledge. Yeah, sometime. 360. Good. Yeah, yeah. More recent gamer. Yeah, it's good. So you ready? Round one. Let's bring you all together. You have to be right next to each other. Let's see if if the electric cable can come all the way. Nice. Yeah, hold it a little bit far from your face. Yeah, we don't want anybody hurt. Yeah. Yeah, let's be fair. Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors. Evens or odds? Mateus starts. Yeah, you got it? So he starts. Yeah, makes sense. So he starts. Yeah, I don't want to be in front of this thing. Going once, going twice. Here we go. Yeah, you give him the mic. Ready? When was the first Sonic game launched? 1976. In the 90s. 1998. Nope. 92? Nope. Higher or lower? Guess. 93, 4, 95, 90. Lower. 89. No, in the 90s. 90. In the 90s, not 83. 93. 92. 91. Yes. Great help. What's the console that sold the most? PlayStation 2. What's the game that was sold the most? Super Mario? There was just a movie about it. Minecraft. What are the three protagonists from Grand Theft Auto 5? Michael, Trevor, and Franklin. Red Dead Redemption 2 protagonist? Yes. What's the game gonna be? Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of your day. Man, oh man. Mario Kart. How many games? Mario Kart World. How many games in the series? 10. 11, less, 9, right answer. Real Madrid player who's on the cover of FIFA 2025. I don't know anything about soccer. No, Real Madrid.
Mbappé.
Mbappé. No. I don't know. He's British.
Não sei.
I don't know.
Esse balão não para de
Very good.
encher,
Oh
cara.
man, the balloon is filling up.
Qual é o nome do irmão do Joe em The Last of Us?
John's brother in The Last of Us. What's his name? Dude.
Esse balão não para de encher.
The balloon is filling up, man. What is it?
Como?
I can't hear you. I can't hear them. Dobby.
Certa resposta.
Qual o nome do perseguidor mais famoso da
The
franquia Resident
most
Evil?
famous pursuer in Resident Evil, Nemesis.
Qual estúdio foi responsável
What
por
studio
Dragon
was
Age e Mass
responsible
Effect?
for Dragon Age and Mass Effect?
EA?
EA? For Dragon Age,
Não é EA mesmo?
not Square Enix.
Vou te dar a alternativa, vai.
I'll give you alternate. Respawn, DICE, Criterion, or BioWare. BioWare, right
Esse balão acho que
answer.
não vai encher nunca.
This balloon will never blow, man.
Isso, cara.
Qual o nome do grande vilão
What is
da
the name of the
franquia
big
Zelda?
villain of the Zelda franchise?
Qual desses personagens
Who
não tem spin-off
character
do
of
Mario?
there's no
Luigi, Peach,
spin-off.
Daisy ou
Luigi,
Yoshi?
Peach, Daisy or Yoshi. Daisy, no
Certa
spin-off.
resposta.
Right answer.
Tá até vazando já agora.
Oh, it's leaking, man.
Acho que não vai mais.
I
Saiu
think
cano,
it,
saiu
yeah,
cano.
the hose is coming out.
Deu ruim esse balão, não
No,
estourou.
the balloon didn't blow. Now,
Quem errar primeiro perde.
whoever makes the first mistake
Qual o nome
loses.
do artefato que consegue...
The name of the artifact. You blew it.
Acabou estourando, mas assim,
It
não
blew
foi
up.
muito justo.
Yeah,
não foi
but it
justo.
wasn't fair.
Mas
Not fair.
Vamos fazer o quem errar primeiro. Qual o nome
Let's
do
see.
artefato que consegue
What is
voltar
the name
no
of
tempo
the
em Prince of
artifact
Persia?
that could go back in time in Prince of Persia? The Dagger of Time.
quem era a
Yes.
desenvolvedora original
Who
de
was the
Crash
original
Bandicoot?
developer of Crash Bandicoot? Sony? No. I don't know. Yeah, that's a mistake.
Matheus Santo André.
Oh,
Santo André.
Mateus, congrats. Yeah, me and my namesake here, man. Yeah, we're big, we're strong.
O balão gigantesco, irmão.
Humongous balloon, bro. Fantastic.
Custou pra
Yeah,
estourar, hein?
just took a long time to blow. I thought it was gonna blow faster, man.
Todo mundo ganha brinde, né?
Yeah, but everybody gets a prize, right? Obviously, yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, let's be fair,
Brinde
you know?
separadinho, coisa linda,
Yeah,
mano.
we've got it all here.
O balão é infinito, né? O balão é infinito.
Infinite size balloon.
Mas bora continuar também?
Yeah, let's move on.
Vamos mais uma rodada, vocês podem.
Vamos,
Muito obrigado pela
vamos.
participação.
Another round.
Palmas pro Matheus e pro
Big round of
Pedro.
applause, Mateus and Pedro.
Temos
É Santo
mais
André,
também,
pô,
temos
Santo
mais
André.
também. Quem
And
mais
we've
quer
got
participar?
more. Who
Quem
else
vem?
wants to participate?
Vamos lá agora, ó.
Tem um ali
Pode
na
ser
frente
você.
que gritou. Eu vou ele
Pode ser você de Pikachu aí.
Já subiu até, caramba.
Yeah, he's up here
Vai ter
already.
que passar fita pra caramba, tá,
Oh,
Renan Cardoso?
man.
Você já
Vai
tava
passar
muito-
muita fita.
Já tava muito animado.
You
Fala
are
isso
so
não, cara.
stoked, man. Milk.
Você é de São Paulo mesmo?
You're from
ou de
São
outro lugar?
Paulo or some other place?
Legal, sua primeira game.
São Bernardo. First Gamescom, yes. Enjoying it?
Perdão, fala no
Yeah.
microfone.
Demais, demais.
Very much so, yeah.
Já jogou por aqui.
What have you played so far?
Eu joguei Mario Wonder.
I've played Mario Wonder because I wanted to test it out, and I'm not familiarized that much with Nintendo games, story games. I really enjoyed
São
it.
Bernardo do Campo?
You're from São Bernardo do Campo.
Santo André, São Bernardo.
Santo
Se
André,
tiver alguém de São
Saint Bernard.
Caetano aqui, eu
If there's
vou
somebody
subir
from
no palco,
São
tá?
Caetano is gonna come
Eu
up
quero
on
fechar minha
stage.
trinca de ouro.
I want to
Eu tô
have
aqui
my
também
trio,
com
my golden trio.
Lucas.
And this is
Você
Lucas.
curte
You
Pokémon, é
like
isso?
Pokemon, is that it?
Não muito,
Not
mas-
much, but
Calma lá, calma lá.
Wait
que,
up.
assim, tem um monte de fã de Pokémon aqui, não quero
there's
ofender,
lots of
quando eu falo
Pokemon
muito, é só que eu
fans.
não
Not
sou
much
bom,
is that I'm not the biggest fan in the world. I like it.
favorito é o Greninja.
Yeah, it's good.
Não é um
Greninja,
Pokémon
it's not. It's a good Pokemon, right?
Maravilhoso.
Okay.
Você veio de onde, mano?
Where'd you come from?
Cara, eu vim da Bahia, mas
I
tô morando
came
aqui em São
from
Paulo,
the Northeast. I'm living in São Paulo. First day at Gamescom. My first and only. Okay, let's make it worth it,
Deu
man.
certo aí?
It
Vamos
worked.
tentar? Vamos ver se
Let's
estoura
try.
dessa
Let's see if
vez?
this one blows up.
Vocês viram que o balão demora.
You saw
pra
that the
estourar.
balloon takes a
Então
long
precisa
time to
desesperar
blow.
também, mas também
You
não
don't.
pode demorar muito.
Yeah, don't take that long, but you don't have to be, you know, just like freaking out. Yeah. Rock paper scissors.
Ímpar.
Ganhou
Essa aqui com o meu brother, então.
Do lado.
Por
Yeah, he
favor.
got it.
Ele. Vamos lá. Podemos?
May we?
Tá preparado?
Ready?
Mais ou menos.
Você lida bem
Kind
sob
of.
pressão?
Do you handle pressure well? Yeah, I've got anxiety, but that's life, you know.
Solta.
Okay.
Qual o jogo mais vendido
What
da
is the
história?
game that sold the most in history? Minecraft? No.
GTA San Andreas?
GTA San Andreas? No.
Pera, jogo mais vendido da história.
The game that sold the most in history?
É clássico, assim.
Classic game.
Clássico, supremo.
Supreme classic. Ocarina of Time?
Geralmente vinha em celular.
Usually came in mobile.
Celular. Tetris.
Tetris.
Certa resposta.
Yes, right
Tekken,
answer.
o nome do lutador com uma máscara do
Tekken,
leopardo.
the name of the fighter with a leopard mask. No idea.
Eu vou te dar as opções.
I'll give you
vai.
options.
King, Leopard,
King,
Fang
Leopard,
ou Brian
Fang,
Fury?
or Brian Fury?
Beleza,
King,
perfeito.
okay.
Qual desses lutadores
Which
de
one of
Mortal
these
Kombat
fighters in
nunca
Mortal Kombat
apareceu como ninja?
has never been seen as a ninja?
Perdão, repete.
Qual desses lutadores
Which
de
one
Mortal
of these
Kombat nunca
fighters
apareceu
of
como
Mortal
ninja?
Kombat has never been seen as a ninja?
Vou dar as opções. Sub-Zero, Scorpion,
Sub-Zero,
Reptile
Scorpion,
ou Cabal.
Reptile, or Cabal? Cabal.
Essa é bem fácil,
Next.
hein? Qual MOBA tem um personagem
Which
chamado
MOBA
Timo?
has a character called Timo?
Certa resposta.
Right
Onde
answer.
que o Blanca viveu por
Where
anos na
did
história
Blanca
de
live for
Street
many
Fighter?
years in the Amazon?
Amazônia, é Amazônia, tá
Yeah,
certo.
Amazon, right? Yeah.
Mais uma facinho pra você.
Another
Em que
easy
país
peasy.
nasceu a Lara Croft?
Where was Lara Croft born?
Estados Unidos.
US? No. Australia? No. UK? Yes.
Como o nome da cidade
Name
do
of the
próximo
city
GTA?
of the next GTA.
Vice City.
Vice City, yes.
Qual jogo de terror usa uma visão
Which
noturna
terror
pra se
game
navegar?
uses night vision to navigate?
Tá dando nervoso.
Certa resposta.
Em que ano foram
Outlands, yeah.
lançados o
Which
PlayStation
year
4
were
e o
launched
Xbox One?
PlayStation 4 and Xbox One? 2013, yes.
Qual é o jogo em que
What
jogamos
is the
futebol
game that
com
we
carros?
play soccer with cars?
Rocket League.
Rocket
Certa
League.
resposta.
Right answer.
Qual desses jogos de terror
Which one of
você
these
usa- ou já
terror
foi
games,
essa, né?
horror games?
Qual
No,
o nome
that's
do
good.
ser místico de Dishonored?
Mystic being of Dishonored.
Mix.
Vou dar as dicas.
Mix,
The Other, The,
The Other, The Mystic,
Outsider,
The Outsider,
Bean.
The Bean.
Outsider.
The Outsider, yes. Oh!
Tá, nóis.
Oh my God.
Pior que estourou na mão dele, mas ele tinha
It,
acabado de acertar.
yeah, it had just got it right, but it blew up in his hand. Unfortunately,
Vai ficar pra você, cara.
Milk, you, yeah.
Mas agradeço pela participação.
But thank you
Uma salva de
for
palmas pro Mel.
big round of applause, Milk.
O cara abdicou do brinde dele.
He abdicated from his. You don't want the
Da
prize?
forma que ele entrou correndo, ele vai sair
Same
correndo.
way he rushed in, he rushed out. You want to say something to the
Bom
audience?
evento pra todo mundo aí.
Yeah, have a wonderful event, everyone. Anxiety won, bro.
Vamos lá que temos tempo pra mais um.
We have time for another one, two more. Yeah, somebody from São Caetano. You're from São Caetano? No?
Tem alguém de a mão vermelha levantando.
Red hand that's up there. Yeah, you can come.
Vocês de branco aqui, ó.
You in white.
É?
Eles estão com uma cara que eu não tô acreditando muito.
Eles
They
tão com uma
don't-
cara
they
que
don't
eles são
believe.
De Carapicuíba, assim, não é de São Caetano?
Dá tempo de mais duas,
Mas, ó,
vocês sobem na
exato.
próxima.
Yeah, two. We can have two more.
Será TSM?
Yes.
É isso aí, cara.
There we go.
Seja muito bem-vindo. Qual é o seu nome?
Welcome, welcome. What's your name? Nicholas
Cosplay do
Fernando.
quê,
You're cosplaying what?
Tô participando de um personagem chamado Touso.
A character called
Garden.
Tozo from Project Edder's Garden. Yeah. The opponent is yeah, paying his respects. And you?
Eu sou o Fábio Henrique.
I'm Fábio Henrique, known as Enoa. I'm a Rainbow Six analyst.
Tô vendo que você tá com a tatuagem da TSM
I see
também,
you've
né?
got TSM tattoo.
Profissional do videogame pode jogar aqui?
Professional video game
do Bolo,
players?
então?
You're a big fan of Bolo? Big one. I have a portrait.
Coisa boa. Enquanto
Nice.
o nosso Renan Cardoso aqui está
While Renan
manufaturando
Cardoso
o
is
balão, a gente
manufacturing
vai conversando um pouquinho mais.
the
Da onde você
balloon.
veio, mano?
Where you come from?
Vim do interior de São Paulo,
From Americana,
Grande Americana, já fui no
countryside of São Paulo State. Yeah,
Referência de jornalista.
I went. I played some games there. Yeah. Nicholas?
De Taipas.
I'm from Taipas, yeah, metropolitan area. First Gamescom, I'm really happy. Yeah, this is just fresh. He's professional, man. New cosplay, so yeah. No questions from his game, at least. Yeah, no Rainbow Six. So.
Rainbow Six até vai, porque eu entendo do jogo.
Okay, Rainbow Six. Okay, problem is like when. When was a game launched? That's tough. I will not promise not to ask that question. Nicholas, okay. Evens or odds? Rock, paper, scissors thing here. Yeah, you go.
Você ganhou?
You won?
Então começa você.
You start. Yeah.
Não, mas ele ganhou, né?
Yeah, he won.
Então ele escolhe.
So he chooses.
Vambora.
Here we go. You ready?
Vai. Qual o nome da dimensão
What
em que
is the
você
name of
nasce
the
no Minecraft?
dimension that you're born in Minecraft? Realm.
Meu Deus.
Precisa segurar aqui pra
Need to hold it there.
Começa com O.
Starts with O.
Cara, eu não sou fã de Minecraft.
I'm not a big fan of Minecraft. No, it's not filling. Wait up. Oh, wait.
Fita, Renan.
Yeah, you need technical glitches.
Já dá tempo de você ir pensando também na.
Yeah, you can start thinking about the
Não
answer.
vou dar mais nenhuma dica.
Você viu que também, ó, ser analista não garante nada.
Being an analyst means nothing. Means zero.
Vamos manufaturar aqui.
Yeah, I'm gonna manufacture it.
Bora?
Voltou? Vamos lá.
Back.
É com O.
O.
Quando você perde
No
num
idea.
videogame,
When you
aparece uma certa
lose
palavra.
on a video game, there's a word, over.
Qual que é a
Okay.
palavra com O de game
What's the word with O? Over?
Nosso mundo não é isso não,
No, that's not.
In
In our world in English?
Nosso mundo?
Yeah.
Olha o público aqui que eles estão sussurrando a resposta.
Yeah, they're whispering.
Aqui, eu não faço ideia.
I have no idea. Come on.
Ninguém manja de Minecraft aí pra
Nobody
ajudar ele?
knows
Sopra pra
Minecraft.
ele aqui, ó.
Yeah.
Como? Overworld.
Overworld. Yes.
Qual item deixa o Mario invencível por
What
tempo?
item makes Mario invincible for some time?
Maçã dourada?
The golden star?
Estrela.
The star, yeah.
Qual o sobrenome de Ezio em Assassin's Creed?
Last name of Ezio. Auditore.
É com a mãozinha.
Qual jogo
Ih, meu Deus, saiu aqui. Calma
Wait,
aí.
wait.
Pausa.
Pause.
Essa terceira rodada tá difícil.
This third round has been a challenge. Yeah, the balloon is tired of. But he said, "Nah, I'm not gonna." Yeah,
Quero estourar isso.
I don't want to blow that.
Tá na mão dele, pelo menos.
Perfeito. Tá na vez do sua vez, né?
Aqui com o Nicolas, hein? Tá aqui.
Sua
Yeah, your
vez.
turn.
Pra quem gosta de Yu-Gi-Oh aí,
Preparando aí.
vai se preparando.
Yu-Gi-Oh kind of thing here.
Quer uma ajuda
Lots
aí,
of
mano?
questions. Yeah.
Quer uma ajuda aí?
You want some help?
Vou tentar ajudar aqui, vamos
Wanna
lá.
try to help?
De ano pode mandar, vou chutar todos os anos.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess everything. To help you guys, if you take too long for the answers, we'll give you options and you guess. Were you good at guessing in school when you had to guess in school?
Múltipla escolha, quando você vai chutar múltipla
Multiple
escolha.
choice. Did you do well in school? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I've finished school, man.
Clima de amizade entre.
Yeah, friendship.
Vamos lá, Nicolas. Qual jogo venceu
Here
o
we
Game
go.
of the Year em 2021?
Which game was Game of the Year in 21?
Tá enchendo, né?
I didn't watch that one.
Vamos lá para as opções.
Options: Resident Evil Village, Ratchet and Clank, Deathloop, or
Yes.
NS2.
Qual é a raça de Sephiroth em Final
What
Fantasy?
is the race of Sephiroth? Final Fantasy. Human. Yeah, right.
Qual é a única Pokébola?
What is the only Pokeball that is 100% assured of catching? Nope. Master Ball? Yes.
Qual desenvolvedor é responsável
What
por
developer
Starfield?
is responsible for Starfield? Bethesda.
Qual é o nome da arma especial
Name of
mais
the special
famosa
weapon
dos
that's
zombies de Call
most
of Duty?
famous for zombies in Call of Duty?
Você sabe?
Railgun.
Reagan?
Certa resposta.
Yeah.
Em que ano foi lançado o
What
primeiro
year
FIFA?
was launched the first FIFA? 98.
96.
Lower, 6.
97.
7, 5, 94, 3.
Qual é o... Ah, esse daqui já foi.
This is good.
Qual é o
No.
console mais
What
vendido
is
da
the
história?
console that was sold the most? PS2? PS2.
Certa resposta,
Yeah.
vambora.
Right.
Espada de prata de
The
Geralt
silver
serve pra
sword
matar
of
o quê?
Geralt. It's good to kill monsters. Yes.
Qual é o jogo mais bem avaliado
What
no
is
Metacritic
the
na história?
best
Eu já vou revelar que é um jogo de uma
rated
franquia da
game
Nintendo. Não.
in
Envolve um personagem que usa uma roupa
has to
verde.
do with a character that uses a green outfit?
Zelda.
Zelda?
Qual Zelda?
Which one?
God of War.
O quê?
Which one?
God of... O quê? Horizon. God of...
É o Carilli?
O Carilli.
É o Té.
Ocarina.
God of Carilli.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Ocarina of Time.
Zelda, o Carilli.
Ocarilli.
O Carilli. Fábio Ocarilli.
Acontece.
Fabio Ocarilli. That happens,
Foi
yeah.
bom, foi uma ótima disputa.
Yeah, good game, good game.
Foi movimentada pra
Technical
caramba, né?
issues, very...
Entretenimento, pô.
Yeah, this is entertainment. This is absolute cinema.
Não, beleza, é nóis, mano. Parabéns. Todo mundo
We
ganha
good,
brinde.
we good.
Todo mundo ganha brinde. Uma salva de
Everybody
palmas
gets a
também aos
prize.
dois,
Big round of
nossos
applause.
concorrentes aqui.
Parabéns. Brindezinho. Pegar mais coisa boa. Agora foi. Pode pegar.
Get the goodies. Yeah, I want to get the goodies.
Esse foi o jogo do balão, Henrico.
Yeah, that was the balloon game,
Infelizmente
man.
não tem mais tempo pra mais.
Unfortunately, we're out of time.
Precisa dar uma
Yeah.
limpinha também nisso daqui. Mas ó, eu sei que tá todo mundo aqui já
I know
ansioso pra
everybody's
ver
very
o
anxious to
Bob
see
Burnquist, a gente também não vai
Burnquist
Eu tô
and
muito ansioso pra ver o
Bob.
Bob Burnquist.
Yeah,
Eu
I'm
quero
anxious to
agora
see
achar
Bob
foto com o
Burnquist.
Bob
I want to
Burnquist.
take a picture with him. Yeah.
Mas é
Vamos
isso,
nessa?
ainda tem muito tempo.
We
ainda,
still got a
assim, mais
lot
tarde
of
a gente vai
time,
voltar
and later
aqui,
we're going to
então
come back,
estejam
and
aqui
so
pra também
be
receber mais
right here
brindes
to get
e
more
também
prizes
escutar e provar o conhecimento
and
de game.
É isso,
to
família.
prove
Volta
that you know
7h30
about
a gente tá
games.
aqui, né?
We're back at 7:30, 7:40. Yeah, we're going to mess around with you guys. Yes, I love you guys.
Gente, valeu.
Até mais tarde,
Thank
valeu.
you.
maravilha estar aqui com vocês.
Wow, it's so cool to be here with you once again. Yeah, especially at such a very cool panel. That's right. In just a moment, we will have here the Flow Games crew, who is a huge hit online. Yeah, and they're bringing heavyweights from the gaming industry. It's going to be a very interesting talk. Can I call them up? Please do. Let's invite our interviewers, Mikali and Tio Sam.
Cadê? Fiquei esperando.
What's up, everybody?
Obrigado, todo mundo
Thank
aqui,
you.
todo mundo ansioso.
Thanks, everybody. I know you're all anxious. And if you're watching online, thank you too. Hey, Tio Sam. Hey, everybody. I'm so much better now that I'm here. How are you doing, Gamescom? All right. We got a packed house. Everyone is really eager to see a legend up on stage, actually 2 legends. We are going to have a very long chat, more than an hour long. So take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, and remember that this discussion will be in English. So we have headphones in every seat, and I would like to thank the translators who are very professional and who are helping everybody understand. So help your neighbors put on their headphones. If they don't speak English or understand it, they will be able to listen to our translation. I'm Tio Sam, and he's Bruno, and we would like you to first give a huge round of applause for Rodrigo Perez, who is product director at Activision Blizzard for LATAM. So let's invite up on stage Rodrigo Perez.
Hola Brasil.
How are you doing, Rodrigo?
Muito feliz de estar aqui com ustedes.
And
Muito
great
feliz.
music, your choice, by the way.
Not mine, but it's great music.
Great music. All right, so now we're gonna be talking in English, all right? But before, I'm gonna talk in Portuguese to call this legend to the stage. Eu vou chamar em português aqui.
I am going to invite this legend up to the stage. So let's give a huge round of applause to Bob Burnquist.
Whoa! What a ride!
Wow, that's it.
What a ride! How are you guys doing today?
Muito feliz.
Demais.
Demais?
Se ele falar em português, não vai ter como eu falar.
If he speaks Portuguese, I won't be able to speak English.
I'm so happy to be here with you.
Likewise.
You are part of our lives. You know that?
É isso aí, fico feliz, cara. Vocês querem fazer em inglês a entrevista ou português?
Let's talk in English.
All right, let's do it.
So that Rodrigo can, follow up with us.
Ele fala, fala um portunhol, aí ele arranha.
Um portunhol?
Lógico, fala português, estamos no Brasil.
Português?
Vamos então? Não, não é, pô.
O que vocês querem?
Vamos.
So do you guys want English or Portuguese?
Saindo do script aqui tá ótimo.
All right, let's just go off script and speak Portuguese. It'll be fine. And I actually heard Rodrigo roots for Corinthians. Is that true? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Sócrates, claro, uma lenda.
Socrates, of course, the famous Brazilian player.
Rodrigo, is that okay
So,
for you?
is it okay, Rodrigo, to hold this in Portuguese? Okay, so I'm going to start by asking you, Rodrigo.
It's huge in Brazil. Spyro, Crash, muitas franquias, né, galera? Que são aqui explosivas. So, how do you see those franchises in Brazil? Como você vê no Brasil? And how do you see the future of those franchises?
We're very lucky to work and to be part of a company that have created so many beloved.
Of course, Tony Hawk.
Of course, Tony Hawk. Crash, Spyro, Tony Hawk, Call of Duty, to be part of legacies of video games, but also many generations growing up with us, growing up with people like Bob, with Crash. And Brazil is a key market for us. To mention that this is the first time that we're promoting the game, Tony Hawk, worldwide. This is the first appearance of anyone promoting Tony Hawk in the world, and we're here in Brazil. So that is our commitment to Brazil, because we're here with Bob. So that is how important Brazil is.
Incrível, hein, pessoal? Que isso? Obrigado pela resposta.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
We're
Thank you
honored.
for choosing Brazil to do this. Chusam, do the honors.
You have an incredibly long-standing career, pushing the boundaries of skateboarding, especially in vert and mega ramp. It's for Bob, this question. Looking back, what are some of moments you're most proud, or perhaps one that didn't get the biggest headlines but mean a lot to you personally?
Bom, primeiro assim que poder estar aqui, né, no Brasil, como ele falou.
Well, I have to say, being here in Brazil, promoting this game for the first time in the world, and picking Gamescom Latam and Brazil to represent the game, I'm so happy, and I'm representing Tony Hawk himself here. And skateboarding really grew into huge proportions. When he invited me to be part of the game early on in my career, being involved not just through my tournaments and my tricks, it was great for my visibility, for my career as a whole. And the tricks and maneuvers that I perform, the lines and tournaments. I also have Dreamland, which is that track in my house in California. There were plenty of times where it was just me and the filmers and lots of birds chirping and coyotes. So it was really up close and personal. So drawing that parallel with the start of Tony Hawk's game series when he scored Bob Santos, and so many people, right after that, he launched the game, Tony Hawk 1. So that contrast, when I nailed the 900, when I got the 900 on the mega ramp, on my own, just, of course I was all suited out and they were recording everything. And I played João Gilberto, some bossa nova music, when I launched that 900. So many different tricks were things I learned in my backyard at home, just totally chill and relaxed. And it was great. And it's also great to be here at these huge events interacting with all of you. It's super important for me to evolve, and it was great to be able to do that at home. That's great. I'm wondering, you're one of the skateboarders who's been present right from the beginning of the Tony Hawk series. If I'm not mistaken, you were the very first person to be invited by Tony Hawk. So you're really a part of that game. When you walked in here, you walked in to a Charlie Brown song, Confisco. So what was it like to put that personal spin into the game? Well, I think it was 1999. When Tony invited me, I mean, we are competitors, technically. He could very easily have left me out of the game. Maybe if he had been more traditionally competitive, that would have been the natural thing to do. But he and I have mutual respect. He often says that I'm his favorite skateboarder. So I was in England, and there was this arcade, you know, pinball arcade, and we were playing just arcade games. And I was the first skateboarder that he invited. He said, look, I have a demo I want you to try out. It was just amazing. And of course, having a Brazilian, a real Brazilian, not Blanca, who's a character. But we went from Blanca to Bob. And without a doubt, this was a landmark moment. right from the very first demo version. Brazil has made its mark and has grown. And, you know, Shadow is was a huge friend of mine. And he, although not a professional skateboarder, he really brought skateboarding to the world, and it was just natural for him to be in the game. The community really requested, demanded him. Rodrigo says that Activision heard them, and so much so that we're here. The city of Rio de Janeiro is a playable city in the game. These are landmarks. Letícia Buffoni, another Brazilian, and now with Raíssa Leal, Brazil is really taking more and more of a position in the game. And I know I was the first Brazilian there, but Chorão and Charlie Brown really deserve lots of credit. And I'd like to thank Activision, too, for doing that.
And our job is obviously to secure as much inclusivity and sensitivity towards how important it is for Brazilian culture to be quietly representative. So we have Christ Redeemer on the game, we have Raíssa, we have Letícia, we have Bob. We haven't announced everything we have, but we have some other things to announce later down. But you have to make things right, and with a brand like this, you have one opportunity. So that's why the fans also love this brand so much, because I think us, we have taken the right decisions.
Yeah, essa dinâmica tá legal, né, galera? A gente conversa aqui em português.
Yeah, I love this dynamic. Here we're having a multilingual conversation. I'm really glad to see that people are wearing the headsets, so feel free to answer in English. And Raíssa Leal, right? Who here was thrilled to see Raíssa on the trailer?
All right, Rodrigo. But Bob, primeiro. Raíssa Leal, ela representa muito do que você falou.
Raíssa Leal represents a lot of what you said, a new generation of skateboarders. She is youthful, she has originality, creativity, she has grace. I think you used that word.
Como que foi entrar em contato com ela?
So what was it like to talk to her?
Conhecia, já jogava.
And so did she say that she already played it? I heard that story. It sounds very cool. What was it like to include Raíssa Leal in the game? Tell us a little bit of what that was like. I think this is more for Rodrigo, but Raíssa naturally positioned herself to be part of the game. I remember at the time, Tony chose me to be in the game, and they asked him, and they said, well, if, why isn't Bob in the game? He should be in the game. And the same question is valid for Raíssa. And if you're launching a remake, like Activision is doing, and being careful to get the culture right, well, if you were to leave Raíssa out, all the headlines would say, why isn't Raíssa in the game? So that in and of itself was reason enough for her to be there. And, you know, Raíssa's still a kid at the time. When the game was launched, I think she was 6 years old, and she already played. So she joined the world of skateboarding, and the Tony Hawk game series was already part of it. So I think for her, being part of that is even more special. And she super deserves it. She brings a natural grace, a natural flow to skateboarding, the way she falls, for instance. And I love seeing women's skateboarding really taking the headlights, taking the spotlight. I love seeing her at different skateboarding events. Back in the day, it was all we had was live and on broadcast TV and men's skateboarding. And today, you can watch women's skateboarding live because of Raíssa's strength and power. And women's skateboarding really deserves all the attention it can get. I love watching women's street sports. And Raíssa is just amazing. Now, I think we should ask Rodrigo what it was like to invite her.
I think it was in the same case of Bob years ago. Everyone that loves skate wants to be a part of this brand. And if you love skating, you love Tony Hawk. Many, many players through the years, and probably this has happened to you, they wanted to skate first because of the game. Now we have another opportunity with a female audience, right? Because skating doesn't differ between genres, and now we have a new opportunity with Raisa, with Leticia, to open skate to the culture and to players that probably never thought of skating, but now they can and they will.
Perfect.
Perfect. Rodrigo, eu tenho uma pergunta para você.
Brilliant. I have a question, Rodrigo. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was launched in '99, and right from the very first edition, it was always a huge hit. Now, this game has always represented the skate community very, very faithfully around the world. So how do you handle that responsibility of being the caretaker of this franchise? It's such a huge responsibility within the sport and the community.
We launched the first game, the second, the third, the fourth. No one believed that it's going to be that successful. So if we go back and think, Tony Hawk 3 is the number 7th best rated game in Metacritic. And for a skating game now, you wouldn't assume so. The responsibility is used first to honor the legacy of the franchise, first of all, and second, to broaden that audience, because we try to put as many people as possible into this brand. It's a legacy brand, but now we're putting the brand in as many consoles, as many devices as possible that we couldn't do when it launched.
Oh, e algo muito legal, I want to hear from you both. O skate faz parte das Olimpíadas, e isso é recente.
Skateboarding is in the Olympics now. This is something recent. This edition has made skateboarding even more global and influential than it ever was. So what was it like for you to think, okay, let's bring a game like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 with that bug in your head, oh, it's in the Olympics now. Was that present in your minds when you thought about the mechanics or how you brought the game or how you talk about it? Have the Olympics connected in some way with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4?
Skated in my life. Bob has all his life. I can say that we try to convey the skate culture, that it's about competition, but it's also about community, right? When we launched the third game, it was the first game in PlayStation 2 to have online, okay? Now you say, and it's very obvious, but now it's unimaginable. You can have crossplay between Nintendo, between Xbox. We want as many people together. The Olympics is about the same competition, about this growing community, about playing together. So it's part of growing the community, of making it accessible, but also about making it fun. Right? And skating is about fun, about flowing, and you can vouch for that.
Assim, em primeiro lugar, o mais legal do jogo é que realmente é de fato.
Look, first and foremost, the coolest thing about the game is that it is true and faithful to skate culture. The way that Tony and Activision built this game, for instance, let's say you have a skate brand. Well, you're putting together a team, and if you can, you'll invite me, Raisa, and everybody. But today, it's difficult for you to create a shape brand and connect everyone because they may already have sponsor deals. But the game doesn't compete against any other companies. So Tony had the chance to include people that maybe if he were building a skate brand and not a game brand, he wouldn't have been able to. But with a game brand, a skate game brand, he could. He could integrate skateboarding, music, tracks, track design, skate stores. You can encourage the different stores and brands. And when we see events like the Olympics and other large events, they don't give enough space for all the different brands, the different endemic brands. I don't see the different brands in the Olympics, for instance, and that's not cool. Like at the X Games, I put my name there, and everyone asks, well, why can't I add my skate sponsor? Oh no, because it's the X Games sponsorship. But listen, the brands are the creators of skate culture. And Tony Hawk's game is a type of media, and they truly deliver this culture. So, in my opinion, even more important than the Olympics or any other large media or championship, games bring culture even more. They bring the skate brands. I can bring my personal brand, Burn Quit, for instance. Something else that's very cool, I see that Banco do Brasil is one of the major sponsors of Gamescom, and they also support the Institute, they support and sponsor Raíssa too. So we were able to put Banco do Brasil brand in the game, but also Turn Quit and the different skate brands. So it's not like, oh no, only big brands, only if you bring money into the equation. That is not how we do it. And all the different brands build skate, and they can't be left out.
So you've brought something really cool, Bob, about visibility and the making skateboarding, the related brands and the sponsorships and the athletes to make them more visible, give them a voice in events as a whole. So this question, Rodrigo.
Get this question. Very good.
Do you think there's a chance that we can see more events from Activision in Brazil, tournaments, festivals, activations, whether with Call of Duty, Tony Hawk, or more opportunities for this happening in the future?
I think we're always listening to the community. Being here proves so. And it's not only our Activision brands, it's also Blizzard brands. Also, we're very selective, but we are also very open to do everything. We were here, I think, 3 weeks ago with a Blizzard event. We were here last year with a Call of Duty event. We haven't done everything we're doing for this game, so there's things that we will be doing. But also, we have a very high, I would say, obligation and obviously respect for what we're doing, and also to the Brazilian community to do things right. So we haven't gone anywhere. We're still here. We will keep doing things, and there's some things that we haven't announced. So, yep.
Good to hear. Bob, alguma coisa adicionar?
Bob, anything to add? Yes, the opportunity that you have, I have the Skate Cuida Institute social project. We foster skateboarding. It's a tool. It's not for you to just, you're going to be world champion, just go through. If that happens, cool. But most important is to use skateboarding as a tool and foster education in different areas. For example, for the Tony Hawk game to happen, there's a lot of coding, graphics, the game designing. It is a career path. It's an interesting career path. It's great to incentivize. We have coding classes, Python, syntax, Oracle, Lura, and we foster that because we understand this is part of the deal. As a skateboarder, with creativity and coding, with AI, you don't necessarily have to learn to code, but if you have kind of an idea, I think we're going into a moment that's very different. From a picture, you can generate a blender in a 3D space. How easy it is to set up an environment. It's much easier. That decentralizes things a bit. Of course, Activision is one of the big ones, but I believe they have an eye out for that because that's going to democratize, the education side, the game designing. And it's interesting because you open an opportunity for major events, not just based on the game, for video games, but fostering education and becoming a professional in this area, which is the gaming industry. It's interesting because skateboarding, come on, cool. Yeah, you're going to learn how to, you're going to exercise and stuff, but it's important for us to learn different areas of knowledge. As a skateboarder, professional, if I know a bit of Illustrator, a bit of editing, a little bit at least, I'm going to be able to interact, speak English, using artificial intelligence, you can interact more easily. And so I think events that Activision might promote and Tony Hawk or, using that environment as an inspiration to foster education. So it's not just about making money. We have to live out of that, but making money in an area that we love. I'm blessed to be able to skateboard and live off skateboarding. but many here who love video games may be blessed in terms of making a living out of video games, working with game designing. It's an event for gaming. It's fun, but there's a lot of seriousness and hard work and coding, and which was a major industry that incentivized the development of artificial intelligence. Without the gaming industry, the chips, and that's the fast evolution. We see this whole AI evolution because of this market that's here.
Beleza. Eu vou falar pouco sobre gameplay.
I'm going to talk a little bit about gaming. You, Bob, if you want to talk something about it, but Rodrigo, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, we're talking about a collection. You got 2 games, each one had their features, new features. 3 came with other mechanics that came to innovate. You mentioned Metacritic. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 is considered one of the very best sports games of all time. And so you guys are bringing a collection of games that were extremely important. What were the types of, things that were thought out to bring this something new, but, keeping this whole glory of past versions?
I believe when you play one of the original games and now you play this new version, your memories kick in, but it's also your muscular memory, and you know more about muscular memory than any of us. But it feels so like it was, but also the new mechanics, the vibration of the controllers, the triggers, and I believe one of the key pillars was the learning curve, not also for the game itself, but also for skating itself. It has a learning curve. So it is not that uninviting and difficult, but it's also not so easy to master a 540 and all the master tricks. So I think it's a balance between being challenging, but not painfully challenging, and making this as accessible if you're playing it for the first time or you play the original ones.
Eu acho que assim, o interessante também, quando você vai jogar.
What's interesting, when you're going to play the game, if you want to go into the complexity, you go. If you want to make a million tricks, all the way until time runs out to score more points. Only you want to play free skating and have fun. There are different ways that you can play the game, and the fact that it's relatively playing by itself, if you make no tricks, and going to be able to climb the ramp, it's aerial by itself, come back, and you're going to have fun. So it's not that the boring thing, too complex, and a child or your granny or, going to start playing, it's going to fall, and there'll be no fun. And so there's this mix, just really grabbing you and having this fun. And you can go and be more complex if you want. But the pattern of the remote control, Tony Hawk's game was the first to get skateboarding to look like skateboarding. When you're playing, you get the feel of skateboarding, but it's got a specific gameplay on the controls. So when other games are released, there's the group that likes the greater complexity, and the ones that remember the gameplay from Hawk. The 3 and 4, 3 plus 4 has to be muscle memory, like Rodrigo said, because you're going to feel how it's a different game. You won't want to, it's almost like it's a trademark. I imagine other games do that as well. But Hawk's game, like I said, it's not that complex, but it could be if you want it to be. And there's this thing about having fun as well. You talked about immersion and trademark. Those are things that are lined up with a question I want to ask is the soundtrack for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. In my opinion, I imagine many people from the audience will agree, but that was part of, the kind of music that I still listen today. So the type of the bands I like, several of my favorite bands came from the first game soundtrack. And that's exactly, the immersion. Even if you're just riding, you're not just riding. There's this one lyric that brings you into immersion. I'd like to know how you select the soundtrack, to have this great match. The gameplay is extremely important, the soundtrack for it to happen. What's that blend like,
It's one of the pillars that make the franchise as relevant as it was, because many people remember the first time that popped up the disc and the first music that kicked in, and Bob was saying, this song, boom, Alcatraz. this song. Oh, so it's this nostalgia that you remember how it felt, but also how it sounds. There's some new songs that we haven't announced. And there is a balance, as well as the skaters, that we need to cater a new audience, but also as much as possible on the original soundtrack. So there are surprises still to be announced. But I think in the case of skate, music is a pillar of the skating community. Just put in your headphones, skate, and many people relaxed doing that on the first games. Just the music and free skating.
A trilha sonora tem muito a pegada.
The soundtrack, as I know Tony Hawk, I understand the soundtrack he chose. Obviously, the stuff that we listen to, Bad Religion, Dead Kennedys, and I grew up with that before the game. And we connect skateboarding to, when you're gonna launch a video party. There's this thing about running a video part. I've spent 4 years to get a 5-minute video party. And so when you've got all the tricks that you got right, you're going to edit the choice of the soundtrack and the beat, and the editing is done over the music, and then you can build just like you mix an album, you do that with the beats and editing and so people remember that, a lot of these skateboarders, Metallica, Danny Way, or Dead Kennedys, they say playing in the hangar, and so the soundtrack, you can see it's Tony Hawk, punk rock, and he likes the bands and stuff, and it's when the remake, when they announced the 2, we held a party in LA. He called everybody to be there, and there was he wanted to call the whole soundtrack to be live. I said, certain bands you won't get, and there was a band in Australia that covered all of the songs. He called that one band. Yeah, they did it, and we wrapped up the party with a live Bad Religion. Folks on stage. It was incredible. But the joining of both, as a skateboarder, being in Tony Hawk's game, it helped me with visibility and everything. And today, a band, being there on the soundtrack also makes it, for people to hear your sound. They didn't listen to it before. It's just as important. And you said something just now, Bob, something really cool about the balancing of the challenge of the game. It could be simple or complex. We've got a friend from production, Cardoso. He's a big fan of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, all of them, and he got the platinum trophy. He did everything, all 100%. It's one of the most difficult trophies. He said one trick, he spent like 4 or 5 hours to get the score, and his wife was watching him play and say, "You've been there for 4 hours." "Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it." And he was there, just really hitting the buttons and mashing them. And from your personal outlook, what tricks do you think are most difficult to execute? The most great looking? All of them are great looking, but your preferred tricks. What was the one that you spent more time or really fried your noodles, man? To get the most insane trick in the game itself. Yeah, I've never cooked my noodles in the game. No, man, no. But obviously I was playing, and I had the excuse, "Come on, I'm working. I'm working." Yeah, I had that. But the way I play the game is very different than Tony Hawk. He's highly competitive. When the game is released, we were on a tour, and I don't know which version it was, and we were traveling from place to place, and on the third city, I hear him screaming in the bus, "I got it!" And he just threw the joystick away. I just go for free skating rarely. It's just like tricks. I just ride as if I were riding in that place, and it's cleaner tricks, simpler tricks. That's the way I like playing. But in real life, I've cooked months to get a trick right, and I know it's not easy. And so, yeah, but the fact that he got that feat, it's a long time playing, a lot of dedication. What is yours, Rodrigo?
I remember in Tony Hawk 4, there were hidden goats on the map. and you wanted to see the goats. You wanted to see. The goats didn't do anything. They were just standing there, but you needed to see them. So getting to see all of them, just because, oh yeah, I see all the goats. That was difficult, but very, very fulfilling.
Yeah, fulfilling.
Legal. Falando sobre essa parte competitiva.
Talking about the competitive side of this nostalgia and hidden goals. Pessoal, the folks, they memorize the whole phase, and like to know if in the new games a lot of changes were made in the original game. Can you talk about them and about all the locations that we had in the game? You chose several. There are some new ones. Did you leave anything out that you would like to have in? Do you think about a DLC? I'd like to know about the mapping.
I've just shown one of the new maps. There's still maps that we haven't announced. I think there's some cool things that people will be very crazy to see, like, wow, they really take a deep dive into this. I believe, in the case of, as an example, the Rio map and London or Sydney, I think it's trying to make it as relevant as possible, but also do not change that much. So it's a balance. We are obviously using as much of the technology available, 4K, HDR, in the new consoles, if it's mobile or in your mobile phone or iPads. So I think it's a matter of also finding that balance, because these games have a foundation. That we have a roadmap. We have an architect that made them time back. So we just have to put the best recipe possible with what they made. There are some things that obviously have changed for the better: technology, the motion capture, textures on the clothing of the skaters and everything. So that adds layers of authenticity, but also, in the case of some of the moves, those were captured by the actual skaters that obviously many years ago couldn't, right? As you said, Tony made all the moves for the first game, and he was trying to replicate Bob's moves. So I think it's the better use of technology to make it as accessible as possible, but also feel like it should right now if the game were launching now.
Ele está mencionando, né? No primeiro jogo.
Yeah, in the first game, Hawk had all the motion captures done, and at the time he was wearing a kind of like a rubber suit, surfing with lots of styrofoam balls, and he would fall and the balls would fly. He said, "Bob, I had to do your special trick, 1 foot Smith. I had to do it, but that's Bob's maneuver. I don't know what to do. That's his trick, And of course, he's Tony Hawk. He got it right. But Smith 1 foot, and he asked me to do his 900. So, but okay. But the first game, it was all him. So you see, most skateboarders have a style, and so as technology came about, the second one came. I came in to change a little bit, put a little bit more of tailoring and other skateboarders, and how technology evolved in terms of motion capture. You can capture with video and make moves. That was important. But I remember at the time we had to, I don't know, the trick, there was a way to do it, and Hawk had to capture it in a way that was similar. Technology evolves to a point that you say, okay, there are the goals. Find the hidden tapes. Tapes of what? Come on, is it VHS tapes? Because it was VHS. You're searching for VHS tapes in Hawk's game. So are you going to put this challenge of VHS tapes? But I think it's interesting because 99, it's been some time, but it's not that long ago, like a quick evolution of technology, So that's what's cool, to keep tabs on and to be part of the very first. I remember I used to go to the studio in LA, and I remember I spent like 6 hours in the studio. I even wore the mask from films. I'm asthmatic. I was claustrophobic in there a long time, with a cast, breathing through a straw to capture something that you can take a picture today. But to participate in that process, you see that they were careful enough to that level to be as realistic as possible and bringing, as he said, the texture, these more recent ones, I think I took a few pictures and sent them and done deal.
That's so cool. We talked about representation. We have so many women like Raissa, Leticia, so many others. And we also talked about locations. And there's lots. But were there any locations that you wish you could have added but didn't?
Everything, that's a good thing.
Legal. New announcements incoming.
Yeah, there's more things that we haven't shown yet.
Okay, perfect.
Só de ver o Tony Hawk dando rock and roll.
I love looking at that picture and seeing Tony Hawk pulling that trick with the Chrysler Redeemer in the background. And he mentioned earlier on that the city of Rio was going to show up, but it's not just throwing up the different landmarks. No, you need authorization. And of course, the city of Rio de Janeiro is going to want that to happen. But each different city has a different person you need to talk to. So the fact that Activision has that care and attention, it's not just a matter of getting the skateboarder on top of that landmark. Because what if you fail to get the authorization? Oh, just the Photoshop Bob there. It's not like that. You can't do that. And for Chrysler Redeemer, there is a religious aspect as well. But it's like Rio de Janeiro requires that Chrysler Redeemer statue. If you don't have it, then it's going to be missing. And now it's in the poster. This is actually the first time I've seen it. And there I am doing a trick with my shape, my kit, with Chrysler Redeemer in the background. And I'm like, hey, Mom, I made it. I'm here.
There's specific things that, again, we haven't shown it. There's graffiti on the map. No one knows what graffiti there is. Maybe hidden things, we don't know. But we, as Bob was saying, we put a specific detail on every inch of the map to be as accurate, but also as beautiful as the city is. So that took a lot of time.
Não, algo muito legal que você falou, que vocês falaram.
Something that's so cool about what you mentioned is the motion capture. Can you guys imagine what it's like to do mocap for a skateboarding game? So you said the sensors are placed all over the skater's body, but every time you faceplant, that's it. All the different balls start scattering everywhere. But skateboarding is so fluid. So tell us a little bit more of what it was like to do the motion capture. Was there any new development in that aspect compared to the original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4? So many icons, so many skateboarders like Raissa. Tell us some stories, because today the technology is so far advanced compared to what we had back then, right? And what more can you tell us?
There's new moves. There's skaters that, as Bob, he wasn't on the third one, now he is. But he can make moves that he wouldn't be able to do it 25 years ago. Also, you can see Raissa doing Bob's moves. And again, with the internet, we have access to the library of all the movements, trademarks, how do they fall? Because that is something very important. When we did the first game, and Bob was mentioning it, when they fall, the pixels and everything it has limitations. Now, even how the skater falls down and how he comes up, that is accurately taken. And that is the ways of using the technology for the best, because you cannot change anymore, but each of them have a specific way of getting into the board, or falling down, of recovering. Again, we have access to all of their moves.
And the motion capture, it's not just about capturing motion. We also capture their voices. Remember Bob Margera saying something that was misheard. And I said, who? Because it's like I took a punch to my gut. And it came out. It was difficult to get, actually. And I gotta tell you, Tony Hawk is one of the biggest nerds I've ever met. And the reason why this game is so good and connected with skateboarding culture so well is because he was careful. He said, oh, I'm gonna publish a game with my name on it, I'll make some money, it's fine. But no, he played that old school game. Remember 720? There were some other skateboarding games, and in his head, in his plans, he said, no, I need to build a game that the skateboarding community will identify with. And back then, the technology was nowhere close to what we have today. And he was so careful to get the characters, the gameplay, you know, when you let go of the button, how high do you jump, the style, all of that. When you say that, of course you'll say, oh wow, that's cool. But there's so much that he rejected. And he was actually kind of an annoying boss. Because we're like, oh my god, everything we do, he says no. He rejects everything. But there was a reason for it, because of quality. And Tony, right from the very first demo, he accomplished his vision of quality. And we could see, I could see the effort that all the developers and everyone who produced the game. And every time we sent something for approval and he said, no, do it again, we made the game better and better. And the reason why it's so successful is not just because he nailed the 900 in the X Games and his name blew up. No, there was so much attention put into the soundtrack, the tricks that they picked. That's so cool. You mentioned the skateboarders that were selected. We know that many of these names are there and they're super strong today. But could you tell us a little bit more about what the process is like for selecting these new skateboarders? And we want to hype people up because it's so powerful in our culture, and it helps people dream. Today, we're actually many generations into the game. I'm wondering, do you know who these people are, these skateboarders who started skateboarding because of the game? And maybe are any of them in the game today?
She mentioned it a couple of weeks back. I think our obligation is to bridge connections through the skaters, because it goes both ways. Bob paved the way for current generations, but also there's people now that is seeing Raisa in the Olympics that through her we go back to see Bob's videos. So that connection and that bridge goes both ways. And again, it's multi-generational and there is no age for going that. So there's moves that maybe current skaters cannot do and Bob did 25 years ago. It goes both ways.
Eu acho que assim, como a gente falou, né? Você imagina a Raisa.
It's like what we were saying. Raisa never planned. She didn't premeditate it. Oh, I'm going to be in Tony Hawk's game. No, she just did what came naturally, and then it became natural to invite her. So if you're asking me, how can I get into Tony's game someday? Well, first you need to start skateboarding and evolve without a lot of high expectations. Because if you make it big, if you are successful, it'll be natural to choose you. And you might ask, why isn't so-and-so in the game? Well, there's so many amazing people around the world. There's so many Japanese skateboarders today. Yuto, for instance. Yeah, they were huge in the Olympics. Yeah, in the Olympics in Japan, there was a lot of movement in that sense and encouraging everyone to start skateboarding. And then, after you start skateboarding, you realize that the skateboarding has nothing to do with the Olympics. But by that point, you've already started learning about the culture. And Tony's game delivers to you that culture, that understanding, pre-packaged. So you get all of that cultural information in Tony's game right off the bat. He mentioned Raisa, but I think most skateboarders, I mean the young pros today who are in their 20s, many of them started skateboarding because of the game. It's not, oh, a couple of them. No. It's most skateboarders in some way or another played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. And it's good for convincing your parents too. Because I always like to say, my parents were very cool. I said, I want a skateboard, and they said, okay, son, cool. But how many friends of mine asked their parents, and they said, no. Their parents said, you're going to go to med school. Well, why can't you be a doctor and a skateboarder? And today, we see this. It's not a problem. But during our history, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was a critical element in helping to bridge the gap between skateboarders and parents. I have a great memory. My dad went to the Mustabik store, he bought the different parts, and he gave them to me to assemble them myself. He could have just bought one ready-made, but instead we spent the whole day putting it together. It's a core memory for me. So it's like a parent can say, hey, son, hey, honey, I bought this game for you. Let's play it together. And you as a parent can immerse yourself in your child's life in a way that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. The game is so much more important than merely watching a competition on TV. And something else that's really cool too is that today with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, its visibility is going to be so much higher, so empowered, because of the fact that skateboarding has a lot more visibility. And I'm not, I know I'm biased, but I'm not just saying it. Skateboarding is the best sport in the Olympics to watch. I watch it with my wife, looking at different countries compete. Like, wow, there's these countries where we never imagined that they would have such a tradition. And there are new countries that have new traditions in skateboarding. And I'm positive that Tony Hawk's Pro Skater in many ways influenced many people. And I am positive that everyone will have heard of it. It's impossible that you can have a skateboarder today who's never heard of Tony Hawk's. And I have a question, and Rodrigo can chime in too, about AI. And that's a major question in game development. It's a very powerful tool to help develop games in many different aspects. So I'm wondering how you guys see that. How can AI contribute to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 and other Activision projects as a whole? How do you see the growth of AI as a tool?
For us, it's a tool. It's a tool to help sometimes fulfill the artist's view and do not base it upon making it a foundation. It's a tool to create more and to expand upon it.
Eu acho que é acelerador de deadline.
I think it's a deadline accelerator. Or let's say it gives programmers peace of mind because they don't feel as stressed. I remember, I can only imagine what the programmers would have felt like during the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 days. Now it's like, oh sure, I'll deliver it on time. And I talked to some devs who use Copilot or other AI tools, or even just ChatGPT in your day-to-day. If you're not using it today, you are certainly more stressed out than the people who do use it, because you can get more experience in many different aspects. It's amazing. I think it's amazing. I can only imagine someone who's going to program a game, deliver graphics. You know, you can take a picture and turn it into a 3D space. It's amazing. And today, in most games, we're used to seeing NPCs who are just kind of dumb looking. You come and talk to them and a chat bubble will pop up. But today you can interact with them. You can stop and actually have a dynamic conversation with the NPCs. We're going to see that more and more. I think that's really cool. I've got a production company where we organize the Mega Ramp events. I've got a show on the Off channel. And we're also developing virtual spaces like the station. We're working on AR for real estate companies. So you can put on your goggles and you'll see that property with all your furniture there already. This technology has so many cool developments, so many cool applications. And today we develop on Unity to help with gamification. And in the past we'd say that the metaverse and avatars have existed since the rise of the first games. So I've been an avatar in the metaverse since 1999 because of Tony's game. But today, anybody here can create an avatar and interact in a virtual space. And maybe you'll talk to an NPC and it's a specific AI. We tried to develop spaces. We actually built a metaverse for the state of São Paulo. I see that City Hall sponsors Gamescom. So we built the São Paulo City Metaverse and gamified it. And it looks amazing. And we use the AI avatars as producers to explain public services. So let's say you've got a sponsor. That avatar will talk about the brand, and only that. So it's more and more opportunities to expand and create even more opportunities.
I think technology, cloud, now part of a bigger ecosystem with Xbox and Xbox Game Pass. You could be waiting in the metro, in the street, playing, and you don't even need a console now to play, right? So that being 25 years ago was unimaginable. So it's not only inclusive to Bob mentioning AI, it's technology and allowing people to access content wherever they are and whatever console and ecosystem they have, a TV, a tablet, a mobile phone, it doesn't matter. Content will get you.
Perfect.
Bom, uma coisa que o Micali falou aqui que é muito real.
That's so cool. Micali mentioned something that is so true. In Brazil, we are born with soccer in our minds, waiting eagerly for the next soccer World Cup. And for me, the first sport I started cheering for after that was volleyball. And now in the Olympics, you know, I'm kind of embarrassed because it's like cheering for a child to trip and fall. But you know, of course I want Brazilians to win. You know, when they fall, we always say, "Aw, poor thing. I hope they didn't get hurt. Good thing they fell." Right? Exactly. It's like, now it's Race's turn. And skateboarding is not just about tricks. It's not just about decks and shapes. You said something that rang very true for me once. Skateboarding is an art, too. So the game, without any doubt, is an intrinsic part of skateboarding culture. So I'd like to ask you, what do you think about the next generation? Will they handle this legacy? What are the different movements that you see around the world that show these signs? What's going on in the world? Well, each generation has its torch to bear. It's not just what I did, because I live and breathe skateboarding. It's more of an art than a sport for me personally. It can be a sport, but it's much more of a cultural thing. The cool thing about skateboarding is that you can never pigeonhole it. It can be included into the Secretary of Culture, the Ministry of Sports. It's really more about expression, art, and movement. It's about personal expression. That's why I started skateboarding. I used to play handball as goalkeeper at school. I always had asthma ever since I was a kid, and I was a goalkeeper in handball. And when they put me, they pulled me from the bench, I played for less than a minute. And I said, you know what, I don't even want this. I'm gonna go skateboarding. Because if I hit a pebble on the ground and fell, it was my fault. But if I nailed an ollie or a trick, then it was all thanks to me. So this recognition is really an expression of ourselves. And I find that today lots of people and companies try to box up the sport. But it's like, imagine you're putting on a suit and tie and you're getting a little suitcase and you're like, oh, I'm going to work. Well, I'm going to quote Chorão. Sometimes I do what I want, sometimes I do what I have to do. Many of these events were just in my contract. Because look at me, I'm living my dream life. Am I going to complain because, oh, I don't identify with the Olympics? No, I'm going to go home and learn a new trick. I'm going to build skateboarding as an expression. I'm going to build big obstacle courses. That Grand Canyon track. Tony Hawk, who built that lateral track. Oh, now we're going to build a new mode of skateboarding. It's really about an individual expression. And it's no coincidence that the open loop was one of the unlocks, I think, in Tony Hawk 2. So everything mixes and matches with everyone. And it's important for everyone to have their own vision and express themselves. I remember in the Olympics, you see lots of uniforms, and you see a lot of standardization that is very foreign and alien to skateboarding. But then I saw a Japanese skateboarder from Flip, and she was super stylish in her uniform. So it's totally possible to bring personality and individuality. And we see that too with gymnastics. Because, oh, a certain type of flip is worth however many points, and so on. So what happens? You start, if you're not careful, you'll start seeing a lot of sameness and robotic motion. Like, oh, Bob, how many points will I get if I pull a 540? I, personally, as Bob, a skateboarder, I don't understand that question. I'm like, dude, do whatever you think is best. Because when I design something, I'm thinking of it as an art. I try to build it as a way of painting a picture. Now, whether that juror is going to give me 100 or 0 is not up to me. I'm not that juror. It's about mindset. It's a different generation too. So I personally don't like to see parents put a lot of pressure on children at the skateboarding track. Because I'm like, man, if that were me, I would have stopped skateboarding right then and there. I was a rebel. I wanted my parents as far away as possible. But that was me. Of course, support is important, but there's a difference between support and pressure. And it's only natural that when you see major events, you'll see that type of expression.
I think one of the things that Bob mentioned was that creative, right? He created in the Dreamland, the mega ramp. Now you can create it in the game. One of your runs in the X Games in Philly, you can create that specific challenge and, okay, do exactly what I did in Philadelphia, right? So it's putting that real life into the game, but also it goes back because he created the real ramp in his Dreamland. So I think it's about also unlocking that creativity that the skating is, because it has an individualship as any other sport that it lets you flow as an artist.
Só comentar aqui,
Quick comment, there was what he's saying, the mega ramp in Dreamland did not exist in the game. This came later. As many tricks in the first Hawk game, something completely new to us was to flip, and if your board's on your feet, you flip it again, it comes back to your foot. There's no way in real life, but you can do different ways. I remember that inspired me to have the samba flip, which came into the game later. You flip and you hold it with your hand. I would spin it again with your hand because you couldn't do it with your feet. That came from the inspiration of the game. So the game started influencing, so skateboarding influenced the game, and the game started influencing back skateboarding. The obstacles to be built in game design, that they build your own track, influenced people to build enough. Dreamland, of course, was not conceived in the game. So when you see these tricks in the mega ramp, and a lot of people say, "Oh, Bob, now you've become the real video game," because we bring, and now, you know, we can take it to the game, mega ramp, the challenges we create, as he mentioned. So, so one feeds back into the other. The inspiration is constant evolution. So cool. This is really cool. You know, one inspires the other, and celebrating local cultures and celebrating local athletes and local music. Activision, Latam, or at a global level, does fabulous work with their franchises using global context. Call of Duty does that so well. When you see Call of Duty with a backdrop in different places in the world, portraying different contexts. Tony Hawk himself, Pro Skater 3 and 4, he's got a responsibility, you know, of responding to the new audience, as you mentioned, Chusa. I'd like to know, you know, how you, as Activision in your franchises, including Tony Hawk, how do you pick those opportunities up and try to make use of that in games, bringing a bit of aspects from the real world into the gamification of the world?
Carefully listening, because you need to be aware of what is relevant, but also sensitive. As long as it's organic and you are respectful of that representation, as long as it's creative and it has something that I would say supports the vision of the artist, what the community wants, it will work out. Not exclusive to Tony Hawk, in other franchises, as you mentioned, Call of Duty. We're always trying new things, and I think in specifically Skate, you need to fall down a lot of times to hit a trick. So there is no right or wrong, and you have a lot of learnings around the franchise. Tony Hawk is 25 years old, Call of Duty is 22, Crash Bandicoot 27, right?
Yeah, running along.
So there's a lot of learnings, and there is no right or wrong. The community proves, and the love for Tony Hawk, the love for Crash Bandicoot, for Spyro, that we listen, but also these franchises are alive, and being here in Brazil is a proof, right? So it's always about innovating, but carefully listening.
Boa. Bob, alguma para adicionar nessa?
Anything to add, Bob?
De boas.
Good, Chusa. I'd like to go back to something Bob brought up, some very interesting points. Talking about the responsibility of parents. We're talking about generations, future generations. What makes it go right or wrong. But he said that some parents, if you don't foster properly, if he were that kid, he would drop the sport. I always wanted to skateboard. I love the culture, the lifestyle, but I don't know how to ride a skateboard. My mom had the basic prejudice, and even on my street, my home where I was born, there are lots of people who were skateboarders, but my mom didn't let me ride with them, and so I feel like I missed part of my life with that. Something else, I think I heard you talking about the medals. You're a multi-medalist in X Games and the Olympics, and I think you've mentioned that inside your home, those awards are not there to show up. I mean, the pressure. You don't want your son to go through that pressure, because he can be himself. He's going to have his achievements. He doesn't necessarily have to match or go beyond what you did. I see that Stevie Aoki did something similar to Foster in his career, and the collection, the legacy, what you do to create a legacy for those things to go well and to keep the culture alive. The game, of course, it's a collection that's coming back, bringing it back, but it's come back. Because it's come back, do you think it's an achievement? Of course, you don't want to put pressure on the new generation. The collection coming back, it's an achievement of the first skater generation. Sure, of course it is. Just the fact that the game happening and Tony Hawk, having room in Activision, a major company, so many years, even early earlier than his company, and now we see continuity because sometimes you launch a game and done version 1 and that's it. As you can launch release a movie and that's it. It's just one. As you can have sequels 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's a remake 3 and 4, but maybe the 10th on the sequence if you count it all. But that's an achievement, of course. Now, regarding the pressures of riding a skateboard doesn't make me better than anyone. I may ride a skateboard better than you, but that doesn't place me at a different, level. But always important to keep your feet on the ground. Our mind, when we talk about computers and everything, it's all programming. We're programmed. My mom was always afraid of heights, but she would hold that back around me, and I would climb everything, would jump from stuff. My whole life broke bones. I loved Spider-Man. I would dress up at Spider-Man. If I were a kid, I would be cosplaying as Spider-Man, but I got hurt a lot as Spider-Man. So I was running with a Spider-Man mask, boom, I broke my tooth, and I was a Spider-Man tennis shoes, a stone fell on my feet, broke my foot. So I was a small kid, so this desire and the fear would not go away, so I started riding a skateboard. And she didn't hold me back, my mom, and she always kept her feet on the ground. She said, whether you win it or not, having money or not, we've got this culture. I was raised that way, and so when I saw my daughter growing up, and obviously with all of the trophies at home, and I had so many before even she was born, and when she got at a certain age, I don't know, I felt suffocated with the number of trophies I have at home. I took them down and I put them in the office, everything. And I left maybe one little trophy there, and we have a game. As a small kid, you threw the ball. She had no coordination to catch the ball. I said, if you catch this ball, you're going to be the winner of this. And she caught the ball. I got one of my trophies, and I gave it to her. Oh, she got, oh, my God, and took the trophy. And so I know there's pressure that, oh, my dad achieved all of this. I have to achieve this for him to respect me, for him to see me. So I've always tried to tell her, this is nothing. Don't worry about this. It's something cool Daddy does, but I always try to play it down, and I feel that it's a big difference. In the beginning, she would ride a skateboard, and her friends would come, the kids that ride skateboard, and she would go and would climb on skateboard that she could ride a skateboard. It was not even something that necessarily she wanted to do. And I never put any pressure on her, because kids, you shouldn't put pressure, if they're playing and then they're going to start playing football or soccer or video games, and sometimes you mirror I would love, for my kid, her mother was a skateboarder as well, and so there's I will have to be a skateboarder myself, and so no, that's not cool. That what's cool is whatever we want to go after, you're free to go after, and so that was her path, and today she's 25, and she helps me in the tournaments and the events and production, and I taught her how to work with AI, and she speeds stuff up for me. Yeah, it's cool. Rodrigo. Something that's very important for us to mention. We talk a lot about the present, what's happening now, but looking into the future, we're going to have I believe generations of influence generations, whether through the Olympics, a revamping of Tony Hawk's 3 and 4. It's important for you to be in those events, talking about that, doing what we're doing now. So I'd like to understand how do you, Bob, you talked about the social engagements and projects, what you have to include skateboarding, providing greater visibility, how to bring people. So it's a double question, Rodrigo. How do you, as a professional from skateboarding, a human being, do you think those initiatives can be taken? Which initiatives can be taken? You mentioned your projects. What other initiatives do you believe that cities and governments could take to include people in sport, in this case skateboarding? And Rodrigo, how do you imagine Activision? Activision plays this role of bringing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 to a new audience. How do you see the future of bringing initiatives to include more people into this market industry?
I think his response will be quite lengthy. There's things that we haven't announced yet with 3 and 4, but we're thinking on specific things to, I would say, give something back that I cannot mention yet. But it's obvious as part of how deep skate is into the Brazilian community to give something back. So we will be shortly talking more about that.
Nice.
The game is a great catalyst for the market in skateboarding, and so those who grow up and say, I want to skateboard, there are different areas to be a skateboard professional. If you don't become a good skater in a group of skateboarders, there will be this and that stands out. And those who don't stand out that much, one records the other, and so you could be a photographer, you can record, you can add, you can be a graphic designer, understanding, because skateboarding has got this thing about art, in the shapes, the art and music, it's all included. And so when you look at a game like Tony Hawk's, you see an entire market being fostered and incentivized. You start playing, cool, I'm going to start riding a skateboard. Imagine being part of the developers team for the game. I'm not that good of a coder, yeah, but I'm good at marketing. Imagine being part of the marketing team for the game. And so there are different areas that you can become a professional in. You're a chemist. Dude, how do you develop the formula of polyurethane for the wheels? Engineering. I always wanted to be an architect. I just majored, always wanted. And today, one way or another, I design different tracks. Friends of mine who are architects and sign it, but I co-sign it. I've designed several tracks that way, and but also with that dream of doing and participating and understanding and learning. It's very important. It's development and an economy that's. All games, local economy, like Tony Hawk's, he fosters the skateboarding market or industry. My shape is Burn Kit. I can go to Tony Hawk's store and you see in the game, I've got my skateboard over there. So of course it's promoting the sale of this shape, and you as a skateboarder being able to promote your own brand in the game. You provide an opportunity for each skateboarder to give some media returns to their sponsors. And Tony Hawk's game is a major aggregator. You see all of the brands that are in the game, and so we know how important that is in terms of and the rest. It's the paths that you have to trailblaze, and the institute also fosters it, and that's natural. But it's important to say that it's an ecosystem. It's a broad ecosystem and a driver for skateboarding. I don't even know. I can't even measure, but Tony Hawk's franchise really moved the economy needle for the game. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. Rodrigo, I'd like to talk a little bit about the mechanics, things that the game brought. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 over to 2 was natural evolution. Then Pro Skater 3 came. It's kind of like a masterpiece of the first two games. And they brought the arcade mode. There's some time. You go down, and it's a time mode. So Pro Skater 4 changed the concept of open world. You could do other things. You felt that you lived in the skating world. This new collection, 3+4, is there anything that you brought, you think it's really cool, very important, any big change? Can you talk a little bit about that, the reason behind it?
I think the biggest one would be crossplay. And that now isn't standard, but again, back there, you playing on one console, it was unimaginable because the console were exclusive to PlayStation, then it made a jump to other. Now you could be playing with one character in the same map, you're playing on a Nintendo Switch and playing on an Xbox. There's no limits to what you can do inside of a map, but also sharing challenges on a specific map that you design, time trials. So I think it's also based upon what the player wants as a challenge, because, okay, I can create this crazy map, but you need to finish it in less than 1 minute with these points. Maybe you can do it. Oh, it's only this amount of points in the less minute of possible time. There is no challenges that we're putting, but also I think it's about what the player wants, and one of the things about skate is that liberty upon the foundation, you know, because we cannot create a mode that would disrupt the balance of what the game is. So it's foundational, it's innovate, but don't break the mold. So I think for me it's crossplay. Being that open, for the first time we're launching in all the platforms on day one, which in none of all the first and two and other franchises we have launched. I think for me that is the game changer.
Eu acho que o que a gente vê mais e mais, né, é a personalização.
What we see more and more is the ability to personalize everything. We have that ability today. And in 1 and 2, what we had was, here are the challenges, here are the tracks, and then you would go there and ride. And most people are very critical. They'll say, oh, I would have made that track this other way. Oh, I would have made that challenge differently. And I think all this talk, of course they say that today Activision is listening to players. Well, what if we gave players the ability to build their own tracks? And now you can customize challenges. That's so cool too. So, the challenge could be X, Y, and Z. And you can build that, share with your friends, build maps. That is so cool, because today you give players freedom within a foundation so that you still have the same basic game, but you can give free rein to your imagination. And I can only imagine all the different creative challenges that are going to be built. That dynamic is going to be amazing. I love that. And I can very clearly see that the community is hyped about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3+4. And I can clearly tell that 1 and 2 were successful, and that's why you're working on 3 and 4. But when you heard the news, how did you feel?
I had the opportunity to work with Crash Bandicoot, with Tony Hawk, the first one, with other brands, and it's a responsibility. It's a huge responsibility because these franchises are foundational of the industry in a way. This is one of the most revered video game franchises of all time. So first, it's that responsibility and do things right, and second is excitement, because us growing up, putting the disc, and not many franchises allow you to have that emotional connection, as you were mentioning earlier. Oh, I remember when my dad gave me my first game and everything. Many people played for the first time any video game with Tony Hawk. So many people skate for the first time in Tony Hawk. So first for me, it's a responsibility. And second is do things right and try to expand upon what is done, but also bring new people into the franchise.
Bob, alguma coisa para adicionar nessa? Cara, e algo muito legal
Something that is so cool, culturally speaking, is that skateboarding is a part of a habit today. Any person can play the game, like doctors or chemists or architects. Actually, come to think of it, architecture has a lot in common with skateboarding, because you can make those maps, those blueprints, and there are people from all different professions. There's doctors here. I have a friend who's a doctor, and he has a streaming channel, and he's actually super excited to play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. Today we can talk to so many people about different from different professions and talk about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, and so many people, everyone knows what it is. Lots of people have families, have kids, but they know that game because they'll be like, dude, I played that game 15 years ago, 20 years ago. Like you mentioned, 1 and 2 was great. We were all very happy, and it really gave you guys the authority to come out with 3 and 4. And honestly, I hope that THPS 3 and 4 is super successful, and that you go on to build remakes of new franchises. So my question is, how do you see these different audiences who don't work with video games but love Tony Hawk because of nostalgia?
Nostalgia. And we have people in our team that try to skate. They couldn't skate. Now they are into video games. But now they have kids, they have daughters. And now the way to connect with their daughters is through Tony Scott or their songs. Oh, when I was growing up, this song, I put my headphones and I went to the beach and skate. And now they can share that with their kids. That is something, and that is an emotional connection that allow us to build bridges among generations. So again, I think it's in a way unique, this franchise, because it has so many specifics, the music, the settings, the maps, the skaters, that I was saying earlier. The stars needs to align to create a recipe like this franchise, right? Because there is no other like this.
Eu acho que assim, é engraçado, né? Porque é o famoso jogo virou, né? Quando a gente
It's funny. It's like, it's really like we say, it's a game changer. Because back then, like, moms would often be like, no, you're not going to play a skateboard. But, well, what if you compare a skateboarding game with a shooting game? Which game do you think your mom is going to prefer? And it's different because it's culture, it's fun and entertaining, it's skateboarding. I remember there were some times where the falls, people would faceplant and blood would splatter away. It was funny, and the emotional connection that the game has is so powerful. The different areas, the different fields. Oh, you're a doctor or an architect, but you're into skateboarding, and you know this. The industry, the future of education is gamified. The future jobs, you know, let's say you are hired by a new company. You need to learn the rules of whatever corporation you start working at. Many of these onboarding programs are gamified because it's a better way for new employees to more effectively learn the rules. And now, with virtual reality, artificial intelligence, medicine, because now you can learn anatomy without having a physical corpse. You can learn mechanics and learn how to work on a car. All of that is much more visual, much faster. There are more and more tools, and they're all located right here in this industry, in the gaming industry. And this is what is bringing new forms of knowledge to the whole world. Like in the game, when I get hurt, it's almost how I feel. So if I break my ankle, at least I can still skateboard in-game. Kali mentioned a bit about franchises and collections. That's really important for games because when these collections come back, when they're brought back, they're usually brought to more current, more modern platforms, allowing people who never had the chance to play. And in the gaming history, there have been some real stinkers. And there have been some real gems too. And for me, Tony Hawk is certainly a gem. If I could pick a franchise, a dream franchise to come back, it certainly would have been Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. So I'm so happy that it came back. But I have a personal question for each of you. Are there any other collections that you wish would come back? And specifically for you, Rodrigo, are there any collections that you think Activision should bring back? I'll talk about my favorite, Crash. We have the Instant Trilogy, 4, which is just sensational. So if you can talk about the future and new Activision franchises, because Activision is doing very well at remaking these franchises. They connect new audiences, reconnect the old audiences. It's a sweet spot. The new and old audiences, it's a hard trick to pull off. So how does Activision see that?
Take time, right? This year we launched Crash in Game Pass, as an example. And as you were mentioning, there were franchises that we had that were part of one ecosystem back in the day, and then it launched 20, 25 years later in the ecosystem. So we are very cautious about putting the right franchise in the most accessible ones, and not specifically to Crash Bandicoot, Tony Hawk, Spyro, also Call of Duty, right? That we have a lot of Call of Duty games that slowly are flowing into the ecosystem. This week we launched Modern Warfare 2 into Game Pass as well. So we're always listening, but also we are carefully doing the decisions to be upon what is the best experience and how to access the most players in the best way possible, because it needs to be the best way possible. And with franchises as Tony Hawk, as Spyro, as Crash, you need to be careful that it's seamless and perfect as they remember. We're always listening, and I think the franchise you mentioned prove that we do hear what the community wants.
E eu acho que assim, jogos que são mais famosos,
I think games that are more famous have a fan base that's more nostalgic. And it's more difficult for you to start messing with things. Because if you change one little thing, certainly people start saying, that's not how I remember it. So for Activision, I think either you develop a new game to come in with a new dynamic. For instance, I really like the blockchain methodology. I'm part of Token Nation. It's a project of mine. It's at the Bienal here in São Paulo, and I'd like to invite everyone to come and visit. So I think it's important to remember that if you have a more nostalgic game, it's very difficult to work an economy into it without ruffling feathers. But certainly this new world and the interoperative economy, I'm certain that people have their eye on it. It's really interesting to see this constant evolution. So interoperability and evolution. I really love the idea of remaking 3 and 4. So improving the graphics. So just imagine playing that old game with today's technology. And now you can do that with online play and all that. It's really cool to see the evolution, the upgrades, without necessarily changing things, because then you would need a new name. I really like it. You know, in my day, before skateboarding games, when I had my Atari console way back, that was the first game my dad ever gave me. I really liked River Raid. I love planes. I'm a pilot today. I'm a parachuter too. You pilot? Yeah, planes and helicopters. Can you do any tricks responsibly? Well, I love aerobatics.
né? Eu acho que,
It's
assim, o
really
skate
cool.
da mega
And,
rampa tem mais
you know,
conexão, porque
skateboarding
quando eu
on a
vou
mega
na mega
ramp
rampa,
is
eu
more
tenho
similar.
check de
Because when I'm
proteger
on
se
the
eu antes
mega
de
ramp,
decolar, né?
I
Então,
have a
como é que tava o
checklist,
skate, como é que eu
just
tô,
like
como é que tá a
when
rampa,
before I
antes
take
de
off,
você fazer isso. Então,
when
eu
I'm
consigo
flying.
enxergar dessa maneira, mas eu sempre
So I
gostei
can see the
dos
similarities.
jogos,
But
né,
I've
que tinham esse
always
envolvimento. Então,
liked
se eu pegar um
games
jogo, ao
that
invés de eu passar
had that
todo
kind
o
of
tempo para
connection.
tentar chegar até o momento de
If I had to
pilotar
spend
helicóptero,
all of that
né, eu
time
falava pros
leading
meus
up
amigos, ó, faz aí,
to
chega
when
aí,
I
põe aí
could
o
fly a
código.
chopper,
Aí eu ia lá e só
no, I
jogava
would
nessa,
just ask my
nessa
friends,
parte.
hey,
Então, eu me amarro
play up
muito
till
nisso.
then and
Acho que o
then
jogo do
send me the
Ralph,
code.
quando abriu e a questão de você pegar o skate no
So
pé
when
e sair
Tony's
andando,
game was
né,
launched,
essa mistura
and
entre
you could just
lifestyles é muito interessante,
start
né? Então, a
playing
gente
and
vê,
hop on a
né,
board
cada
and
vez mais,
start
de repente, os jogos
skateboarding,
evoluindo,
it
onde
was
dentro você
amazing.
consegue fazer
And I
tudo,
love
né?
seeing these new
Now we have
evolutions, these new
opportunity that we have
developments.
also, not talking about Activision franchises, specifically with Tony Hawk, now we are part of a bigger family. We're bringing Doom into Tony Hawk, right? And Doom is one of the most beloved and hardcore franchises in video games. And now they're part of Tony Hawk because two of the characters are going to be in the deluxe edition. And there's boards with the Doom design, songs from the game. So it's also making that unexpected but welcome connections with other brands that amplify that fan base. For Doom fans, for Tony fans.
Por quem não gostava de jogar essa colaboração com a Doom, acho muito
Yeah, I
interessante,
love that
né?
collab
Que,
with
nada a ver,
Doom.
mas
It's so
tudo a
interesting.
ver,
Some people
né?
might
Acho que essa
say that
interação, eu lembro que na época
you know, it's off
também
the
você
wall,
poder
but
fazer
no,
código ali, de
it
repente
totally
o
makes
Homem-Aranha
sense.
aparecia, daí você
I
jogava com
remember
ele,
back in the
né?
day, you would
Aí você
enter in a
jogava
code
ali
and
com o
suddenly
policial, né?
Spider-Man
Você
would
colocava
show
o
up,
policial lá.
or a
Eu
cop
acho que é
would
legal de
show
ter
up.
essas, né,
I
essas
think
surpresas. Eu
having
imagino
these
que
little
Doom é o que ele
surprises,
tá anunciando,
Easter
né?
eggs, is so
E aí
cool.
tá vindo mais e mais
So
coisas
Doom
que
is
ainda não
just the
anunciaram,
one
que
that
até dia 11
he
de julho,
has
né, vai
mentioned.
sair.
Can you imagine
Não,
all
cara,
the different things that we're going to see come
Infelizmente,
July?
galera, aquele momento
Yeah,
do
it's
ah,
amazing.
chegou,
But you
porque
know,
tá quase
unfortunately,
chegando ao
I
fim
hate
do
to be
nosso
the bearer of
papo,
bad news,
mas
but
eu queria ouvir, inclusive,
sadly,
de você,
we're nearing the
Tati,
end of our
vocês
time.
três,
But I
considerações
do
finais
want to
aqui,
hear
mensagens,
your
tá,
final
que vocês
remarks
tenham pra
or
transmitir ao
any
público
take-home
que tá
messages you
acompanhando a
want
gente
to
ao
give
vivo.
the
Isso aqui também
audience,
tá em vídeo,
people
né,
who are
galera?
here
Obrigado a
live
todos vocês
and
que estão
people
aqui
who are
presentes
watching us
conosco,
online.
ao vivo na
So
Gamescom
thank
Latam.
you
E
to
a você que
everyone
tá em
who's
casa
here
assistindo,
physically
ouvindo,
in
acompanhando de
person
alguma
at
maneira,
Gamescom Latam,
certo? Dirigindo,
and
eu
also
escuto muito
thanks
que tem gente que
to
tá
all
dirigindo,
of
vai
you
escutando.
who are at
Então,
home or on the
espero que
road.
isso
Maybe
tenha
you're
trazido,
driving and just listening to us without
né,
seeing.
debate
I
muito
hope
amplo. Vocês
that we've
trouxeram
been able to
muitas coisas
shed some
riquíssimas
light
aqui. Então,
because
queria ouvir
I want to thank you. You've brought so much cool news for us. And I want to thank Activision Latam as well for connecting with Brazilians so skillfully. So Bob, skateboarding, Tony Hawk, whatever you want to leave us with.
Bom, primeiramente,
All right. Well, first,
do ano.
this is one of my most highly anticipated games of the year. I see people agreeing with me here in the audience. For me, it has been an honor to interview you guys and get this information firsthand. And I think the Gamescom audience was also very receptive. I loved everything you said about the soundtracks, and that is so important. I hope you continue to do such great work because you are so respectful and so careful. And you're not damaging anything. On the contrary, you're perfecting them. It's looking after a community. It's caring for a community. And above all, making a good game. Everything we've seen here shows that Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3+4 is going to be a huge success.
On behalf of Activision, we'll be first thanking the Brazilian community, Gamescom Latam, obviously, for having us, Bob, for being here with us. I was speaking earlier with a colleague. We are grateful, and again, we are so lucky to be working in a franchise like this, because you could be working in video games for 15, 20 years and not be able to launch a Tony Hawk or one of these franchises. So I think it's also that carefulness and being super respectful of the franchises, because a lot of people grew with them, are part of their heart, have a connection towards their fathers, towards how they grew up. So we will try to make things right. We hope you enjoy the game. There is a demo coming in some weeks that is a face taste of the game, and there's a couple of surprises down the road that we haven't announced. So we are super excited for you to play it on July 11. And again, thank you for having us, Bob.
É, não, obrigado, Rodrigo. Assim, eu sou muito
Absolutely.
grato também à Activision.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. I am so grateful to Activision and to Tony for having invited me back in 1999, 26 years ago. And now we're continuing the story and we're following this launch closely here at Gamescom with Rodrigo and Activision launching Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3+4. You may know that I wasn't part of 3. I actually left. I wasn't there during 3. I came back during 4. So I'm really happy to be back now, and I'm retconning, and I'm back in 3 now. So it's so cool to be here. I want to give a shout out to my daughters because this is really important for them too. It's a way of connecting. And skateboarding is a movement. It's so positive. It's about happiness. It's about connection and bringing the world of games and expanding everything and growing. And if we can make a living from skateboarding, that's all the better. So thank you for the interview. And you know, Brazil is here. Rio de Janeiro is playable. Raíssa and Leticia are with us. We are now a crew inside Tony Hawk's game.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo Pérez e Bob Burnquist. Obrigado, muito obrigado. Obrigado a vocês, galera, que acompanharam. Obrigado, Gamescom Latam.
Thank you for listening to us. Make sure to stay tuned for all of our programming. Thank you so much.
Tem mais entrevista, hein?
Take care, everyone. We've got more coming. Don't leave your seats.
Salve, salve, rapaziada. Bom saber que sobrou gente aqui para brincar conosco.
All right. We still have some people to play with us. Good evening, everyone. And we're back. IGN Brazil is back on stage. It's kind of hard to come right after Bob Burnquist. You guys enjoy. He is the shit, man. You know, we're going to bring an activity here. Who really knows about games? We also have prizes. But you have to be on stage to participate with us.
Quem entende aqui, ó, essa dupla aqui, ó, que tá aqui, ó, entende? Quem que tá aqui, ó. Vem aqui, você? Vem você, pode vir. Vem cá, pode subir, mano. Vem cá, cola aí.
Alguém pra competir com ele, beleza.
Yeah, you want to compete with him?
O Luigiaço.
Luigi.
Vamos nessa. Vamos aí, brother.
Bem-vindo, qual é o seu nome?
Welcome. What's your name?
Guilherme, pera
Guilherme.
Pode falar de novo aqui no microfone.
É Guilherme.
Yeah.
Guilherme, você veio da onde?
Guilherme.
São Paulo
Where you
mesmo?
come from? São Paulo?
Sua primeira Gamescom?
First Gamescom?
Ou já veio na ano
You
passado?
came last year? No, first
Tá
first
gostando?
time.
Tá curtindo?
You like it?
Boa.
Yes.
Isso que importa, né?
E eu tô aqui com o...
I've got
Luan. Luan, de onde você veio, irmão?
Where you come from?
Lá de São Paulo? Aqui mesmo?
Here,
Justo.
from
Primeira
São
vez na
Paulo?
Gamescom?
First time at
Primeiro dia?
Gamescom, first day.
Ah, você tá curtindo?
Enjoy it? Yeah.
Gosta de games?
Like
Vai mandar
games?
bem aqui?
Gonna do well here.
Confiante, tá?
Yeah,
Vou
he's
explicar a
really
ativação pra
confident.
vocês.
So let me
É
tell
um
you what
quiz.
this is all about. It's a
Então
quiz.
vocês vão responder umas
So you're
perguntas
gonna
rápidas,
answer some
mas
quick
tem um pequeno
questions.
plot twist
But
nessa
there's a
brincadeira.
plot twist
Explica aí,
here.
Enes.
O plot twist é...
Plot
Vocês
twist
vão
is
ter que
like
segurar
a
um
trick.
balão
You're gonna have to
e ele
hold
vai
the
começar a
balloon.
encher
And it's gonna be
rapidamente
filling
e
up.
vai ficar na mão de vocês
It's gonna
até
be
vocês
in your
acertarem o
hands
quiz.
until you
Acertou
get
a
it right.
pergunta, passa
If you get
o
it
balão
right,
pro lado.
you
E quem explodir,
give the balloon to the other guy, and whoever
Já era.
blows the
Assim, se
balloon
garante?
loses. Okay? You guys are confident now.
Gostei da confiança.
Yeah,
Cara,
confidence is
Vocês
the name
dois
of the
ficam no
game.
meio.
So
Eles
the
aqui
both of
pra gente já
you
conseguir
stay in the middle.
passar mais rápido
Vamos nessa.
possível.
Vamos
Yeah.
tirar um para o ímpar aí pra ver quem vai começar.
Yeah, let's see who
começa?
starts.
5, ímpar.
Você
começa.
então,
So you
então
won,
ele começa.
so he begins.
Isso. Vamos lá. Tá preparado, irmão?
Ready, bro?
Luan, né?
Luan.
Tá preparado?
You good?
Não?
No.
Tava confiante, não tá mais. Acabou.
He was confident. He's not anymore.
Podemos, estamos prontos aí, Renanzão?
We
Só um
good?
pequeno spoiler.
Vamos?
Demora pra
Yeah.
esse balão estourar.
É.
How long?
Então vai na calma, vai
It
na
takes
paz,
a
vai
long
na
time
paz.
for the
E
balloon to
qualquer coisa que
buzz.
você não souber, a gente vai dando uma ajudinha
If you don't
ali
know,
pra
we'll help.
você, beleza?
Preparado?
Vambora?
Ready?
Então vai
Here
lá,
we
pode
go.
ligar.
Turn
Qual
it
é o
up.
console mais
What is the
vendido da
console
história?
that sold the most?
Qual?
PlayStation. Which one?
2.
2.
PlayStation 2, correto.
PlayStation 2.
Qual é o
Yes.
jogo mais
What
vendido
is
da
the
história?
game that sold the most? Tetris.
Certa resposta,
Right
vambora.
on.
Quais são os três
What are the
protagonistas de
three
GTA
protagonists
5?
of GTA 5? Grand Theft Auto. Franklin,
Bom
Michael,
demais.
and the oh, very
E qual é o
good.
protagonista do Red Dead Redemption 2?
Red Dead Redemption 2. Arthur Morgan.
Como vai se chamar o jogo sequência de
The
Ghost
sequel
of
of
Tsushima?
Ghost Tsushima. What's it going to be called?
Alguém vai ter que soprar pra ele aqui,
Somebody's going to have to help
Não
him.
conheço.
Ghost of what?
Ghost of Day.
Perfeito.
Ghost of the Day. Yes.
Valeu aí, brother.
Quantos
Nice.
jogos tem a série Mario
How
Kart,
many games in
incluindo
the
agora o
Mario
Mario
Kart
Kart World, que vai
series,
sair no
including
Nintendo
Mario
Switch 2?
Kart World? Dude, 9. Right.
Que isso, cara?
Qual jogador
Right
do Real
answer.
Madrid tá na
Which
capa do
player of
UFC
Real Madrid
2025?
is on
Bellingham,
FIFA?
cravou.
Bellingham. Yes.
E qual é o nome do irmão do Joe de The Last of Us?
And Joe's brother,
Certa
Tommy.
resposta,
Muito
Yes,
bom,
The Last
muito
of
bom,
Us.
muito
Yeah.
bom. Vamos lá, calma aí, calma
Here we
aí.
go, come
Puxa
on.
uma aí, pai. Travou meu celular.
Yeah.
Finish him é a frase clássica de
Finish
qual
him
jogo
is
de
the
luta?
classic phrase from which game? Mortal
Certa
Kombat.
resposta, vambora. Em qual jogo de terror
In
espacial
which
os jogadores
space
encaram
horror
um
game
perigoso
players have to
xenomorfo?
face a xenomorph?
Não.
Nope.
Jogo espacial. Uma
Space
franquia
game.
famosa do cinema que tem
Famous
jogo.
franchise from the movies.
Tá ficando grande isso aqui.
Oh, Alien.
Perfeito.
Yes.
Qual
yes.
herói empunha a icônica
Which
Keyblade
hero
em Kingdom Hearts?
uses a Keyblade in Kingdom Hearts?
Alguém pra soprar a resposta
Somebody
pra ele?
to, yeah, help him out.
Sona.
Sona.
Não?
No.
Suna.
Suna.
Vamos que tá gigante
Come
esse balão.
on, the balloon is getting big, man.
Sola.
Sola.
Sora.
Sora.
Resposta.
Yes.
Qual? Peraí.
Wait.
É... Aqui. Arrow to the Knee é uma frase
Arrow
associada
to
a
the
qual
knee is
RPG da
associated to
Bethesda?
which Bethesda
Arrow
RPG?
to the Knee é uma
Arrow
frase
to the
associada
knee.
a qual RPG
To
da
which
Bethesda?
Bethesda
É o flecha no
RPG?
joelho. Tomei uma flecha no joelho.
I
Que jogo
took an
foi esse?
arrow
Jogo
to
do
the
ano quando
knee.
foi lançado.
When- It's become a meme since the game was launched.
Olha pro público
Oh
lá, pai.
man, look at the
Procure
audience
ajuda.
there. Look for help.
Skyrim.
Certa
Skyrim,
resposta.
yes.
Meu Deus, esse balão
De
tá-
qual jogo é o Master Chief?
Master Chief is from what game?
Halo, muito bem.
Halo, yes.
O medo.
Yes.
Qual jogo de
they're
terror
afraid.
desafia os
Which
jogadores
horror
com
game
animais
challenges
animatrônicos?
players with animatronics?
Certa
Yes,
resposta.
yes, right.
Qual vilão
Which
do
villain
Mario?
in Mario?
É o... Qual?
Here, which one?
Bowser.
Bowser. Yes.
Qual?
All right.
Quase.
Almost. Yeah, it
Esse
took
aqui foi
longer to blow.
longe.
This is.
Longe.
Yeah, that was a
Meu
huge
Deus.
balloon, man.
Então, Luel Grande, vencedor da rodada, uma salva de palmas.
So big round of
Uma salva
applause.
de palmas pros dois, né?
Both.
Dois.
Palmas pra todo mundo. Fala aqui.
A salva de palmas é mais pra plateia mesmo, todo mundo.
Palmas
Yeah,
pra
it's for the
plateia também,
audience.
por favor.
Audience. Yeah, they are the ones who got it right.
É isso, todo mundo ganha brinde, porque lógico, o que importa é participar aqui.
Yeah, what matters is to participate.
Coisa linda. Você dá tempo de mais uma rapidinha, será?
One
Dá
more?
tempo de mais um, vamos lá.
Vamos
lá, more.
Participar.
Vem lá.
Here we
Vem
go.
aqui você, ó. Cabeludaço. Vem
Yeah, the big hairy dude.
Corre aí.
Tem alguém ali, você levantou a mão, você
Yeah,
vem.
you raised your hand. Okay,
Vambora.
here we go.
Vai os dois aqui, se der tempo de mais uma, você já que tá ali
If
na
we have
reserva,
time
já
for
pode
one more,
vir.
you guys are on the bench. Yeah.
Vamos lá, como a gente tá correndo com o tempo, vou pedir
We're
uma
rushing
apresentação
against
rápida de cada
time.
um
Real
ali.
quick
Tô aqui com
introduction.
Adriano tá empolgado.
Adriano, yeah, he's stoked.
Jonatas e Adriano. A gente já tá preparando o balão
and
aí pra
Adrian.
começar.
Yeah.
Da onde vocês
Preparing
vieram?
the balloon.
Games, assim?
You guys play a lot?
Da onde vocês vieram?
A little bit. Yes, some. I'm from São Paulo.
Beleza, fechou.
Nice.
O balão tá vindo aí.
The balloon
Tá
is
vindo aí
just
o balão.
about to
Vocês
come.
já perceberam como é
Aí.
o jogo?
You've seen what the game is like. You can ask
Para
the
o
audience
ímpar
for
mega
help.
rápido. Para o
Real
ímpar
quick,
mega
who
rápido.
goes first?
Coisa linda. Para, ganhou. Começa aí.
Evens, okay, you begin.
Vambora.
Aí, ó.
Aqui desse lado?
Pega aí, ó.
This
Pega aí.
side?
Você pega, você
Yeah,
pega.
you hold it.
Vai lá.
Here we go.
Vamos lá. Começando com o mascote azul super rápido.
The
costuma
super
estilar os jogos
quick
da Sega.
blue mascot,
Certa, a
Sonic.
resposta dele é fácil.
Yes, that was easy.
Qual console da
Which
Nintendo
console from
popularizou os
Nintendo
controles de
made
movimento?
movement
Nintendo Wii.
controls?
Perfeito.
Nintendo Wii.
Qual série policial de
Which
mundo aberto
police
é publicada pela
series
Rockstar
open
Games?
world
Policial
Rockstar
não, né? Mais
games?
ladrão.
Not that it's more like a GTA,
Certa
Grand Theft
resposta.
Auto.
De
It's
que
not a police
jogo é
game.
o Snake?
Snake is from what game?
Metal Gear Solid?
Metal Gear
Perfeito.
Solid. Yes.
Em qual gênero os jogadores
Which genre
gerenciam parques
players manage
temáticos
theme
fictícios?
parks, fictitious theme parks?
Simulador de parque, mas...
Park simulator. What's it
Simulação
called?
vale, vamos lá.
Okay, simulation
Simulação
is
vale.
good. Okay, simulation. Yeah.
Qual série tem
Which
mascote
series
laranja?
has an orange mascot?
Perfeito.
Crash. Yes.
Qual console Nintendo
Which
apresentava o
Nintendo console
inovador
had
controlador
the innovative
touchscreen?
touchscreen controller?
Wii U?
Wii U? Nope.
Estão sussurrando ali pra você.
Yeah, there.
DS. Certa
DS.
resposta. Bora.
Yes.
De qual série é o personagem
Which-
Chris Hadfield?
Chris Hatfield is from what? Resident Evil. Which series? Yeah.
Bom dia e bem-vindo ao Black Mesa
Good
Transit
morning.
System.
Welcome
Qual
to
FPS
Black
clássico tem
Mesa.
essa frase?
What is the classic Black Mesa?
Half-Life.
Half-Life.
Certa resposta, vambora.
Half-Life.
Qual jogo da franquia Zelda?
Which
o Link
game from
consegue
the
entrar nas
Zelda
paredes e
franchise
ficar
Link
2D.
can go into walls
Não é Link to the Past.
and go 2D? Link to the
Essa eu vou
past.
precisar de ajuda. Caraca!
I'm gonna need help. Come on.
Entrar na parede, entrar na parede.
Going to the wall. Going to the wall.
Qual é, galera?
Which one, folks? Come on.
Em qual jogo o Link entra na
Which
parede?
one of the games Link goes into the
Breath
wall?
of the Wild não.
Breath of the Wild? No.
E vira 2D. É
And
um jogo
it
de
becomes
DS.
2D.
é um
It's
jogo
a
de
DS
Não é a
game.
Link to the Past, caramba.
Not Link to the Past. It's
Não é Ocarina of Time.
Ocarina
Um que
of
ele tá
Time. No.
entre dois mundos.
He's between two worlds.
Between Two Worlds.
Between two worlds, right?
Wii Sports popularizou qual
Wii
acessório de
Sports, which
controle de
accessory for
movimento?
movement controls? Wii Sports, which one?
esporte? Não, ele popularizou
It
qual
made
acessório
popular
de
which
controle de movimento do
accessory
Wii?
for movement control? Golf?
O acessório.
The accessory.
Qual acessório foi popularizado
Which
pelo
accessory
Wii,
was made
especificamente
popular
o Wii Sports?
by Wii, specifically Wii Sports? I don't know. Which one?
Enorme, velho.
It's big. Say it again.
Reader Mode.
Breather mode? Reader mode?
Wii Remote.
Certa
We
resposta.
remote.
Eu e meu brother, a gente tava aqui
Yeah,
já,
my
ó.
brother and I,
Já
we
tava
were.
aqui, ó.
Yeah, we were way back
Falam,
here.
parece que não vai estourar, mas acaba estourando.
Yeah, in
explode.
the end it blows.
Acho que essa acabou ficando
This is
pro nosso
kind of
parceiro ali,
like,
que estourou no fim da
Yeah,
pergunta, mas acho que
it
vale
blew up
também.
at the end of the question.
Os dois ganham brinde,
Yeah,
uma salva de
both
palmas
win
pros dois
prizes.
aqui,
Big
então de
round of
parabéns.
applause.
Palmas pra
Yeah.
plateia, palmas pro brother que ajudou
Yeah,
bastante.
big
ali,
round of
ó.
applause. The other
sabiam
brothers
várias
there helped
respostas.
us.
Pô,
Isso aí.
É isso, a gente vai ficando por aqui, mas tem muito mais
This
atração
is
ainda
us.
hoje
There are
e
more
também
attractions
amanhã.
today and
Exatamente.
Um
tomorrow.
abraço, galera.
Gamescom
Falou.
Latam.
Boa
Have a
noite,
good one.
aproveitem, família, é nóis. Tamo junto.
So enjoy it, bros. Yeah, it's us.
What's up, Gamescom? What an amazing evening. I cannot imagine anybody better to spend a Saturday evening with. And we've got so many more people who aren't even here in person. We've got people here in person and online. So thank you for brightening up our event with your presence. In any case, it's almost 8 p.m. and we've got a great show for you right now because Gamescom never stops. I am thrilled to wrap today with such a cool session because this is Brazil after all, and we're all very patriotic, and we've got something very dear to our hearts, which is Brazilian dubbing. Nothing could be more iconic than Brazil's dubbing industry. And we've got 4 huge stars backstage ready to have a great conversation with us about Brazilian dubbing. That's right, Brazilian dubbing has been growing for so many decades, performing a role that goes far beyond accessibility. It is actually one of a kind anywhere in the world. There are many franchises and movies that we watch it dubbed, and when we watched in the original language, it's just not the same. And here we've got four people who have changed the lives of so many people over the decades. And so it's an honor to, well, I'm going to spoil a bit here because we've got a session so important talking about dubbing, and we've got Mauricio here. I'm so eager to hear him ask these guests are amazing questions. They are excellent voice actors. So I'd like to invite Marco Ribeiro, Karina Eres, Rafael Rosato, and Manolo Rey.
Boa noite!
E aí, pessoal?
Good evening, São Paulo.
Fala, gente! Tudo bom?
Hello, everyone.
E aí?
How are y'all doing?
Tudo bom?
Tudo bem, querido?
Hello, dear.
Bom estar aqui com vocês, pessoal.
Hey,
Que bom estar aqui com
it's
vocês.
such a pleasure to be here with you.
Aqui.
E aí, gente?
Please feel at home. Take your seats.
Deixa o Rafa aí do lado do microfone, do violão dele.
Make yourselves at home. And a big round of applause for her, too. And for our guests. All right, it's so cool to be here with you at Gamescom Latam 2025. And first, introduce yourselves as if you were anonymous, as if no one had any idea who you are. Karina,
E aí,
please
gente,
start.
meu nome é Karina,
Hey,
como
everyone.
todos podem perceber.
I'm Karina,
Eu
as
dublo
you
a
can
Princesa
probably tell.
Peach, a Caitlyn
I'm
de Arcane,
the voice of Princess
eu faço a
Peach,
Deadlock de
Caitlyn in
Valorant,
Arcade,
e é
Deadlock in
prazer
Valorant,
estar aqui para conversar com
and it's a
vocês.
pleasure to be here talking
Isso
to you.
aí, Marco Ribeiro.
Hey, I'm Marco Ribeiro.
Gênio bilionário, playboy, filantropo.
I am
Pela
a
camisa,
billionaire
dá pra
philanthropist
ver?
genius.
Tem uma
From
cobra
my
na minha
t-shirt,
bota.
you can
Buzz,
see
você é um brinquedo de uma criança.
I'm
O Woody,
also
Michael
Woody
Kyle,
in Toy
Júnior,
Story.
quer dinheiro? Não. E muitas outras
And so
coisas.
many other
Tom
characters.
Hanks. Wilson!
Tom
Wilson!
Hanks.
Mas o que?
Everyone loves
Outra
Wilson.
semana no Cartoon, Você que tem muitas coisas para fazer
I'm also
essa
the
semana.
voice of the
E uma porção de
Cartoon
coisas.
Network narrator here in Brazil.
Rafael Rossato aqui, gente.
I'm
tudo
Rafael
bem?
Rossato.
Boa noite, obrigado por vocês
Good
estarem
evening,
aqui.
everyone. Thanks for being
Eu
here.
o Senhor das Estrelas de Guardiões da Galáxia.
I'm Star-Lord
Ô,
in Guardians of the
Mario,
Galaxy.
você
I'm
precisa ir
Mario,
no
too.
Na casa de vocês é só chamar Super Mario Bros.
Just call
Do mundo
up
dos
Super
games, do
Mario
universo dos
Brothers.
games, o Caim de League of
In
Legends,
games, I'm
o Ethan
Kane in
Winters
League
de
of
Resident Evil
Legends.
Village, o Alexis,
Winters in
Opa!
Resident Evil Village.
O Alexis de Assassin's
Alexis
Creed Odyssey,
in
dentre vários outros
Assassin's Creed
personagens também.
Odyssey, and so many other characters. First, I want to tell everybody here, come on, move up closer to the front. It's the same price. All right, what's so magical about voice acting? Here in Brazil, everyone loves dubbing and voice acting. It's magical. It delights people. It enchants them. And it really makes them move mountains to come and watch you, right?
Te joga você no fogo, vai.
Pois é, tô
Well,
vendo,
okay,
tô
you
fazendo
can
a primeira
start,
e tudo.
Karina,
Não, mas
because you're right in the fire.
Damas primeiro.
No, we'll take turns.
Bom,
We'll take turns.
a dublagem a gente sabe que
Well,
além de ter
voice
a
acting.
magia de transformar, né,
Of course, there's the
de
magic
trazer para a
of
versão brasileira,
bringing
a gente traz
to
também,
a Brazilian
às vezes a gente
version.
mexe com a cabeça das
we
pessoas, a gente
really
traz uma memória
love.
afetiva,
We
quando a
have
gente fala, né, que
a
nem você falou, a
place in
gente
people's
vê
hearts,
o
in
Marco
people's
soltando a voz
memories.
aqui do Woody,
When
as
Marco
pessoas ficam, "Nossa,
made
que legal."
Woody's voice,
Então, assim, a dublagem ela vai
specifically,
além de
I was
uma
like,
versão
wow, that's so
brasileira, de uma
cool.
adaptação.
This
Ela
goes far
traz
beyond
o conforto,
just
um
the simple act
acalento,
of translation.
as vozes, elas,
It's comforting,
além de
it's
representatividade para pessoas que
heartwarming,
têm problemas, né,
and
pra
it's
ver a
representation
legenda,
as well
ela
for people
traz
who can't see
conforto, né,
the captions and
criança que
subtitles.
existe por causa do Woody, entre outras
It's a
lembranças
place
que remetem a
in
gente.
children's hearts because of Woody
Isso, a
and so much
dublagem,
more.
ela, acima de tudo, tem
Yeah.
falado muito isso. Que está se falando muito
Dubbing,
em inclusão, né, de maneira
you know,
correta. E a
often
dublagem,
we're talking
ela
about
é sobretudo
inclusion,
inclusiva, porque
and
nós
it's
temos
true.
hoje, a
And
gente tem esses
dubbing is
dados,
above
11
all
milhões de analfabetos
inclusive.
no Brasil.
In
Mais
Brazil,
de
we
11
have
milhões.
11 million
Fora as pessoas que têm
people,
algum
actually
tipo de
more than
deficiência,
11
né,
million
visual
people
ou
who
de leitura
don't,
mesmo,
who are illiterate,
são
who don't,
considerados
haven't
analfabetos
learned
também,
how
as
to
pessoas com
read.
deficiência visual,
We've also
que
got
não
even
têm
more.
acesso, né?
We have
Então, a
people who
dublagem,
are visually
ela
impaired
permite,
or who don't have
as pessoas
access
ter
to captions.
acesso aos filmes
So
e tal.
dubbing
Aquela pessoa
gives
que não
people
tem uma leitura
access to
dinâmica,
films. Maybe they just can't read fast enough. Subtitles really summarize the material. You are forced to cut up the dialogue. And when dubbing is well made by professional people in studios, it's really something that sticks in our memories. You see Karina and Rafael, so many other voice actors. We always hear, oh, you were a pivotal part of my childhood with that character or another one. And above all, dubbing is inclusion. So we need to fight for good dubbing. Hashtag good dubbing.
Já falaram tudo sobre a dublagem. Eu acho que é isso que o Marco falou. A gente entra na casa das pessoas todos os dias, né? E a gente muitas vezes não se dá conta de como a gente ajuda algumas pessoas em alguns determinados momentos. Às vezes tem pessoas nos eventos que vêm falar com a gente e falam, poxa, você me ajuda com o teu personagem, você me ajudou a sair de um momento de depressão, ou eu estava em crise de ansiedade, o personagem e tal. Então, assim, é muito legal quando a gente consegue atingir as pessoas de uma forma que muitas vezes a gente não acredita, não acha possível acontecer, né?
People in ways we never thought was even possible. Excellent. We talked about dubbing as inclusion, but there's a difference between translation and dubbing. So tell us a little bit about what it's like to translate, to adapt dialogue to different language. Because often people will say, that's not what it said in English. Why is it different in Portuguese? What we actually do is what you see here in the back, the Brazilian version. It's a Brazilian version. We attempt to add elements of our culture, elements that can give people representation, that can make them feel represented, that can help them identify. How would that character say that line if they were in Brazil? So first, we work with translators, then with directors, then with the technical teams. We try to do the best possible work to create something cool. A good example of a Brazilian version is Yu Yu Hakusho. That's a Japanese animation that we managed to bring to Brazil while also keeping it subtle. Because there's a very fine line. It's very easy to jump the shark, so to speak. We need high-quality professionals. And people identify with the Brazilian version. People really connect with the product. There's no point in having a joke that really lands well in the US if it doesn't land well in Brazil. So the Brazilian version really transforms that product and helps people identify with the series and really connect. It's what Marco was saying. We need to learn how to use the right level of intervention. For Toad, for instance, everyone thought that the Brazilian Toad would be just like the US one, but it's impossible. We worked with Dudu Drummond, who did the voice acting for Toad, but we couldn't exaggerate because otherwise it would be too saturated. So tell us what it's like, because people often think, oh, you get that document and you just read what's on the page. Or is that the case? How many professionals are involved in the process?
Bom, dentro do estúdio, a gente tem o operador de áudio,
studio, we've got
o
the
dublador
audio
e o
operator,
diretor.
the dubber,
O diretor
or voice actor,
é a
and the
peça-chave
director.
porque ele
The
faz a
director is
escalação
the
do
linchpin,
elenco
because
pro
they
filme.
do
Então ele
the
vai olhar os
casting
personagens,
for
vai assistir o filme,
that
ele
film.
vai escolher
They'll
para cada
watch the
personagem
film, and
dublador
for each
específico.
character, they'll select a
E depois,
voice
quando a
artist,
gente
a
vai pro
specific
estúdio,
one.
a
And
gente
then
é
we move to
chamado
the
para
studio.
gravar esse filme e a gente
We're
não tem
called
noção
in
do que a
to
gente vai fazer,
record
no
that
caso,
film.
como um papel de dublador.
We
A gente
don't
não
yet
tem
know
noção
what
do
we're
que a
going
gente
to
vai fazer. A
do
gente só é
as
chamado
voice
para uma
artists.
escala
We
de
are
tantas
just
horas e a gente vai
invited
para o estúdio, chega lá
to
e
work
você
for a
recebe
certain
o
amount
texto,
of
né? O
hours.
texto vai estar lá na sua frente e
Well,
você
when we
vai
get there,
receber do diretor
we see
feedback
the
de
text,
como é o seu
and
personagem. Ah, o seu
the
personagem é
director will
assim,
give
é
us some
assado,
feedback,
acontece isso na
telling us what the
história,
character's
você
like,
vai
this is
fazer
what
a
they're like,
fulana.
this is
E eu
what
entro
happens
dentro
to
do
them,
estúdio,
and you'll
procuro a
be
fulana no texto e
playing
faço
that
as
character.
partes da
So I go to
fulana.
the studio, I
Eu não
find
assisto o
that
filme como o
character,
pessoal
and I
pensa,
do
eu
her
não levo
parts.
para
I
casa
don't
para
watch the
estudar.
movie ahead
Não,
of
é
time,
tudo
I
na hora
don't
no
bring the
estúdio.
script home.
De supetão. Você assiste a cena,
only
olha o
see it
texto,
in the
baixa o texto
studio.
com a tela, faz a adaptação necessária juntamente
It's,
com o diretor.
it's
E
like
aí
there's no
grava
advance
tudo.
warning.
E aí vai passando para as partes
And when I
que
get
você
to the
fala.
studio,
Eu
I
não assisto o
record my
filme inteiro,
lines.
como muita gente pensa.
And I do not have access to the full film. Actually, before the process that Karina mentioned, there's a whole process of translation. The film arrives, the translator translates everything carefully, watching the film with the original script. They do a lot of research online. Sometimes that product will be sent to the client for approval and come back with changes. Then it gets timed. There's a director or some other person who is in charge of doing the time stamping. There's a lot of pre-production. Then it's sent to the casting department. They are the ones who phone us to hire us per se. There's all sorts of different professionals involved. And then there's the mixing, then there's the revisions, there's a whole production chain. We often think it's just the voice artist, but there's a whole team behind them. And without that team, our work would be a lot more difficult. You think you're getting away easy, don't you? I was just going to agree. Well, we are at a game event, and we know that in recent years, we've had the pleasure of having voice artists adapting more and more games like League of Legends, Mortal Kombat, many games, The Last of Us. Tell us some about the differences between working on a game and a film. One of the big differences in games is that we don't have the visual reference that we do have when we are dubbing a cartoon or a movie. For games, we don't have a visual because with games, we work based only on audio. So we need to sync our lines with the audio. And at the beginning, when you start working with games, it's very difficult because you're used to dubbing people or animations. And when you only have the audio, you sometimes lose track of where you are. But with a bit of practice, you'll get the hang of it. And rarely we have access to videos. I've done voice work for a couple of games, 2 games, and I had access to Resident Evil Village. You don't even see his face, right? Yeah, he's always cut up and chopped up. So I got to see what was happening to him because I needed to suffer just like the character was. I needed to scream in a way that really was fitting. And I do the voice for Jesse in The Last of Us, and he had a few lines, a few scenes where I had to use the video. And very rarely we do have access to images.
Yeah, we don't have the you have to go over the wave, and this or that image helps us. For some, that's kind of hard. For us, it's hard because with dubbing, you focus on the visuals, the image, what they're doing, their facial expression, in order to place the voice over the image. So the game has this additional challenge, I would say. And sometimes you're going to dub a character, it's just audio. You have to work with your imagination. You think, oh, what's that going to be like? I try to imagine and going to work as an actress that I am, a voice artist, and I'm going to... Yeah, you have to have like, you know, the magic, you know, along with the director, of course, who gives us the guidelines. In terms of the gaming, the text, the director has to be sharp. When you're going to dub a movie, you have the access to the full script. You see your part, and even if you don't watch the whole scene, you can see what's coming before, what they're saying afterwards. So to kind of, yeah, to place it properly. In the games, it's just your parts, and so you don't know exactly what the other one said or what the other one responded. So director has to be right on so that we don't have this communication mistakes, or else you have to go back and record it again. And yeah. So we're at a moment of dubbing, I believe, that things are a bit more encompassing. We had just Rio and São Paulo, those two locations. How do studios work today? We've got mixed dubbing from Rio, São Paulo, and other parts of the country, Brazil. Tell us a little bit of how studios have been evolving and how the casting. Dubbing for a long time was centered around São Paulo for some time, and then Rio. 80% of production was dubbed in Rio. Brazilian version, Herbert Richards, you know. So we come from that generation, and then things were kind of split as they are today, and then other locations, other geographies started popping up. Campinas and Santos, and I think Belo Horizonte, not for the large circuit, but they do some. But basically, dubbing, commercial dubbing, official dubbing, let's call it, Rio, São Paulo. Rio and São Paulo, capital city of São Paulo. And there are a number of regulations from the, the artists union, because a voice artist is an artist, is an actor that has become an expert in dubbing. Tell us a little bit of preparation to get there. Theater, cinema, TV, and dubbing. So they need to take a professional course to become an actor, get their professional registration, and then go through a dubbing program to become an expert in dubbing. So dubbing would be an MBA or something like that. So and becoming an actor, an artist. So for a long time, dubbing was marginalized by our class of artists. Oh, you're not doing anything on TV, you're dubbing. Now it's the opposite. Actors ask to become dubbers. The star talents want to dub. Thank God dubbing has achieved greater prestige in that sense. But it was Rio and São Paulo, and we're still, there was an issue with the remote working. Today it's, during the pandemic, and so now it's, that's cooling down a bit, even in terms of security. Studios invest a lot in security. You can't do something remotely in certain projects.
Tem também a questão de qualidade, né, do áudio.
There's audio quality also. The equipment is not the same thing, having the equipment at home, and so remote dubbing has become a possibility, but due to security issues and quality, you go to the studio. Since we're touching on the star talents a bit, tell us a little bit what it's like to work with a celebrity. Is it more complicated? Do you help each other, or is it a regular schedule? They get there. I have directed some star talents, and I was lucky. The ones that I directed were so down to earth, but it's the same process, same thing. Yeah, they were easy. Oh, I'm a bit insecure. No, relax, man. This is going to work. We'll provide you the support, but the process is the same. Maybe a little slower because they don't have the day-to-day experience. Go a little bit slower, trying to get as much out of them as possible. And it's cool when the star talent does not behave as a star, Yeah, he's got talent, but it's good when they have a talent, actually. I have a problem with star talent. Those who know the story know the story. Yeah. Come on. We love, spill it. Those who know my career, my way, was, entangled by Disney. They put a certain presenter, and it kind of entangled. I can't go deep into it, but I just got the songs, but it was good. The doors of dubbing were open for me. I started dubbing so many other cool things, but I get that awkward taste in my mouth,
Nunca vai ser convidado.
Yeah, he will never be invited. Never. No, he's not going to remodel his home based on dubbing. Folks want to know a little bit about this. Tell us about the career, something that was, I couldn't hear the question, a hallmark moment in your career that was, a highlight, being in a project that you really want to work with. Yeah.
Eu acho que um momento que foi bastante
Something
especial para
that
mim
was
foi
very
a dublagem
special
da
to me
Peach, né, do
was
filme do
dubbing
Super Mario.
Peach
Eu acho que foi um
in
divisor de
Super
águas
Mario.
para
That
mim,
was a
que
landmark,
é uma personagem
a
icônica.
groundbreaking, iconic character.
Maravilhosa ali, ó, uma
Wonderful
Peach.
over there, Peach. Yes.
Foi uma personagem icônica, uma
Iconic
personagem
character.
de bastante representatividade.
That,
Eu, quando criança, jogava bastante Mario e,
representation,
obviamente, escolhia Peach.
inclusion and Peach. You know,
então,
I
assim,
used
para
to
mim
choose
foi
Peach.
prazer enorme.
It was a great
prazer
pleasure,
imenso
a
dublar
huge
ela. E
pleasure
principalmente
dubbing
porque
that
ela veio
character
com uma vibe
because she
diferente,
came
né,
with a
no
different
filme do Super
vibe
Mario.
in the Super
Ela não
Mario
veio
motion
mais como
picture.
uma
It was not
princesinha
like
indefesa que o Mario tem que salvar,
this
pelo amor
helpless
de Deus,
princess
né,
Mario has to for the love of God,
totalmente
right?
independente,
And so completely
feminista,
independent,
maravilhosa,
a feminist,
poderosa, ela
wonderful,
que salva
powerful.
o Mario,
She saves
inclusive,
Mario,
né, você me
actually.
respeite.
Yeah, man, I
E
deserve to be
eu espero que no
respected.
próximo
You
filme ela
know, I
continue com
hope
essa
in the
mesma
next
vibe, que ela venha incrivelmente
film
poderosa.
she's got the same vibe, so powerful.
Pra
And
mim,
to me,
essa foi a melhor
that was
personagem, né,
the
da
very
minha
best
vida, assim. E
character
agora,
in my life.
atualmente,
And
nesta
right now,
semana,
currently
estreou o
this
filme
week,
Thunderbolts. Eu espero que todo mundo aqui assista e assista dublado.
gone
Eu
to
faço
the
aí Helena,
big
outra
screen.
personagem que eu me
I
identifico
dub Yelena.
bastante.
I really
E eu acho
identify
ela
myself with her.
incrível.
She's incredible,
E,
Yelena Belova.
pra mim tá sendo, eu fiquei muito feliz com o resultado do filme, inclusive.
So happy with the result of the movie, with the dubbing.
Também. Eu tô muito feliz, assim. Pra mim, essa é uma personagem que tá me marcando bastante.
Really a hallmark character. Yeah, it's a success with the critics. Yeah, this girl, she's a good artist. Yeah, she's got a future.
Mas eu acho que
I think what's you know, in terms of highlights, the first was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. No, Raphael from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And the mask, you know, somebody stop me, you know, like every day we do something different. It's a challenge, and each movie, each little thing we do, there's a special place for that. And it brings us here because you create some, you build experience, and you bring that to other jobs, and it makes you grow. Yeah. I've got two interesting moments. The first major bit of work, Flynn. You know, even I didn't dub, I just sang, but it was the beginning. You know what opened the doors for dubbing, and I could say Mario. Yes, Mario was very important to me because a big fan since I was a kid. But last year I dubbed Garfield. I was Garfield in this new animation, and something that was really fantastic is Garfield. Dad shows up. No one had seen Garfield's dad. Bruno Alanis, who directed, but my dad to dub my father in the movie. So that was so cool to have this thing, you know, father and son, and the text is so cute, and I'll remember that forever. You know, really made a huge impact. Yeah, I was thrilled. Folks, how does it work for you? Every character has a tone of voice, something that you deliver. How does it work, you know, ranking those characters? So this is Caitlin after an update. What do you bring back from the character you dubbed some time ago, you know?
Olha, é muito difícil para mim
você
chegar e falar assim, faz a voz da fulana, porque
make so-and-so's voice,
às vezes
because
eu preciso da
sometimes
imagem.
I
A
need
imagem me
image,
remete,
you
me
know,
parece que é botãozinho que liga assim na garganta e aí eu consigo fazer. Então, pra mim é muito difícil chegar e fazer a voz do personagem. Eu gosto muito
play the character's voice.
Quando eu tô no estúdio, eu
When
penso
I'm in
assim,
the
meu
studio, I
Deus,
think, oh my God,
que voz eu fiz pra essa pessoa?
what did I play for this character? No, was it you know, lower tone?
Como é que foi que eu fiz?
Higher
E aí,
pitch, you
na
know,
hora
or
que
you
eu
know,
olho a imagem
when
e
I look at the
ensaio
image
e vou
and
gravar,
I
a voz sai
rehearse and
automaticamente.
the voice
E aí,
comes out automatically,
funciona
and
comigo dessa maneira,
it works
assim, entendeu?
like that
Então,
with me, and so yeah.
É difícil eu falar pra você,
It's
eu faço
difficult
isso, eu tenho uma
oh, I do
técnica.
this
Não
and
tem,
this
gente,
and
não
that,
tem
and
técnica
yeah,
nenhuma. Eu
no,
chego lá
there's
na
no
hora,
technique. I
vejo,
get
trabalho com
there
o
and I
diretor
look
voz,
at
e
it,
aí
work the
depois, quando eu
voice with the
preciso
director, and
voltar,
when I
a
have to
voz
come back,
vai
the
saindo
voice
automaticamente. Eu não
automatically
sei
kind of
como.
comes back. I really
sei
can't
como.
explain that. Yeah, it's different.
exemplo disso
It's a
foi
good
agora
example
o
was
Yu Rock Show
Yu Rock Show.
Você vê, o Yu Rock Show tem 30 anos,
Yu Yu
né?
Rock
Tem
Show,
30
30
anos.
years old.
Então, foram feitos até testes, né? Fizeram testes com a
They ran
gente.
tests with
Porque
us
uma coisa é a
because
gente dublar
one thing
30
is
anos
dubbing
atrás. A
30
voz
years ago.
já
The
mudou e
voice
tal.
has changed
E aí a
since
Netflix
then, and
fez
so
testes com a
Netflix
gente.
ran tests with
E
us,
graças a Deus todo mundo foi
and
aprovado.
everybody
Foi
was
muita
approved.
reunião
There
ali
was a lot of
para
meetings
que
so that
mantivesse o
we we kept the same cast, you know. And they got it so right to do it that way, you know, keeping the same cast from the 90s. And so the thing was, it was a voice for an anime, something like more of a game. Now it's going to be a live action, which is kind of a teen. That's not really my cup of tea, but you modulate your voice, and everybody put their voice in the good place. You know, the image, I'm going to place my voice, modulate my voice according to, so that she looks at the image, it hits the image, and the voice comes from out here, not from the ribs. When you're watching a movie and you say, come on, it sounds like the voice is not coming from their mouth, it's coming from their, it's poorly dubbed. The movie, when is a movie well dubbed? When you forget that it's dubbed. You're eating your popcorn, you go to the kitchen, come back and you watch the movie. It sounds like it was originally recorded in Portuguese, so it's well dubbed. When our work is excellent, it's when it shows off the least. And that's what Marco said, you know.
Tava viajando.
Yeah, I was way off, man. I was somewhere else.
Desculpa, gente. Tá falando das vozes. Eu cheguei aqui 9h30 da manhã.
I got here 9:30 in the morning, dudes. Yeah.
Você tá falando das vozes.
Talking about the voices. No, yeah, I was going to say what you said, because, you know, it comes to mind, you know, we forget sometimes. You go through test, you know, and you're approved in the test, and you don't have the reference. Can you share what I recorded before? You know, so before the screen test, you know, and then the image comes, as Karina said, and then it comes back to mind. And how does a dubbing test work? You know, how do you go through? Are you called? It's an audition. How does it work? You know, usually, as Marco said about the entire process, you know, the casting folks, and first they look who the actor is, and how many, if they can dub the project, and voice artists. There are voice artists that have dubbed 2 or 3 characters, but now with the open multiverse, who else has done this character? So-and-so. They put 1 and another 2 to go, you know, if it's not approved, it's opens for more people, and it's usually somebody who's already voiced that character before, you know, people's mind. Marco as a director, yeah. You know, there are many studios that ask for the director's opinion, so the director says, I think so-and-so fits perfectly to this character because of this and this and that. It's great when they do that, because then the client listens to the director, and at the end of the day, the director's work does not, you know, show up, you know, but it's in the background, you know. Sometimes it's to get what we call the lip sync, you know, to hit the same or similar word in Portuguese. It looks like he was speaking that very word in Portuguese, because there, you know, you exchange the word to get the better lip sync, and in animation that happens a lot, and we always rely on this common sense, you know, clients' common sense, that they respect our opinion, and they know client has a concept, a US concept. Oh, this is not going to work here. Rafael gave a great example for Mario. You know, the Mario's voicing, and this is not going to work this way. It works better that way. We then go with that. I have voiced Robert Downey Jr. for 28 years. I voiced him as a killer, as an assassin comedy. Now these 8 characters in The Sympathizer, different characters. Oppenheimer, that's completely different from Iron Man. Dr. Dolittle. When Dr. Dolittle came, client says, we want to test, we didn't want a superhero voice. They said, come on, we're actors, you know. If they're playing a shark, we're going to play a shark, you know. So that's the thing. I'll get to Dr. Doolittle. I'm not going to use Dr. Doolittle's voice to voice Oppenheimer. You know, so it's excellent work. Everybody, those who have not watched it, please do. Fantastic motion picture. Watch it dubbed. It's completely different type of work. Tropical Thunder, which was a complete, it's not like that. He did something like that. Completely different, and so you work with your voice, and so that's why we're actors. We are actors that are voice artists. Oh, he said it all. Said it all. It's what Marco said, we're actors, we adapt, and we seek the essence of the character, we're actors, and we work hard on that to adapt, bring the best version. Yeah. There's the elephant in the room here has to be talked about. AI. How does that impact your work? And it's a moment for us to, I don't want to, darken the environment, but let's talk about it, which is maybe not so cool. Artificial intelligence in dubbing. Okay, I'll begin. It's a bit more delicate, yeah. First, we like to make it clear that no one is against artificial intelligence. We're not against technology. I'm a big fan of technology myself. We are against this lack of regulation, this haywire kind of growth. AI has to come to help us somehow, to improve here and there, to help, not to replace, but that's the proposition today, to replace artists, voice artists, musicians. See a lot of music, this is incredibly good,
Não só da voz, né? Como os artistas de imagem
também. Image artists, actors, lots of types of artists. And so we fight, we're trying to fight for the regulation so that it may come to help us and not replace us. We impart the emotion that's necessary. We live, we feel, we can impart that with our voice, and as much as the AI comes, it will not have this soul. It'll do it in a robotic way, so we have to regulate it. Yeah, regulation is the key word. Not regulation, but you have to create and dubbing has a soul, hashtag. Yes, so you prestige good dubbing, and dubbing has a soul. We have to imagine if you're interviewing 3 CPUs here. If I were the CPU, 3 CPUs, and folks would be, oh, can I take a picture with you? Yeah, in the meet and greet with the CPU, may it come to add, it's got so much to add, and, syncing, improving syncing, the lip syncing, tweaking here and there, but not replacing us, and no professional, because there are things that you need human beings. I think everyone agrees that when you call somewhere to complain about something, everything that you want is to be heard by another person. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. Press 4 for this, or press 5.
Quando falar é pior, né? Fale o que você quer.
Tell us what you want.
Desligar.
I want to hang up. No, I do not understand. No, I want to. You're trying like crazy voice recognition. Nobody likes that, when I'm calling telemarketing thing, and then it goes on, and then somebody picks. Oh my God! Thank God! Don't hang up. It's so great to talk to a human person. Same thing with voice
acting. Em vários setores, várias etapas,
There's
mas nunca
AI in dubbing
ator que eu
that
acredito
can
que
work in many different stages, but it will never replace a voice artist
como eu falei,
or
artistas,
an actor of any kind,
substituir
any
nunca vai ser o
artist.
ideal. Eu acho que ela pode ajudar de várias
replacing a
maneiras.
person will never be the best choice.
A
I
gente
think
tem
it
até
can
na
help
dublagem várias
people in many
hashtags, como o
ways.
Marco falou.
We
A gente
have
tem
many different hashtags, as
campanha para
Marco
ajudar na regulamentação.
mentioned in dubbing. We've got a
Inclusive
campaign
com
to
a
help
ADDC,
with
se vocês quiserem
regulation.
procurar
And actually with
ADDC, a
the
gente tem várias campanhas
ADDC,
para ajudar
we've got
com
lots of different
assinaturas para poder a gente
campaigns
ser ouvido,
to help
para poder a gente não perder a
with,
nossa
we're collecting signatures
para
to have our voice
de
heard
várias
so that we
maneiras.
don't lose our
Então,
jobs to
vocês que
AI in
prestigiam
many
uma boa
different ways.
dublagem, a dublagem
So
de qualidade,
those of you here
procurem se
who
informar,
value high
ajudem a gente
quality
procurando na
voice
internet
art,
como vocês podem
please
fazer. A gente
help
recolhe
support
assinatura, a
us.
gente
We're
faz
collecting
campanha.
signatures, we're
Então, assim,
running
vocês que
campaigns.
gostam da dublagem, ajudem
So,
a gente de
if you
verdade,
like
procurem
dubbing
lugares que,
and voice work, please
fazem a diferença,
help
tanto para a
us
gente
and
quanto para
look
vocês,
for
como
content
consumidores
that
de
makes
produtos
a
de
difference
boa
because you
qualidade.
can make a difference as consumers of high
Não, só
quality
para
work.
complementar, não esquece o que você vai falar, não.
Don't forget
Só para
what you're going to say. I
complementar,
just want
vocês
to
têm uma
add,
força muito grande, gente.
you here in the
Agora,
audience are
várias
so
séries foram
powerful.
redubladas
Many series
porque as
have
pessoas
recently
chegaram e
been
disseram, a gente não quer essa
redubbed
dublagem.
because
Então,
the
precisou
audiences
ser
came in
redublado
and said,
para
we don't
que
like that
alcançasse a
dubbing.
audiência
So they've
necessária.
been redubbed in order to reach the right
Na
audiences.
mudança de voz, e
And
agora,
also when the
recentemente,
voice
algum
changed.
stream botou uma IA
And
para
now
dublar
recently,
filme.
some kind of a
Houve
streaming
uma
service
revolta
put an
geral,
AI
as pessoas não gostaram, e
dubber
essa
to
ideia
dub a film,
foi
and
rechaçada,
it
né?
was
De
just
repente estão botando para
rejected
ver qual
across the board.
Mas nós temos
Maybe people
força
are
para
putting it
dizer,
on
não, a
to
gente
see
quer a
what it
dublagem
is,
desse jeito,
but
e
we
os clientes
as consumers
ouvem,
have
porque é
so
produto
much
de
power
venda, né?
because
Eu falei
clients
exatamente isso,
will
não sei se vocês
listen
viram, né? Teve streaming
to
grande aí que
consumers.
lançou filme
You may have seen
inteiro
this. A major
dublado
streaming
por IA.
service
tava horroroso.
launched a whole
Não, mas horroroso
film
mesmo,
that
assim,
was
foi
dubbed
um
entirely by
desrespeito
AI, and it
com a
was
gente, com
horrible.
os
It
dubladores
was
e com o público,
horrendous,
com o
and it was a
consumidor.
huge
Vocês
disrespect
pagam
for
pra assistir.
us,
Na metade
voice
do
artists,
filme
and
misturava
for
a dublagem de português
consumers.
brasileiro com português de
Halfway
Portugal,
through,
pra
it
você ter
mixed
noção,
up
e aquela coisa
Brazilian
robótica,
and
muito
European
robótica.
Portuguese.
E
It was
foi
like a
tirado do ar
robot
porque a galera
speaking,
reclamou.
and they actually
E não
pulled
só
it
fãs de
from the air
dublagem,
because
os
people
fãs,
complained, not
os
just the
consumidores de modo
fans
geral
of dubbing,
reclamaram,
but
e eles
consumers
tiraram do ar. Então
as
isso
a
mostra a
whole
força que vocês têm
complain.
quando vocês
And
veem uma
this
coisa que não está bem
shows
dublada, que
how
não está
powerful you
do
are. When you
agrado, tem que
see
reclamar mesmo,
something
porque
that has been
resolve,
poorly
muitas vezes
dubbed,
resolve.
please complain because often you will be useful, you'll be helpful in improving it. All right, so what if you want to start working as a voice artist? Step by step. What should we do? And don't say wait tables. What are the
Tem que
steps?
ser ator ou
Well,
atriz,
you need to be an
né, com
actor.
regulamentação, tem que
You
ser, tem
need
que ter o
to
registro,
have
né,
your
de
artist
ator e atriz
license
para começar.
here in
E aí
Brazil.
você pode fazer teatro para poder
And
se
you can
profissionalizar,
study
né, como
theater
atriz, como ator.
to
E depois
go
você vai
professional
para a área da
as an
dublagem,
as
como
an
o Marco
actor.
falou no
And
começo.
then
É como se
you
fosse
will
um MBA,
specialize
uma coisa à
in
parte. Aí
voice
você vai
art.
fazer
It's like an
a
MBA, as
especialização
Marco
em
said.
dublagem.
You will
Depois disso,
do a
você tem um
specialization in
longo
voice
caminho
art.
pela frente.
And after that,
Não
you've got a
é
long
não é
road ahead
no
of you.
estalar de dedos que
It
você
is
começa a
not
dublar.
the snap of
Você tem
finger
que
that you'll
perseverar
start
muito,
dubbing.
tem que
You
estudar
need to
bastante,
study a lot,
porque
really,
não
really
é fácil,
extensively,
dublar não é
because
fácil,
it is
não é só
not
chegar e
easy.
falar.
Dubbing is not, it's
Dublagem,
not just
ela
a matter
tem
of showing
várias
up and speaking.
camadas, então
There are
você
so many
precisa
layers.
se profissionalizar,
So
precisa
you
estudar,
must
precisa procurar
professionalize yourself.
bons
You must
cursos
study.
com bons
You must look
professores.
for
Não é qualquer
good
lugar que vai te ensinar
courses
a
with
dublar.
good
Tem
teachers.
que ser um professor que tem uma
It's
carreira,
not
que tem bons
any
personagens,
old
que
school
tem
that
uma
can teach
didática
you
para
how
te
to be a
ensinar,
voice
que vai
artist. You need
acrescentar em
to
você.
really
Então,
be
procure
a good
bastante
school.
Referência, né, na dublagem.
You need to find a
pra
good
você
school. You need to find
conseguir
references
perseverar, porque o caminho
to be
é
able
muito
to
longo.
persevere,
Pode
because it's a
continuar
very
aí.
long
Eu acho que é
journey.
isso, falou assim, como iniciar
She
na
said it all.
dublagem, né? Então,
So how to get
pegando
started
isso
as a
que
voice artist?
que
Well,
que a Karina falou, você
everything that
fazer,
Karina mentioned
bom curso
and
de ator, né?
taking
E o
a
Rafa falou
good
negócio legal numa
artist
outra palestra
course.
que a gente deu.
And
De repente,
Rafa
você
said something
ama
interesting
dublagem,
about another,
e você tem que
in
fazer
another
curso de
talk.
teatro ainda.
Maybe
No
you
Rio,
love dubbing and
há
you need
cursos de
to
um
go to to theater school. In Rio, we have courses that are 1 year long, and they're good, high-quality professional courses. You'll need to get in contact with the SATED, the artist union here in Brazil, to find the courses that are accredited by the Ministry of Education.
Da qualidade do curso. Sim, da qualidade
the quality, right, thank you, the quality of the voice artist courses. So, okay, so if you want to be a voice artist, find a voice artist course, even if you don't yet have your actor license, your acting license. Because maybe, you know, what if things go the other way around and you take a 2-year-long actor course and then start going to work as a voice artist and realize it's not what you want? Well, you know, theater classes, they just go by in a flash. It's so much fun. It's not just about the voice. Actually, it's much more important to be a good reader, to be dynamic, to have good reflexes. And you need to interpret well. You don't need to have a good natural voice. If you can act well, then you're good. You know, you don't have to have a deep voice necessarily. There are many different voice artists and many different actors and actresses who have different timbres of voices. This is actually what happened to me, and I mentioned this in a different talk the other day. I was already an artist, I had my acting license, but when I took my very first dubbing class, I said, wow, oh my gosh, I want to do this for the rest of my life, it's amazing. And I know that this is going to happen to a lot of people, but the opposite can also happen. You'll say, oh, I love dubbing, but I don't want to work with this for a living. And you know, what if you've wasted 2 years of your life doing, going to theater school? It's not good. Now, okay, so how did you all get started as voice artists?
Acho que eu sou a única que começou quando criança. Eu comecei, tinha 13 anos de idade, através de outros dubladores que eu conheci. E minha mãe chegou para mim e falou assim, eu morava perto, morava no mesmo quarteirão que a Herbert Richards, mas eu não tinha noção de que era dublagem. Eu assistia, para mim estava tudo em português. E eu conheci dois dubladores, e minha mãe falou assim, nossa, que legal esse negócio de dublagem, você quer dublar? E eu já fazia teatro na época da escola. E minha mãe falou, quero. E aí ela me botou no curso, e aí como eu morava perto da Herbert, conheci diretor da Herbert, que era a pessoa que minha mãe conhecia também. Ele já foi me colocando na Herbert para dublar coisas, só que coisas pequenas, voderios, que a gente chama, que são aquelas vozes de fundo, uma menininha aqui, uma coisinha ali, e aí eu fui começando. Fiz o curso, obviamente, de dublagem, continuei fazendo teatro durante todo esse tempo, e aí eu fui crescendo na dublagem, continuei dublando, e estou aí até hoje.
And that's how I got here today. I should mention that up until the age of 16, you don't require a professional license. So up to the age of 16, you don't need a professional license. But after 16, you need to have an acting license. And many children start as kids, and they go to theater school, and so on, and then they just follow and stick with it. Sorry, I called you Erica. I know your name is Karina.
Mas quando confundem o meu nome, me chamam de Erica.
But people call me Erica all the time.
Então é isso, você pegar bons cursos e tal e vai
essentially find good courses and start improving every step of the way.
O meu
começo, you didn't tell us how you got started. I interviewed you the other way, and I called you Mario the whole talk. I was so embarrassed. So I apologize now, 10 years after the fact.
Mas eu comecei em 1985.
Well, I started in 1985. That was so many years ago. What were things like back then?
Todo mundo dublava junto.
Oh, we all dubbed in the same room.
Todo mundo dublava junto, era separado, não tinha internet, não tinha computador.
There was no internet, no computers.
Era uma fita com 2 canais somente.
A tape
microfone
with 2 channels. There was one microphone for 7 people sitting around the table. Sometimes you'd get a headphone. We didn't have headphones for everyone. So you'd pass the headphone mid-scene, and you'd come into the mic, say your line, deliver your line, and pass the mic to the next person. So it was complicated, but it was fun. So I started at Herbert Richards' studio in '85 with my uncle. It wasn't anything mainstream, really, but I took a liking to it, and then went professional and followed on through with it. It was my first job at the age of 15, and I'm still at it today. And everything I have today, I owe to God and to dubbing.
Eu comecei, minha família é de circo.
Well, my family is involved in the circus. I'm a seventh generation circus.
Família do meu pai. Então, no circo,
from my
fazia
dad's
muito
side of the
teatro,
family.
né? O nosso circo ele era circo-teatro.
It was actually a circus and a theater.
A gente tinha o teatro
In
sempre na
addition to
segunda
the
parte dos
normal
espetáculos. Então, ali eu
circus
já comecei a
performances,
aprender,
we
né?
had theater performances
A
too.
atuar,
So I
colocar
started
minha
learning
voz,
to
tá?
act
E aí,
and
depois de muitos
to
anos, com 20
throw
anos,
my voice
a gente
and
já
all
tinha
that
parado com o
stuff
circo
at a
e
very
estava
young
trabalhando
age.
numa casa de festas
And after
lá
a
no Rio de
time,
Janeiro,
I was
fazendo show
a
circense.
teenager
E
and
eu
we'd
apresentava
stopped
o show
working
junto com meu
with
pai.
circuses,
E aí, no final da
and
festa,
I
alguém veio me
was
perguntar se eu
working
era
at a
dublador.
party. And at the end of the party, someone asked me, "Oh, are you a voice artist?" I said, "No." They said, "Wow, your voice sounds so good. I've heard it somewhere." And that stuck with me. And then I turned to my dad and I said, "What is dubbing?" Because I watched dubbed films, but I never stopped to think that it was a profession. And a few weeks later, my dad saw an ad for a voice artist course at Galvan's school. And Galvan took me to Del Arte. At the time, you still could bring guests in. And he introduced me to Garcia Jr., who represented Disney at the time. He said, "Look, this is a student of mine. He does great. He sings too, so you feel free to use him." And Garcia said, "Do you have any recorded songs?" And I sent him some recordings, like Dragon Ball and Tarzan. And he listened to me and invited me to the casting call for Entangled. And this really opened so many doors for me. Essentially, being at the right time, at the right place, and knowing the right person, and being at least a little bit prepared. And your dad, actually, you drew your dad in. Wow, so you actually were first, then your dad. Yeah, I'd been working as a voice artist for 5 days. And then I encouraged my dad. My dad has a big, deep voice. Yeah, we need voices like his. I encouraged him, and he started working as a voice artist, and the rest is history. Well, we're talking about the early days of your careers, but what do you expect, what do you forecast from the dubbing market for the future? Other than AI, what do you see in the future? I think it's important for us to fight for regulating AI, and we need dubbing to somehow honor the journey that Orlando Drummond, Mario Monjardim, Jomério Pozzuoli, Sônia Ferreira, and all of those professionals paved the way for all of us. So we are here thanks to them. Actually, let's give it up for them. A big round of applause for these amazing pros.
A gente ouve coisas
We
até hoje
admire
assim
them.
que você fala, caramba,
To this day,
eu
we
gosto muito de
still
ouvir
hear
canal antigo,
comments
de ver,
about them.
assistir canal
I really
antigo
like
de
to
dubla-
watch
aí eu
an
sento assim, olho e
old
falo, caramba,
dubbing
todo
channel,
mundo
and I'll
morto,
sit
mas tá
and
tudo
think,
lá.
wow, they're all
É
dead.
eternizado, né?
Yeah, but they're
Eternizado ali,
immortalized.
sabe?
E era maravilhoso.
Yeah, they're
Era
eternals.
maravilhoso e eu acho
It was
que a gente
amazing.
precisa, nós
And
que somos
we,
dessa geração,
here, members
e
of
esses
this
meninos mais
generation,
novos aqui,
we need these
lutar
young
para que
guys
isso
too. We need to
continue, né?
fight
Porque
to
a gente vê,
keep this
infelizmente,
flame
na nossa
alive.
dublagem em Rio e São Paulo,
Because,
às vezes uns intrusos,
unfortunately,
umas coisas estranhas,
between Rio
entendeu?
and São Paulo,
Então, isso tem que
sometimes
ser colocado
some
de lado,
foreign
porque
elements
há que se
will come
respeitar
in.
uma memória que foi
But we need
construída
to
na
respect the
dublagem
memory
pelos
that has been
profissionais
built
e na
by
cabeça
professionals
das pessoas.
and
Né?
in the
Falava,
minds
Herbert
of
Richards, a galera,
audiences.
e
When
tal.
you mention the
Então,
name
que
Herbert
isso
Richards,
possa
everyone
continuar.
is in
Eu
awe.
tinha uma visão pessimista,
And this is
né,
the kind of thing we
de que
need to keep
aquela
alive.
geração a gente nunca
I
mais vai
used
conseguir.
to have a
Mas eu
pessimistic
acho que a
view
gente
and
tem
think that we
possibilidade,
would
sim.
never again reach the same
Prestigiando a
heights
boa
as that
dublagem, a gente
previous
tem essa
generation. But
possibilidade.
I know today that that's not
Falou
true.
tudo.
Isso que você falou, eu
Wow,
vou até fazer uma
you
brincadeira
put it
aqui, que minha
perfectly.
bisavó,
Actually,
ela falava uma
I want to
coisa,
mention
com
that
todo
my
respeito,
great
logicamente, aos
grandmother,
outros estúdios, aos
I
estúdios
mean,
de
with
São
all due
Paulo
respect
também,
to the
mas
São
como
Paulo
Herbert
studios,
Richards sempre fazia
but
trabalho de excelência,
because Herbert Richards
quando
always did
começava
such
o filme,
excellent work,
minha bisavó
when
falava,
a movie would start,
o narrador falava lá,
and the
né,
narrator
versão
said,
brasileira, Herbert Richards,
the Brazilian version is from Herbert
Versão
Richards.
brasileira, Herbert
My
Richards.
grandmother would say,
Abraço,
"Oh, this
Mariano.
is a good movie. This is a good movie." That was Mariano, right? That narrator.
Não, mas ele falou tudo, não tem
No,
que
he said it all. There's nothing more to add.
Eu espero que o
Yeah,
mercado
I
cresça
hope
cada vez
that
mais. A
the
gente
market
tenha...
continues to grow more and more. Yeah, we need it because we look online at pages devoted to dubbers and it's like an obituary. There's all those little crosses. It's very sad to see all the people who have left, who have gone, but there's still a huge market and so many people interested in doing professional work. So please give our audience a final take-home message, because we're almost at a next session in our meeting.
Ao longo desse tempo aqui
Well,
no evento,
over
e a gente
these
amanhã
few
tô indo
minutes
para
here at
João
this
Pessoa
event,
fazer
actually
evento
tomorrow
e a gente ouve
I'm
sempre,
flying
puxa,
to João
vocês
Pessoa
marcaram a minha infância, eu quero
for
fazer
another
dublagem,
event
como é que é isso?
all
Eu ia
across
ser
the
mandado
country.
embora da Herbert, gente,
And
sem
you know,
nem abrir a boca.
I would have been
Esse cara não
fired from
sabe
Herbert
ler. Na
Richards'
verdade, eu falei,
studio
esse cara, esse neguinho
without
não
even
sabe
opening my
ler.
mouth.
Era,
You know,
naquele tempo era
he
coisa
was going to
meio
say,
assim.
that black dude can't read. You know, that's what people
Mas aí a
said
gente
at the time.
persistindo ali, eu fui
But
humilhado em
I
estúdio,
persisted.
de
I
repente
was
dizia assim, cara, eu
humiliated
vou
at so many different
embora porque eu
studios.
preciso ser humilhado
And
desse jeito e tal, porque naquele tempo não
almost
tinha
left because
como é que é, assédio
I
moral, essas
didn't
coisas,
want
né?
to put
Então a
up
gente foi
with that
muito humilhado, era
harassment.
uma coisa meio
At the time,
esquisita.
it wasn't even called harassment.
Então a mensagem que
It
fica
was
é
really
não
weird.
desista
So my
do
take-home
seu
message is,
sonho, porque se eu
don't give up
tivesse
on your dream. Because
desistido naquela
if
época,
I had given up on my dream
15,
way back
16 anos,
then,
cheio de
when I was
não,
15
cheio
or
de
16,
atitude,
you know, full of attitude,
né? Vai tomar
I was
banho,
like,
então vou embora.
go
Eu
fly a
talvez não
kite or
estivesse aqui
something.
hoje, né?
Maybe I wouldn't be here today.
A gente nunca para de engolir sapo.
We
A gente
always have
escolhe
to put up
o tamanho
with
deles.
with crap.
Mas você nunca vai parar de
But
engolir
we
sapo na
can
vida.
choose
Então,
the
segue em
size
frente do
of the
teu
crap
sonho,
we put up with.
siga em frente, apesar
So
de parecer
stick
lugar
with your
comum,
dream.
mas não
It
desiste
may
daquilo que
seem
você
like a platitude,
quer
but
fazer,
don't
daquilo que você
give
está
up
correndo atrás.
on what your dream is.
Se você acredita no seu sonho, corre atrás.
If you believe in your dream, chase
faça
it.
bons cursos, como eu disse
Take
antes.
good
Se é o
courses.
seu sonho, e é isso.
You know,
você
if it's your
vai
dream,
em frente e continua
then
seguindo.
stick with it. You will go
Eu
far.
acho que, como o Marco falou, prestigiar a boa
Like
dublagem
Marco said,
também.
we
Você
also
saber,
need
qual é a sua
to,
referência, onde você quer chegar.
to honor
Escolha bem os seus
good
ídolos,
dubbing.
escolha bem
Choose
o
your role
dublador que
models
você quer
well.
se espelhar,
Choose the
né,
voice
que tenha,
artists you want to
tenha
mirror.
ética, principalmente. E
Choose people who are
é isso,
ethical,
estamos aí
above all.
há muitos anos,
And
né, seguindo
we've been here for
sempre o
so
caminho
many years,
certo, o caminho
always
direitinho, como
doing
a
the
gente
right
engole
thing,
sapo todo
following the
dia,
right
mas a gente
track.
não desiste.
As Marco said, we put up with
qualquer
crap every
dúvida,
day,
eu
but we
tô
never
disponível
give
pra
up.
tirar a dúvida de
So if you have any
vocês.
questions, I
E
would
é
love
isso, fica aí a
to
mensagem
answer them.
de perseverança.
Thank you. Persevere, that's my message. I'm going to say that Rafa is going to give his message differently.
Obrigado, gente.
So first, I want to ask you all for a big round of
Marco
applause.
Dubio no Instagram.
I'm Marco
Sigam lá,
Dubio
marquem
on
mais 4
Instagram.
amiguinhos para nos seguir.
And
Arroba Karina Eiras
I'm
com C.
at
Karina Eiras, gente,
Eiras
segue
with a
lá.
C. And we are not done yet because Rafa is going to give us a show. So
Obrigada,
get
gente.
ready, everybody. Big round of applause, everyone. Take it away, Rafa. Thank
Obrigado,
you.
gente.
Thanks,
Beijo pra vocês.
everybody.
Bom
Take
show.
care. Love you all. Enjoy.
E eu vou deixá-los.
And I will leave you guys with Rafael Rosato with a little pocket show for you. Take care.
Violão ali me olhando do lado, eu já tava louco para pegar ele.
I was so
Então, né,
anxious.
galera, a
I
gente tá
saw
falando do início da
this
carreira.
instrument here and I was
algumas
eager
coisas que eu
to
dublei.
pick it
Eu
up.
tive a sorte,
I've
assim, e a
dubbed
felicidade
some
de gravar algumas
voices and I
músicas
was
interessantes
fortunate
na
enough
dublagem.
to record some
Algumas que pegaram,
really
a
interesting
galera canta até
songs.
hoje, me pedem
Some
nos
of them
eventos.
were catchy,
E eu vou
some of them
compartilhar
are
algumas
still
coisas com vocês
requested
agora.
today,
E quem
and
quiser
I'm
cantar,
going to
solta a
share
voz,
them
canta junto
with
comigo.
you
Vamos
and
fazer
feel
momento
free
bem
to sing
especial pra
along
gente
with
finalizar
me.
esse sábado.
It's really a
Essa aqui
special way
é
for
curtinha,
me to
mas é muito
wrap up the
bonitinha.
Saturday.
Eu
This
acho
one's
que vocês
short,
lembram.
but
Olha
I
assim,
love
ó.
it.
Renan é melhor do que gente. Sven, o que tem a dizer? Sim, gente te xinga, te engana e te bate. Todos eles são maus, menos você. Ah, obrigado, amigo. Mas gente cheira melhor do que Renan. Sven tem que concordar. É verdade também, com exceção de você. Desisto. Podemos deitar. Boa noite. Não deixe o frio entrar. Obrigado, gente.
Thanks, everyone. You know, Frozen was a huge gift for me because I was telling that whole story with Entangled and everything that happened. You know, I said that star and so on. It was the first job I ever had. Even though I recorded the songs, I was very sad. I cried so much. And I thought, I'm never going to have a big break again. You know, I'm just starting out, I get a big break, and I get that curveball. And in my head, I thought I would never have that opportunity again. But I've played other protagonists too. And Kristoff, for me, was really a transformation. And I almost played Hans, the villain in Frozen, but I tested for Kristoff too, and I know you all love him. And I hope that in the next film, we get to see more of his story. We don't know much at all about his story, his origins, what happened in his childhood and teenage years. So it was a big gift for my work, for my life. And now, I'd like to ask you please to get me a second microphone because I sing the song when I appear, and today I have someone very special who came from the state of Espírito Santo, and I'd like to invite them to come up and sing. You from, big round of applause for her. It's a song from Entangled.
Olá, boa noite.
Preparada?
Vamos lá.
Hello.
Tantos dias olhando das janelas, tantos anos presa sem saber, tanto tempo nunca percebendo como tentei não ver. Mas aqui a luz das estrelas, bem aqui vejo meu lugar. Sim, aqui consigo sentir, estou onde devo estar. Vejo enfim a luz brilhar. Já passou o nevoeiro. Vejo enfim a luz brilhar. Para o alto me conduz e ela pode transformar de uma vez o mundo inteiro. Tudo é novo, pois agora eu vejo, é você a luz.
Aí, galera!
Obrigada.
Tantos dias sonhando acordado, tantos anos vivendo a vida em vão, tanto tempo nunca enxergando as coisas do jeito que são. Ela aqui, a luz das estrelas, com ela aqui vejo quem eu sou. ela que me faz sentir que eu sei pra onde vou. Quem souber canta junto, vai. Vejo enfim
a luz brilhar.
Já passou o nevoeiro. Vejo enfim a luz brilhar.
Para o alto me conduz e ela pode transformar de uma vez o mundo inteiro. Tudo é novo, pois agora eu vejo. É você a luz. É você a luz.
Uma salva de palmas, galera.
Obrigada pelo convite.
Round of applause, folks.
Ah, cara, essa música é muito linda.
Oh, this is a beautiful song. I'm a big fan of Disney. Great pleasure recording this. First time I went into a dubbing studio was to test for this song, so it's important to me. Anybody out there is a big fan of Dragon Ball? Do we have any? Did you watch? Have you watched Dragon Ball Super? I dubbed the 57th, the 10th ending of. It's called the 70-centimeter window. Try to play. Yeah, been here since 9:30 and speaking out loud. Try to sing it now.
Eu posso ver da janela a vida. O dia hoje trouxe o sol, a chuva já passou. Vou abrindo a janela, então não sei pra onde vou. Meu quarto faz o tédio reinar e me sufoca ao ar. Tudo aqui eu destruí. Não consigo te esquecer, juro que não dá. Vou usar a minha força pra te encontrar. Eu só penso em você e o seu amor vou te dar. No meu coração eu guardo o que vivi. Escondo meu sorriso e vou guiado pela fé. Fecho os olhos e começo a chorar por tudo que senti. Essa chama que me arde o coração e ninguém vê. Minha voz não vai calar. Não consigo te esquecer, juro que não dá. Vou usar a minha força pra te encontrar. Eu só penso em você e o meu amor vou te dar. Toda noite eu sonho que trago você pra mim. Foi por você, foi por você. Dragon Ball Super.
Dragon Ball Super.
Mas eu sei, galera,
But I know that there are groups of people who love a certain Witcher and a certain Bard. Have you brought your coins? But it's not that one yet. From the second season of The Witcher, I love it. Which I think it's one of the greatest love songs that has ever been written. It's a great, it's called Burn. Witcher Burn.
Você não morreu? Que decepção. E foi sem você que eu sobrevivi. Nunca mais você vai ter um sorriso de mim. Vou queimar as lembranças, enfim. Gente, o tempo esgotado. Eu vou fazer só o refrão daqui. Vocês estão
Time is
esperando
up,
aqui,
folks.
Assim, deu trocado para o seu bruxo, ó vale abundante, ó vale abundante, oh. Deu trocado para o seu bruxo, ele é quem nos garante. Só vocês comigo, canta então, galera, diz aí. Deu trocado pro seu bruxo, ó vale abundante, ah, oh. Deu trocado pro seu bruxo, ele é quem nos garante. Muito obrigado, gente. Valeu pela presença de todos. Continuem prestigiando a boa dublagem.
Thank you so much. Continue to value good voice artists. You know, when something that comes around AI, we need your support. Thank you so much, everyone.